Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents 1960s Austin Gangsters, organized crime that rocked the Capitol, by Jesse Sublett, narrated by George Newbern. Notice, the information in this book is true and complete to the best of our knowledge. It is offered without guarantee on the part of the author or the history press. The author and the history press disclaim all liability in connection with the use of this book. Introduction. Tim Overton reached the peak of his football career with the University of Texas, UT, at the Cotton Bowl Classic on New Year's Day 1960. A sophomore on the reserve list, he got no field time in the game against the Syracuse Orange. It was just as well. Before the crowd of 75,500 fans, the all-white Texas Longhorns went down 23-14, defeated by a small, integrated New England college that fielded several outstanding African-American athletes, including Heisman Trophy winner Ernie Davis. Texas also exacerbated its humiliation by inciting an ugly racial brawl in the second quarter. Never mind that now. Having played football for UT still carried enormous prestige, and it remained part of Tim Overton's identity for the rest of his short life, even after he achieved notoriety as the leader of an infamous Austin gang of safecrackers, pimps, drug dealers, and Cadillac-obsessed hoodlums. The Overton gang was Austin's locally grown white trash mafia, with heavy connections to the Italian counterparts in the Big D, Cowtown, the Little Man in New Orleans, Biloxi, Oklahoma, Florida, and Chicago. At least two other ex-football stars were part of that team. It was the 60s, and Austin was beginning its evolution from sleepy state capital and college town to the creative class music mecca we know today. Austin natives are so proud and protective of our city's reputation for coolness that we adopted the slogan, "Keep Austin Weird." Did the coexistence of counterculture and thug culture help make Austin cool? It was a good place to party, said musician Jerry Storm. Austin had a reputation for being a beautiful, rather colonial place, different from the rest of Texas and a destination for rich kids as they waited for their inheritances. And even before there was any kind of a music scene, much less something to brag about, Austin was different because it was snobbish, a city of tea sippers, home to an underground of irreverent scholars, artists, and politicos, some of them with national reputations that you don't find in any city. It's an important part of Austin history, said Nick Kralich, former club owner and longtime Austin backstage historian. You always had a connection with the outlaws and the lawyers and the politicians, said Kralich. It was all connected because they all liked the same things. Whores and booze and other stuff like that. My introduction to the Overton gang came from the microfilm archives of the Austin American Statesman. The year was 2002, and I was researching a series of murders in 1976 by a serial killer in which my girlfriend, Diane Roberts, was one of the victims. That story was incorporated into a book titled Never the Same Again, published in 2004. A crime story headlined Police Field Deaths Gang Action, told of two Austin hoodlums, John Soriano and Henry Travis Schnauz Jr., murdered gangland style within hours of each other. Schnauz is a former associate of Tim Overton. An 800-word background article, Austin Underworld of the 60s, Overton Gang Capers Recalled, made me feel that I had stumbled onto the secret history of Austin. Ghosts of the notorious Timmy Overton Gang, an Austin-based underworld outfit involved in drugs, prostitution, bank burglaries, jewel thefts, and other crimes in several states in the 1960s, may be haunting police again in the gang-style slayings of Travis Schnauz and John Soriano. James Timothy Overton, an Austin native and star football player who eventually was accused of numerous crimes, was the titular chief of a large group of pimps, prostitutes, drug dealers, and burglars which began organizing in the 1960s. The gang, including the infamous Jerry Ray James, one of the FBI's 10 most wanted men until his arrest in 1968, was believed to have staged more than 30 bank burglaries and numerous other crimes in several states, before law enforcement officers cracked down on 20 of its principal members in a massive federal conspiracy indictment in 1967. Soriano turned out to be a minor figure, but Travis Schnauz was an old-school hood. Since the mid-'50s, he had bounced between burglary, haircutting, pimping, the music scene, and drug dealing. His record showed more than 50 arrests and several prison terms. He was busted in 1957 for selling 5 pounds of weed to a narc for the Elvis and Edsels era price of $350. Travis and his wife, Robin, were good friends of country singer Willie Nelson, a reminder that the music scene has always been a magnet for fringe characters and illegal activity. I soon learned that Overton and his best pal, Jerry Ray Fat Jerry James, were co-captains on dozens of bank burglaries in small towns, mostly in West Texas, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Overton's father owned a transmission shop in East Austin, which served as a headquarters for the gang and doubled as a safe-cracking lab. People who knew Overton described him as smart, funny, generous, and charismatic. Fat Jerry, also a former football star, got mixed reviews. Jerry Ray James was a vicious, brutal sociopath who didn't have any redeeming qualities whatsoever, said attorney Roy Q. Minton. Others apparently found James to be tolerable, even hilarious, especially when he was with Overton. The two of them together were like a vaudeville act, said Betty King. Probably the closest the gang ever came to becoming nationally famous was during the federal conspiracy trial referred to in the Statesman article. Overton and James were among the 14 men and 6 women accused of running a multi-state bank burglary and prostitution ring. The case went to trial in Del Rio in early 1968 and concluded there the following June. The indictment alleged that 14 men in the gang burglarized 18 banks in 1964 to 1966. It also charged various gang members with 6 bank burglaries in Kansas and 1 in Oklahoma and other crimes in Colorado and Mississippi. 6 well-known Austin prostitutes were also accused of conspiracy. The women allegedly accompanied the men to areas where burglaries were planned. If any of the men were arrested, the women allegedly raised funds by prostituting themselves in order to post bonds for their men. At a time when the war in Vietnam and civil rights made questioning authority feel like a moral imperative, the Overton gang confronted authority as a lifestyle. When Tim Overton discovered a hidden microphone in his wall heater vent, shades of the post-9/11 surveillance state, he filed a federal civil rights suit against the Austin Police Department. A second scandal erupted when it was revealed that a sophisticated recording system had been installed in the county jail. Unfortunately, on the date that the Statesman reported Overton's illegal surveillance lawsuit, the big feature was an incident in a South Congress Avenue bordello owned by Austin's leading madam, Hattie Valdez. Gangsterism Austin style, one night at Hattie's, told how Tim Overton and his shotgun squad had moved to take over prostitution in Austin, but were beaten back by the police and rival pimps. Tim Overton, the thug, had upstaged Tim Overton, the civil rights champion. Even if the Overtons didn't affect the direction of culture in Austin, they were certainly part of it. With their caravans of Cadillacs, pinky rings, expensive suits, and alligator shoes, they made an impression wherever they went. They smoked pot long before it became a political statement, and they patronized the coolest clubs in town, along with some of the most disreputable. Band leader Henry Blues Boy Hubbard told me that Overton tipped him $100 at a time, but go-go dancers got twice as much. Let's be clear, these guys were not admirable citizens. Tim Overton and his friends were violent, predatory, and brutal. Their tracks are sometimes easy to follow because they left a trail of abused victims and destroyed property. The last thing I'd want to do is to romanticize them, but they were interesting people living during an interesting time. Many, if not all, of the men came from dysfunctional backgrounds and the kind of circumstances that tend to foster feelings of powerlessness and low self-esteem. In a perverted way, learning to control others through intimidation and violence might have felt like personal advancement. A note on terms. Overton's network of criminal cohorts and camp followers included 2 brothers, his father and stepmother, hence the use of the name Overton Gang, and sometimes the Overtons, particularly in the Austin area. In places where Jerry Ray James was better known, members of the media took to calling them a modern-day James Gang. By the mid-'60s, law enforcement agencies from New Mexico to the Florida coast had begun to recognize the existence of a sort of alternate mafia, particularly in the South and Southwest, where the Italian mafia had gradually lost ground. Rather than being a centralized crime syndicate, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and their colleagues were part of that network. Police bulletins began referring to them as traveling criminals. By the end of the decade, the term Dixie Mafia was being applied to the same people. The Dixie Mafia has been the subject of several books and movies over the years, but the subject matter is almost exclusively about later periods as opposed to the era in this book, the 60s. For a short discussion of books and films about the Dixie Mafia, please refer to Appendix 2. 1. Getting Even, 1956 to 1961. In the 50s, before the Austin skyline was a clutter of high-rises, the Capitol and the University of Texas Tower were its undisputed defining landmarks. You could see them and know that you were in the capital city, the home of the University of Texas. Every summer, young boys went down to watch the Longhorns in the preseason workouts, drilling, sprinting downfield in 100-degree heat, and jogging up and down the steps of Memorial Stadium. Mike Cotton was there, watching and dreaming. "I grew up wanting to be a Longhorn from when I was 6 years old," said Cotton. "I was watching them back in the 1940s. There was never any doubt about who I wanted to play for." Tim Overton was there, too. Cotton and Overton were the same age, but from very different backgrounds. Overton grew up in the East First Street neighborhood, home to a mixed population of Hispanics and working-class whites. Some of the streets were still unpaved. The Cotton family lived in a spacious, rambling, mid-century ranch-style home on Belmont Parkway in Tarrytown, the west side of Austin, the prosperous side. The addresses were barely 5 miles apart, but they were worlds apart. The tower stood tall from the campus hilltop, a beacon marking a possible way out for Tim Overton. He wasn't a running back, a golden boy like Mike Cotton. Overton played guard on offense and linebacker on defense, positions where aggressiveness and a mean streak were key. He also fought in Golden Gloves. Boxing was another possible way out. For the poor and or non-white, Austin could be a mean town in the 50s. Congress Avenue was the dividing line with the haves on the west side and the have-nots on the east. Working class and country people were often ridiculed as cedar choppers, stump haulers, and white trash. Across the river from downtown, South Austin was still countrified, with north-south thoroughfares lined with feed stores, tourist courts, junkyards, and beer joints. Hyde Park, now solidly middle-class or better, was a gritty neighborhood. As Eddie Wilson tells it, today's solid middle-class addresses once bred street fighters and hoodlums. There were guys who went off to the pen for 5 or 10 years, said Wilson, and once they got out, they couldn't afford to live there anymore. The 6th Ward, east of downtown between 6th and 11th Streets, was the official African-American neighborhood. South of 6th Street down to the river was the 7th, home to a mix of Hispanics and working-class whites. The 7th was also called East 1st Street, renamed Cesar Chavez Street in 1993. Many Hispanics in the East 1st area had been forced to vacate other parts of the city that the city planners of the 1920s had designated for whites only, the same policy that established the 6th Ward as the official black section. In the 50s, the West Side, with its clean streets, Greek Revival mansions, and sprawling mid-century ranch burgers, became the destination for teenagers from the poor side of town. They went cruising for dates, starting brawls and crashing parties. Every October 31st, Tarrytown became ground zero for mayhem and madness. Water balloons, rotten eggs, and other missiles were launched at cars and pedestrians. Street fights broke out. Halloween 1956 would be remembered as a real hell night. Burning tires were rolled into the street. A bunch of teens commandeered the roof of the Gulf Station. Fat Max Rush, lassoed a cop off his three-wheeler. Don Jester cold-cocked a guy who turned out to be a plainclothes cop. Surviving participants include Dick DeGuerin, the renowned defense attorney whose high-profile cases in recent years have starred Willie Nelson, Tom DeLay, and Claire Harris, a Houston dentist who killed her philandering husband by running over him in a Mercedes multiple times. Dick DeGuerin was another flat-topped wannabe thug, following in the shadow of brawling, swaggering Austin High bruisers like Tim Overton, Don Jester, Jesse Freeman, and Sonny Stanley. But on November 1st, 1956, DeGuerin was taken aside by his father. "He told me I was headed for prison," DeGuerin told me, "just like those other guys." Message received. DeGuerin entered an after-school work program, graduated from Austin High in '58, enrolled at UT in the fall, joined a fraternity, and avoided getting into trouble, unlike many of his former classmates. After graduating UT School of Law in 1965 and passing the bar, DeGuerin learned his trade at the side of the esteemed Percy Foreman, a titan of Texas criminal defense attorneys, and then became a legend in his own right, regularly defending clients who have committed vile, abhorrent acts. Each year at the summer law class he teaches at UT, DeGuerin, a veteran of Hell Night 56, tells his students to always remember one important idea. Defending people who do terrible things is an honorable profession. Like many of the whites who lived around East First, relatives on both sides of Overton's family were Depression-era refugees from West Texas. Financial collapse and the Dust Bowl made farming untenable, or as Tim Overton's aunt, Mildred Green, née Hinton, said, "The Depression was when the farmers just about starved to death." Even after moving to Austin, many of the Overtons, Huckabees, and Hintons spent portions of the year as itinerant cotton pickers. Tim Overton's parents, Finis Ewell Snooks Overton and Ima Nell Huckabee, met in 1937. Freshly discharged from the Army, Overton, age 23, was still wearing his uniform when he saw a young Huckabee playing hopscotch with his cousin Mildred Hinton. Huckabee was 13. Snooks was immediately smitten with Ima Nell, said Hinton. Marriage followed a few months later. A first son, Charles, was born in 1939, followed by James Timothy the following year, and 3 others, John Darrell and Finis Jr. The Overtons weren't the poorest family in the neighborhood, but there was always something unsettled in the household. "You'd see kids running around with just their underpants on," said Ed Windler, who knew Snooks Overton as well as Tim Overton. "There'd be chickens in the yard, no screen door on the house." Windler recalled Snooks Overton as a rough guy, poor and ashamed of it, and abusive to his wife and kids. The Overtons moved often, sometimes in the dead of night. The city directory for Austin between 1940 and 1953 lists at least 9 places. One year has Overton, Finis Ewell, living in the back of a beer joint on East 1st Street called Pack Tote. Other addresses were 32 Canadian Street, present-day Robert T. Martinez Street, 810 Clermont Street, 2100 Holly Street, 1800 Haskell Street, 1504 East 6th Street, 4716 East 5th Street, 1811 Riverview, and 1910 East 1st Street. Overton's classmate Pete Johnson was a neighbor when the Overtons lived at Chalmers Court, a New Deal housing project between East 1st and 4th Streets. In the summer, Johnson said, we would go up on the roof and sleep there under the stars. People who knew the Overtons said that Ima Nell Overton was the rock, the one who held the family together. An attractive, broad-shouldered woman with dark red hair, she attended every Little League game, track meet, Golden Gloves fight, and football game. She also managed the transmission shop, or at least she did until the spring of 1957. In July, she entered the hospital and underwent surgery for a type of brain tumor called astrocytoma, which is caused by mutations of star-shaped cells called astrocytes. After surgery, she returned home, wearing a scarf over her bald head. During what was surely a grim summer for the Overton family, the Austin High Maroons ratcheted up football practice in preparation for the season. Overton was starting his senior year. The Maroons had not won the state championship since 1951, but this year hopes were high. The varsity squad was deep in talent, experience, and size. Head coach James Talbert, along with sports writers across the state, expressed confidence that this was the year the team would bring home the state trophy. Ima Nell Overton was hospitalized at Brackenridge again in late August. Kay Beasley, née Patton, then Tim's steady girlfriend, went with him to the hospital on Saturday, September 7th. I remember I'd just given her a pill, a pain pill or something, said Beasley. A few minutes later, she coughed it back up. We called the nurse, and they made us leave the room. I don't know if you've ever heard a death rattle, but that's what we heard. And you never forget it. Sunday was Overton's 17th birthday. The funeral was on Monday afternoon, the first day of school. The 6 pallbearers were all Overton's teammates: Don Jester, Mike Cotton, Walter Dollar, Pete Johnson, Manuel Estrada, and Heine Pate. Pate had to be excused from school early so he could buy a suit for the funeral, which he remembered costing $35. For a poor family in the 50s, that was a lot of money. "Something snapped in Tim when his mother died," said Mildred Green, an observation I heard from numerous others. But Overton didn't drop out of school, nor did he end up in reform school or jail. 4 days after the funeral, the Maroons played the first game of the season. During the pregame pep talk, Coach Talbert said they were dedicating the season to Overton's mother. "I'll never forget it," said Walter Dollar. "Before every game, Coach Talbert would remind us that we dedicated the season to Tim's mom. He'd say, 'If you make a promise like that, you've got to go ahead and follow through. You don't want to dishonor her.'" Dollar was then a dark-haired boy from Hyde Park who played center. He made a point of being at Overton's side just for good luck whenever they exited the tunnel between the locker room and the football field. From the first weeks of the fall of 1957, the Maroons seemed to have everything clicking: plays, teamwork, talent, and luck. Playing like champions, they obliterated all their non-district opponents and ran over all their district foes. The championship almost seemed preordained. But in the quarterfinals against Port Arthur, on a rainy day on a mud bucket of a field in that East Texas oil town, the Austin Maroons collapsed before the Port Arthur Yellow Jackets. So dismal was their performance, the final score of Port Arthur 14, Austin 6 could have easily been 50-6. The Statesman began its post-game coverage by citing Winston Churchill, who once advised that crying wasn't necessarily a sign of weakness. Probably none of the Austin Maroon football players ever heard Churchill speak, but they walked into their dressing room Saturday afternoon with their hearts very heavy. A dream had been shattered. "I haven't talked about things like this in a long time," said Maroons lineman Manuel Estrada. "But that trip home after we lost that game was heartbreaking. It's something we wanted so bad. One game, and we would have been in the Cotton Bowl playing for the championship. It was just so damn heartbreaking." Estrada had known Overton since childhood, growing up in East First. He was one of several of the boys on the flight back to Austin who had trained and competed alongside one another in sports going all the way back to Little League. These same boys had long held Overton and his best friend Don Jester in special esteem because they were fighters, meaning they boxed and they also fought bare-knuckle street fight style. 6 decades later, voices filled with grim wonder, men of a certain age still talk about those fights. The sanctioned bouts at Golden Gloves, as well as the primal contests after school at Dirty Martin's, the Pig Stand, House Park, or the Rock Quarry. "Whenever we watched them fight," said Walter Dollar, "there'd be a point when we'd say to each other, 'What if this turns out to be something we don't want to see?'" In a notable convergence of rock and roll and fisticuffs, Golden Gloves tournaments were held at the City Coliseum, the same multipurpose events center where Don Jester punched out a young rockabilly singer at the backstage door after his show in January 1956. The singer's name? Elvis Presley. Ronnie Smith, Stephen F. Austin High School class of 58, told me this story. "Why would Jester do such a thing?" I asked. "Don was a rockabilly singer too," Ronnie said. "He was jealous, I guess." And so, on that long flight back to Austin, one sight seared into the memory of their teammates was that of the toughest among them crying like babies. "That was one of the few times I ever saw Tim or Don actually break down," said Manuel Estrada. "The majority of us had cried already, but Tim and Don, they were the last ones to cry." The year 1958 would mark the second season for the Longhorns' new coach, transplanted Oklahoman Darrell K. Royal. Not yet a legend as a coach, anyway. Royal was the new guy, the one who was under pressure to turn things around after 1956, the worst season in recent history. 1 win, 9 losses. Royal met with Overton in April 1958 to discuss signing a letter of intent to enroll at UT with a full-ride football scholarship. The meeting was held at the Patton residence, where Kay Beasley lived with her mother. Overton and Beasley were no longer going steady, but they were still close friends. The Pattons lived at 2202 Sunny Slope, a quiet block of homes in Tarrytown. Mike Cotton and Darrell Royal came over to my house when they were interviewing him about giving him a scholarship, said Beasley. I guess because they weren't comfortable with him coming over to his house. Tim came from a family that was, struggling. Kay Beasley had never actually seen where her boyfriend lived. By 1958, possibly earlier, Overton was actually living with his maternal grandmother. In fact, after Imanel died, all the siblings, except for the youngest, Finis E. Overton Jr., moved out. Beasley never knew. After graduating, she attended UT, earned a degree, married, and left Austin, worked overseas, and more than 50 years later returned to Austin. We met for coffee. As she sorted through a box of high school memorabilia, she was startled to find Overton's graduation diploma and other keepsakes. "I'll be darned," she said. "I wonder why he left these with me. Maybe he knew they would be in safekeeping." Darrell Royal's mother had died of cancer shortly after he was born, and that fact had always haunted him. He must have felt empathy for Tim Overton. But with the limited number of scholarships available, Overton's record of discipline problems presented a risk. By the fall of 1958, when Overton started football practice, his brother Charles was serving time for bank burglary. Overton got his scholarship to UT, as did Mike Cotton and Bobby Nunes. 5 of their teammates accepted football scholarships to other colleges. Ronnie Schulz, Rice University. Walter Dollar, Sam Houston College. Heine Pate, UT Arlington. And Don Jester, Texas Tech. In March or April, barely 6 months since Imanel's death, Snooks Overton married a woman named Florine Crane. Her previous husband, Melvin Birch, had up until recently been the head mechanic at the transmission exchange. Crane had divorced Birch twice previously, making a total of 3 marriages and 3 divorces, and 6 children, several of whom remained in her custody. Over the next 7 years, Crane divorced Snooks twice and married him a total of 3 times, the last one ending in his death in 1966 at the age of 52. Florine was already on drugs before she and Snooks got married, said Mildred Green. After Imanel died, we went to Austin and stayed with Snooks for a while. Florine was hanging around the transmission shop then. My husband Jack could tell they were doing drugs and messing around. In the fall of 58, Tim Overton enrolled at UT with a major in engineering. His roommate at Moore Hill Hall, the athletic dorm, was G.W. Martin of Waco. Both had been named All-District Guards their senior year. During a brief phone interview in 2004, Martin told me that for the first 2 semesters his roommate took school seriously. He made good grades, especially in math, said Martin. He was smart. In the football program at UT, students were not allowed to play on the varsity team until the second year. In the fall of 1958, the freshman team, the Texas Shorthorns, enjoyed an unbeaten season. Overton and quarterback Mike Cotton made the cut. He had gotten real big, said Charles Schatz, one of Overton's high school friends from the west side of town. He always had a big jar of bennies and a fat money roll in his pocket. We had lots of fun. It seemed to me that he wasn't doing a lot of studying. The Longhorns finished the 1959 season with a 9-2 record and ranked number 4 in the nation. On New Year's Day 1960, Texas met the Syracuse Orange in the Cotton Bowl Classic in Dallas. The inclusion of African-American athletes on the visiting team caused problems from the moment they entered Dallas, where hotels and banquet facilities were restricted to whites only. During the contest between teams, Syracuse won on points 23-14 in class. Ernie Davis, one of several outstanding African-American players for Syracuse, was honored with the Heisman Trophy. Texas, which remained an all-white team until the next decade, taunted the Orange with racial epithets and other unenlightened, unsportsmanlike conduct. During the second quarter, fights broke out as a result. The official line at UT was one of denial and attempts to blame the visiting team for being too sensitive. The members of both teams received gold commemorative Cotton Bowl Classic wristwatches engraved with cotton bolls on the face, the final score of the outside rim, and the players' names on the back. A different sort of printing triggered Tim Overton's first serious felony conviction. A forgery scheme began with the theft of a check-writing machine at Al Ehrlich Supply Company, a lumber yard at 3201 South Lamar Boulevard. In the 1950s, forgery was a major crime problem on par with hacking and identity theft today. Check printing machines offered a measure of protection, but For a forger with a team of fast-acting check passers, they were like analog ATMs. A series of the company's checks had been cashed at Austin businesses. 2 recent federal parolees, Charles Ray Overton and John Weatherford, were busted in the act and promptly snitched on Overton. As parole violators, they were returned to the penitentiary without trial. In September, Overton appeared before Judge Mace Thurman and pleaded guilty. Thurman, who was generally known as a strict law and order judge, gave the clean-cut, well-dressed, polite, contrite young football player 2-year suspension. As customary, the provisions of his probation included a strict ban against associating with known criminals, such as a drug-addict older brother who was going to rat him out. In the fall of 1964, 4 years after the check-writing machine was stolen from Al Ehrlich Supply Company, James White built a low-ceilinged, no-frills, sawdust-on-the-floor Texas dance hall on the property at 3201 South Lamar Boulevard. James White, a Texas two-step aficionado, recently discharged from the Army, was originally attracted to the site because of the majestic old oak tree out front. Before the Army, White's favorite venue for dancing and catching touring performers had been DeSaw Hall, a popular dance hall located north of Austin where an oak tree stood in the center of the dance floor. White named the new place the Broken Spoke, inspired in part by a dream that his hero, Bob Wills, might play there someday. Not only did Bob Wills play there, but the Broken Spoke also became an Austin music landmark. Willie Nelson liked the Spoke so much he started playing there free. On October 15th, less than 3 weeks after the first forgery conviction, Tim Overton was charged with aggravated assault. On November 22nd, a check-writing machine was stolen in a burglary at W.D. Anderson Company, a building supply outfit on Spicewood Springs Road. Once again, 2 known criminals were arrested for passing forged checks, and they ratted on Overton. On December 15th, the Travis County Court found Overton in violation of the terms of his previous conviction, and just before Christmas Day, 1960, he was riding the bus to the state penitentiary in Huntsville. "Tim just always wanted to be a thug," said G.W. Martin. "He liked it. Part of it was that East Austin culture over there, that thug culture." Martin also mentioned Harbin Leonard, Sonny Stanley from the class of '58, plus other friends from the neighborhood, who instead of going to college had gone to Huntsville. These ex-cons and other longtime thugs from East First were bad influences, Martin said, but the worst was Overton's brother Charles Ray. Martin's assessment was echoed by others. "When Tim's mother died, it broke his heart," said Pete Johnson. "That was the end of it for Tim. Then his brother Charles Ray came along. It's a shame Tim had to have a brother like that." George O. Jackson, now a celebrated art photographer, was a rebellious young college student who met the Overtons through his attorney friends and became a regular drinking buddy. He also had a pilot's license and co-owned a Cessna 210, and on their occasional flights to Mexico and elsewhere, they spent quality time together. For Jackson, there was no mystery about why Overton abandoned the straight life. He felt abandoned and betrayed by Darrell Royal and UT. "Tim idolized Darrell Royal, and Royal turned his back on him," said Jackson. "So he had it in for the whole system. I know this from observation because I heard Tim spout off about this many times." Overton did more than just talk about getting even. Revenge figured into more than one of his criminal schemes. But before consummating his most famous act of revenge, he met another UT student saddled with bitter memories and grudges that eventually coalesced into a sick fixation on the UT Tower. His name was Charles Joseph Whitman. Paroled in August 1961, after serving 8 months, Overton returned to Austin and became involved in all aspects of the Austin underworld: drug smuggling, prostitution, burglary, strong-arm, and gambling. It was about 2 weeks after that Overton and Whitman first met. Whitman would act on his own revenge fantasy 5 years later. August 1st, 1966, committing the first public mass murder of the 60s. 17 were killed, 31 wounded. An excellent account of that tragedy is The Sniper in the Tower, the Charles Whitman Murders by Gary M. Laverne. Laverne's book relates several incidents about Whitman's obsession with gambling. It turns out that Whitman was terrible at poker. He also tended to rack up gambling debts and then arrogantly refused to pay. Laverne describes tense encounters between Whitman and two ex-con brothers known in Austin circles as a very tough pair. When Laverne wrote Sniper in the Tower, he had no clue about the identities of these toughs. When I reread the book in 2003, it became obvious to me that the tough pair was Tim Overton and one of his brothers, probably Charles. Too bad Laverne never met Nick Kralich. In 1961, Kralich was a young poker hustler from Galveston and a freshman student at UT. I played poker a lot in high school, and I kept on playing in college, Kralich said. Right away, we had a game going at this dorm I lived in, Cactus Terrace. It was a private dorm. You weren't supposed to be playing poker in the dorm. It got to be a pretty good-sized game, and we got busted. We couldn't play there anymore. The guy who was running the dorm said, "No more, I'll get you kicked out of school." Subsequently, the game was moved to Good Old Wooten, a high-rise dormitory across the street from the main mall of campus in the 2100 block of Guadalupe Street, locally known as the Drag. Charlie was one of the freshman residents, and besides being happy to host the poker game, he was the hall monitor. "We're playing up there with Charlie because he was in charge of Good Old Wooten," said Kralich. "We thought we had the best deal going. We had perfect security because he was the guy who was supposed to enforce the rule about no gambling. Plus, he had money, but the guy couldn't play a lick. He was always losing." The tone of the game shifted when the professionals got wind of it. "Tim Overton starts bringing in his guys," said Kralich. "Pretty soon, they start making some moves, as in cold decking and stuff like that. I didn't know for sure what they were doing, but they kept winning and Charlie kept losing." Charlie Whitman ended up owing Overton about $200. He paid part of the debt by check, but the next day he called the bank and stopped payment. Tim and Charles came to Whitman's dorm to collect in cash. They threatened him with a knife. At that point, instead of being cowed by the Overton brothers and their feared reputation, Whitman's behavior got really weird. He bought a .357 Magnum and carried it wherever he went. According to Laverne's sources, Whitman also looked into swearing out a peace bond against the Overton brothers. Whitman was an odd duck. In November 1961, he got caught butchering a poached deer in the shower at the dorm. Friends in the dorm heard him discuss his pet idea, going up on the UT tower with a deer rifle and shooting people. "One night, Tim wasn't in the game, but he came to the door," said Kralich. "Tim has the hot checks with him, and he starts threatening Whitman. Whitman pulls out a pistol. I remember it was a .357 Magnum, and I said, 'Oh, shit, I'm going to get kicked out of school, maybe shot, be taken down to the police. It's going to be all bad news.' So Whitman tells Tim, 'Get the fuck out of here. I'll blow you away. Don't come back.' He took the checks and tore them up. So Tim leaves, and I know he's going to come back. I was going, God, if I can just get out of this room without getting shot or kicked out of school, I'll never come back here again. And so when Tim left, I said, I'm out of here." Kralich gave up on playing poker at Good Old Wooten. He never saw Whitman again either. I often thought, how wonderful. I guess wonderful isn't the word, but if Tim had killed him, said Kralich, I thought he was going to kill him, but I guess he got distracted. Overton was more than a little distracted. In March 1962, he and his brother Charles were picked up in the swanky Highland Park neighborhood of Dallas, which had been hit by a string of late-night burglaries. He was returned to Huntsville to serve out the remainder of his sentence. Tim was released again in July 1962. Returning to the rackets in Austin, he apparently had no time or interest in collecting a $200 debt from a geek at UT. Whitman also had to leave Austin for a while, being recalled to active duty in '63 and then obtaining a discharge in '65 in order to return to Austin and re-enroll at UT. On Monday, August 1st, 1966, the day of the Tower Massacre, Tim Overton was in Austin between bank burglaries and court dates. He had his own designs for getting even. 2. The Cream of Austin's Underworld, 1962 to 1963. Tim was a likable fellow, but he was always trying to con you. He had no conscience. He was a sociopath. George Pfiffer. Tim was a tragic story, said George Pfiffer. He was ruggedly handsome, tall and wide and strong-looking. He looked like he'd run right over you. Pfiffer, who was the acting chief of police when he retired in 1992, sounded almost regretful when he told me that he was the officer who arrested Tim Overton for printing checks on the device stolen from Al Ehrlich's building supply company in 1960, effectively ending his football career. Tim was a likable fellow, he said, but he was always trying to con you. He had no conscience. He was a sociopath. On an unseasonably hot, moonless night, January 30th, 1963, 10 television sets went out through the back window of Steve's TV shop, 4225 Guadalupe Street, right across the street from the state hospital grounds. The investigation, headed by Detective William Flo, zeroed in on one suspect immediately, but over a month went by before there was any news about the case. Finally, on March 3, 1963, Austinites learned that James Timothy Tim Overton, former Austin High School grid star who went on to the 1960 Cotton Bowl Classic with the University of Texas Longhorns, had been charged and released after posting $3,000 bond and declined to make a statement explaining how his Cotton Bowl Classic watch turned up at the scene of the break-in. As an ex-con, a guy like Tim Overton had to expect being accosted or questioned in public, or pulled over at any time a cop recognized him or his automobile. Typically, guys in the rackets had been playing tag with the Heat since they were juveniles, and harassment was just part of the game. Between January 30th and March 3rd, Tim Overton had at least 2 such encounters with city police. On February 6th, and again on the 11th, he was charged with vagrancy, or NVMOS, no visible means of support. Vagrancy statutes in the South originated as black codes enacted during Reconstruction as a means of circumscribing the citizenship rights of African Americans. Austin's vagrancy statute gave police leeway in making warrantless arrests of known or suspected outlaws. It criminalized the outlaw lifestyle. Joey Knowles, a former pimp and featherweight boxer, told me he got fed up with being arrested after driving home from the whorehouse or dice game, having to spend the night in jail and then have all his illicit earnings consumed by fines and attorney's fees. I got tired of staying in jail, he said, because my old lady, would be working out at Hattie's, and I'd go pick her up, and I'd have $700 or $800 or $900 with the sons of bitches would pick me up, and it would cost me $200 bond appearance, $300 for lawyer. A dancer with a lust for life, Joy also eschewed drugs because, like the police, they got between him and the things he wanted to do. They'd haul you in on what they called the suspicious persons ordinance, too. They got me on 32 arrests, about 25 suspicions with no charges. I got tired of it. I finally smartened up. By the late 60s, Knowles said, he was pretty much out of the rackets, by which he meant he was down to shooting dice, cockfighting, and running a beauty shop. One of the usual things about Tim Overton was his Austin-rootedness. He bought new cars more often than he changed addresses and logged thousands of miles a month on gambling and burglary runs. But by comparison, even his roommates were nomads. You could tell by their arrest records. Jerry Ray, Fat Jerry James, and Clifford Henry Hank Bowen worked the gambling, robbery, and burglary circuit between New Mexico, West Texas, and Oklahoma. During Steve's TV shop investigation, they were arrested numerous times in different cities. Bowen, born in Lawton, Oklahoma in 1931, was one of Overton's new fraternity of Huntsville acquaintances from the oil-rich, thief-abundant Permian Basin of West Texas. He was a footballer in high school at 16, but dropped out before finishing 10th grade. Working in the oil fields, became an expert at operating heavy machinery, an experience that sparked a preference for burglary and gambling. By the age of 26, he'd done a prison term and 2 years in the Army. He had a reputation in the world of poker and carried his car salesman business card with a wink and a smile. Jerry Ray James, an ex-footballer born in Corpus Christi in 1939, probably deserves his own book. Fat Jerry was the most enduring of a long list of colorful nicknames and aliases of the 5-foot, 10-inch, 220-pound thugster. His parents, Bernice and T.S. James, raised 4 other siblings, out of whom 3 did not go to prison. A younger brother, Jerome, later served as a logistics connection and fence in the Dallas area for many venture capital fundraising trips. T.S. put in 40 years with Aramco and then retired to Odessa, where at around the age of 12, something snapped in Jerry Ray's head. In junior high school, he received excellent grades but was rather aggressive with his peers, lost his temper very easily, and was inclined to abuse others physically, resulting in a lack of acceptance among his associates. The Jameses shipped Fat Jerry off to St. Joseph's Academy in Abilene, a West Texas outpost of conservatism, Christianity, and beef production. In the spring of 1957, Fat Jerry left the academy with a diploma and football scholarship to San Angelo State in hand. He attended college there from 1957 and 1959, but according to his record, college was mostly an opportunity to recruit teams of students in their teens or early 20s who possessed a similarly nihilistic bent. Smuggling large quantities of booze onto the college campus, hundreds of bottles at a time, was one thing, but other crimes bristled with the capricious rage of a West Texas dust storm. In one 4-month period, burglary targets included jewelry stores, drug stores, gas stations, and a roller rink. Convicted of burglary on March 31, 1959, James received 2 years probation. Within 4 months, he had notched 6 new arrests and other violations. At a hearing in district court in August 1959, the judge revoked Fat Jerry's probation, stating that to do otherwise would render probation meaningless. After 10 months in Huntsville, the bull-necked Odessan made parole and enrolled in Odessa College, where he redefined the word meaningless with his dogged pursuit of bootlegging, forgery, brawling, burglary, gambling, armed robbery, home invasion, and prostitution. He did not finish the academic year. Jerry would go to the Cadillac dealers and test drive a Cadillac and drive it around as long as he wanted, said a woman who ran in the same circles in the 60s. The dealers wouldn't do anything because they were scared shitless of him. Encountering Fat Jerry for the first time, lawmen were sometimes fooled by his phony identification card and glib and smooth-talking manner. Under personal traits, FBI reports mentioned that he was egotistical, had a preference for silk underwear, the better hotels and expensive cars, particularly the big-engine V8 Cadillacs, Chevrolet Caprices, and Pontiac Bonnevilles, and for a time had lived with an African-American girlfriend. From the Midland side of the Midland-Odessa Petroplex came Fred Clinton Hedges, whose career as a UT football player overlapped with Tim Overton's, prior to their overlapping terms at Huntsville. Back in Midland, they called Freddie the Powder Keg 158-pounder. A Midland High School graduate class of 57, Freddie carried the ball for the Midland Bulldogs whenever they were in a tight spot, needing a halfback who could run straight up the middle with the determination of a go-for-broke Permian Basin wildcatter, grinding a hole in the offensive wall like a tricone rock bit through hard shale. Born in 1939, Freddie Hedges had deeply dimpled cheeks, a lopsided aw-shucks grin, and asymmetrical eyes. Freddie favored high-quality, sporty shirts and slacks and cashmere cardigans. Upon graduation in 1957, Darrell Royal recruited him for the Texas Longhorns. At UT, Freddie was also enrolled in the Army Reserved Officers Training Corps, but after 4 semesters of low scores in academics, Royal sent the powder keg back to Midland, where his physical prowess found expression in the Midland-Odessa Golden Gloves competition. He fought as a welterweight in 1959 and 1960. Another fall-winter cycle in the Permian Basin, another youth crime wave. In February 1961, 8 suspects were charged with stealing an estimated $20,000 in cash and valuables from Midland-Odessa-era businesses and homes in a 4-month period. Those arrested were Freddie Hedges, Fat Jerry James, and an 18-year-old girl named Vicky Caruth, plus 2 other young men and 3 teenage girls. According to the Odessa American, both James and Hedges orally admitted a $1,000 safe burglary at Odessa College, which had occurred on January 31, 1961, when Fat Jerry was a student there. James and Hedges also admitted to their role in the majority of the 15 other burglaries attributed to the group. For the next year, the term dormitory would mean a wing of Huntsville for Fat Jerry James and Freddie Hedges. Freddie was released on parole in 1962, having served 1 year out of 5. In 1964, he enrolled at Kingsville A&I. He earned solid B's one semester and all A's the next. In 1965, he transferred to Odessa College and made the dean's list. The road to a college degree again hit roadblocks in the spring of 1966. Freddie confessed to his role in a March 1966 bank burglary in the Texas Panhandle, resulting in, among other things, a position in the federal conspiracy indictment with 19 other Overton James associates who went to trial in 1968. Refer to chapters 6 through 8. Back in the 50s, the only B that Freddie Hedges earned at UT was in a course titled Bible, the Life of Jesus. Flashing forward a couple of decades, Freddie Hedges found religion and went into the oil business. There's a fearful symmetry in that chronology. The Permian Basin, with too much oil and too many churches, also gave us Jerry Ray James, Hank Bowen, Dandy Dan Hall, his little brother Dale, of whom we'll hear later, and the George W. Bush presidency. During the Steve's TV shop investigation, Dudley Edgar Pounds also got the standard treatment for known associates of Tim Overton. Pounds was a big bruiser from McCallum High, class of '58. When they were 15, Pounds and Overton played for the 7-Up Tigers in Austin's Colt Baseball League. Jimmy Cooper, 1 year their junior, remembered Pounds playing catcher. Dudley was big enough to stop not only a fastball, but also a charging bull, said Cooper. In January 1963, Pounds was arrested in a raid on a Baytown tourist court where deputies seized more than $3,000 in cash, 500 pairs of loaded dice, gadgets for rigging roulette wheels, numerous guns, and several varieties of narcotics. A few weeks later, Pounds was arrested in Odessa with 4 pairs of crooked dice and 4 decks of marked cards. Released after 2 days in jail, he was promptly arrested for speeding. His passenger was another Overton associate, Curtis Glenn Garrett. Pounds and Garrett got into a fistfight with the cop, resulting in another trip to jail. Kurt Garrett, born in 1929, was a tall, big-boned, flat-topped ex-con from Tim Overton's book of reliable partners from the West Texas oil patch. Garrett cut a striking figure in his open collar and dark suit at the racetrack. He was almost TV star handsome. Garrett and Overton were arrested in Purcell, Oklahoma in 1964, with handguns and other weapons in the car, and a trunk loaded with burglary tools. When they were in custody at Purcell and later transferred to Odessa to be interrogated for a jewel burglary case, Garrett refused to make any statement except that the walkie-talkies in the tool bag were for deer hunting. "Oh, I was impressed," said Betty King, remembering her first encounter with Overton and his friends. "They were funny and exciting. They drove big cars and threw a lot of money around." A recent high school graduate from South Texas, King planned to attend nursing school, but money was short, so she decided to take a gap year or two and move to Corpus Christi, the city on the Texas Gulf Coast named after the Son of God. Ironically so, as in pre-European settlement times, the area was inhabited by the Karankawa Indians, who were known to eat people. She found a job as a waitress in a bar. There was also a private bar within a bar that offered mixed drinks and games of chance. So King became a mixologist and began meeting interesting people. Overton, James, and a bunch of other characters frequented the place when they were in Corpus. King found the whole bunch to be highly entertaining. But Kurt Garrett, who was more subdued, more businesslike, was more her type. They hit it off. At first it was a romantic fling, and then business got involved. "I was his first prostitute," said King, "and he was my first pimp. So it worked out okay for both of us." Garrett, a married man, gifted her with furs, jewels, and good times at the dog races in Reno and Mexico. Betty did call girl work and stints at the chicken ranch in LaGrange before gradually transitioning to full-time nursing in the 1970s. Safecrackers liked the term busting as much as safe-cracking, which accurately described many of the methods employed to open a safe. Before going to all that trouble, however, the safecracker would carefully search the premises to see if the combination could be discovered. One of the most common hiding places was on the underside of a desk drawer. As for the physical methods of penetrating a safe, the outside walls of a laminated safe could be peeled open with the help of a grinder, after which it was attacked with punches or chisels driven by a short-handled sledge. The combination lock could be defeated by a method called punching, which entailed the use of a power drill and the aforementioned punch and sledge. The Overtons had an edge on some burglars in that they had access to tools from a legitimate business. Sometimes they would steal the whole safe, using the winch on the back of the transmission exchange truck. Later, the wrecked safe was dumped in a cow pasture and frequently rural cemeteries. Prior to the TV shop case, Tim Overton was the prime suspect in a burglary at Dan's Sporting Goods in Austin. The score included 100 watches, 70 Goddess of Love diamond rings, 34 other diamond rings, $28,000 worth of loose diamonds, 3 cameras, scuba gear, guns, and ammunition, adding to the total loss of more than $50,000. The police were impressed by the burglar's professionalism and split-second accuracy. They knew exactly what they were after and were in and out of there in no more than 5 minutes, said Detective George West. A description of the getaway vehicle, provided by a neighbor, sounded suspiciously similar to that of the transmission exchange tow truck. The Cotton Bowl Classic watch, being left at the scene of a burglary, has stuck to the legend of Tim Overton despite being at least half false. What seemed to be a slam-dunk case fell apart when Tim Overton presented a solid alibi. All charges against him were dropped. On April 9, 1968, during questioning prior to her testimony in the conspiracy trial, Tim and Darrell Overton's stepmother, Florine Crane, she had remarried after the death of Snooks Overton in 1966, provided the missing information, which I have verified through other sources. Tim had given the watch to Darrell. Darrell was wearing it when he broke into the TV shop. Florine Crane stated when Darrell Wayne Overton broke in Steve's television shop in Austin, in which burglary he got 10 new televisions in 1963 or 1964, he broke a wristwatch band, and the watch had Timothy Overton's name on it. She stated Timothy got his watch when he played in the Cotton Bowl at Dallas with the Texas University football team. She stated that the police hooked Timothy Overton on it. Florine Crane's pre-testimony interviews spilled a great deal of inside information about the Austin underworld, including matters such as the TV shop case, which fell outside the time frame of the conspiracy indictment, March 13, 1964, to April 30, 1966, and could not be mentioned during her testimony. Crane's pre-testimony interviews also provide telling details about the gang's prostitution business, including her own involvement. She stated that Sue Jean, Timothy's wife, went to some place in Oklahoma and hustled and sent Timothy money to pay bond and lawyer's fees. She advised that in other places where Sue Jean hustled, Sue Jean would send the money to her, Mrs. Crane, who would in turn give it to Timothy. She stated this money would come to her at $200, $300, or $400 at a time. Crane stated that she had known Sue Overton since 1962, which suggests that she and Overton may have been together since then. A petite beauty with long blonde hair and delicate features, Sue Jean Schumann was born in the rural town of Blanco, Texas, about a half-hour's drive west from Austin. The father abandoned the family early. When Sue was 8 years old, her mother left a note and stuck her head in a gas oven, leaving the child in the care of an aunt who had little time or inclination to nurture her. Sue Jean Schumann was shipped off to Kansas to be married when she was 14. By 1962, her legal name was Sue Jean Smith. She was back in Austin with 2 young daughters and a son and a husband in prison. The daughters were born when she was married to a man named Eugene Wayne Morgan, who was killed during an armed robbery. When she met Tim Overton, she was lonely and needed help, said her daughters, who remembered their mother's new boyfriend as tall, very charismatic, and scary. Overton's approach was a traditional one. He seduced Sue Smith as a girlfriend, slowly tightening the knot of commitment, and then he turned her out. They were married on October 9, 1963, in Seguin, Texas. During the 1968 conspiracy trial in which Overton's wife was a defendant, Florine Crane stated that Sue Overton earned between $600 and $800 a week as a prostitute and delivered all the proceeds to Tim Overton. The Statesman's daily coverage of the trial reported that all of Mrs. Overton's earnings were turned over to her husband, who was unemployed and attending college. But that is false. Crane was actually testifying about the time period between 1964 and 1966. It was almost standard procedure for a character to be in a relationship with a prostitute, but for the Overton gang, it was one aspect of an ongoing enterprise. Prostitution funds went for burglary tools, hotels, travel, and running around money, but especially for legal fees. Whenever the heat was on or the men were in jail, their women had to work overtime to cover additional expenses. The gang's prostitution business was also a boon for the federal prosecutor. When the girls worked out of state and transmitted their weekly earnings back to Austin via Western Union, they were committing a federal crime, using interstate commerce to transport illegal earnings and acting in furtherance of a criminal enterprise. Almost everything the women did in their line of work could be considered within the framework of a criminal conspiracy. Two Austin detectives, Harvey Gann and R.E. Ernie Scholl, knew more about the Overtons than anyone else in Austin who had never done a prison term. Harvey Elwood Gann retired in 1983 after 37 years with the Austin Police Department, APD, most of that time as head of Vice, Narcotics, and Special Services. Robert Ernst Ernie Scholl, who died in 2014, was a 30-year veteran with the Narcotics Unit of the State Department of Public Safety, DPS. Gann and Scholl were the detectives who headed the Joint Task Force investigation of the gang between 1964 and 1968, which culminated in the federal conspiracy trial of 1968. Starting in 2003, Scholl and Gann sat for many hours of interviews for this book. Harvey Gann and Ernie Scholl had much in common, but in some respects, they were the odd couple. Scholl, the narc, did much of his work as a plainclothes undercover cop under various guises, while Gann was the public face of the establishment, particularly during the culture wars of the 1960s. He was an old-school square, bald-headed and smirking. He could have walked right off the set of Dragnet or a high school health film. Fans of Austin musician hero Rocky Erickson still detest the name Harvey Gann for his role in the first big drug bust of Rocky's seminal psychedelic band, the 13th Floor Elevators, in January 1966. Here, Gann was one of the unapologetic figures behind the campaign to destroy not only the Elevators, but also other advocates of the drug culture, underground political agitators, and other threats to the status quo. Less well known, however, is the fact that Ernie Scholl was the cop who busted legendary blues musician Jimmy Reed in 1960, a year before his big hit Bright Lights, Big City. Reed was on his way to Galveston when his car was pulled over by the state narcs. Reed, his wife, and 3 others were arrested for possession of a pistol, 192 barbiturate capsules, and other drugs which were not identified at the time of the arrest. Reed had previously played shows in San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston. Scholl, who was assigned to Houston at the time, received a tip that Reed's car was loaded with stuff. Surprisingly, Reed was allowed to play his gig at the Pleasure Pier in Galveston, after which he was escorted back to jail. The next morning, he appeared in court and left for Detroit. Harvey Gann and Ernie Scholl were both combat veterans of World War II, fighting on opposite sides of the world. Gann grew up in DeVal, a community on the southeast outskirts of Austin. During the war, he served in the Army Air Corps on the crew of a B-24 bomber. On his 14th mission, his B-24 was shot down over Italy. The only member of the 10-person crew to survive, he was taken to a prison camp in Germany, but his captors found him to be a slippery subject. He made 3 escape attempts, which succeeded in varying degrees, and a 4th time in which he made it safely to Allied lines and was shipped stateside on May 7, 1945. 1 day before the official end of hostilities in Europe. Ernie Scholl served in the Navy in the Pacific as a backseat gunner and a torpedo bomber, and later as parachute rigger. He started with DPS as a trooper in 1948 and worked his way up to the rank of detective. In 1953, he was one of the 5 original agents assigned to the newly organized DPS Narcotics Unit. That's right, 5 agents for the entire state of Texas. Scholl had been with DPS for 15 years before he met Harvey Gann, and Tim Overton was the subject of the first conversation. It was early '63, and Scholl was still on liaison with the Houston Police Department. Lieutenant Harvey Gann called from Austin with a tip that Overton had just left Austin to make a buy from a known drug dealer on the outskirts of Houston. Scholl set things in motion with unmarked cars, tailing Overton and a stakeout on a tourist court near Katy, a railroad stop on Highway 290. Overton and his companion, 28-year-old Bobby Joe Ward, ex-con, safecracker, and pimp, showed up for the buy. 7 pounds of weed in a burlap sack passed from the dealer's hands through the buyer's car window. The logistics sucked. Overton and Ward sped away, sirens wailing, 3 cop cars engaged pursuit, down one-lane roads in a patchwork of flooded rice paddies. Overton and Ward finally pulled over. The pot was long gone. Found after an all-night search, it had soaked all night in muddy water, useless as evidence. The district attorney wouldn't touch the case. During the arrest and booking, Scholl hung back in the shadows, maintaining his cover. Overton and Ward never saw his face, but he never forgot theirs. Not long afterward, Bobby Joe Ward ended up in a wheelchair for life as a result of an argument with a pimp in Dallas over a girl. Tim Overton was with Bobby Joe when it happened. After my transfer to Austin, the first person I look up is Harvey, said Scholl. Tim is the first name that comes up. Gann brought Scholl up to speed about the disappointing outcome of the TV shop case. The joint investigation on Tim Overton began with that conversation, but it began on a small scale. Tim was still dealing grass, so we decided that he should be the number one target of our investigation, said Scholl. We were just relying a whole lot on surveillance. Visual surveillance, infiltrating them in an undercover capacity, and informants. The DPS side of the investigation was entrusted to the Narcotics Division with minimal interaction with the Texas Rangers. At the time, according to Scholl, DPS Director Homer Garrison had very little confidence in the Ranger force. Informants ran the gamut from violent offenders to gamblers and prostitutes. Of course, in narcotics, we never did mess with gambling, said Scholl. As members of the vice community, however, gamblers were often pressed into other services. Gamblers were real good sounding boards, Scholl explained. Like the drug scene, gambling was pretty well hooked up with a lot of the other scenes, with prostitution, burglary, all that stuff. So we used it as a tool for information. In the fall of '63, as Sean Connery showed Americans how slick 00 agents committed government-sanctioned sabotage and murder, Dr. Timothy Leary was spreading the gospel of LSD, and Austin thug culture was still in an old-school groove. On the night of Thursday, September 26th, 5 Austin druggie burglars packed up their tools and fanned out over Austin, hitting 3 different pharmacies with a rough attempt at pinpoint precision. The APD got the first call at 10:30 p.m. Patrolman Richard Coble noticed a broken window in the back of Renfro Summers on West 35th Street. The thieves tripped the alarm, rifled the fridge for dope, and hauled ass. By that time, the apothecary shop on Cameron Road had already been hit. At a strip mall on Burnett Road, home to a Renfro Summers drugstore, Patrolman G.B. Turner heard running footsteps on the rooftop. Too late. Inside, the stars shone through a gaping hole in the ceiling. Within an hour, Detective Sergeant Tommy M. Olson found Wayne Jesse James, age 26, knotted out in his car. He had made it all of a few blocks from Renfro Summers before succumbing to the urge to tie off and shoot up. Rudely awakened, James was persuaded to snitch on his colleagues. Olson called Gann. Warrants were signed. At 2:30 a.m., officers from 4 different agencies rolled on the French Place neighborhood in East Austin and banged on an apartment door. Darrell Overton, Chester Schutz Jr., Jimmy Wayne von Bieberstein, and Morgan Alexander Roberts were all arrested and charged with narcotics and paraphernalia possession. Chester Schutz, age 35, was an East First Street character and longtime friend of the Overton family. He had done several stints at Huntsville by the time Overton entered junior high. Jimmy von Bieberstein, age 25, was a West Side youth with a yen for junk. Jimmy was tall like a flagpole, said Ernie Scholl. He's the only guy we ever busted for dealing heroin on a bicycle milk route. The drugstore rampage was the lead story in the city section of the Austin American-Statesman under a banner headline, Dope Raid Nets Elite of City's Underworld, as if the Austin equivalent of Al Capone or Mickey Cohen had been taken into custody. Gann was one of several APD officers quoted in the story, but the headline was apparently inspired by the comment of a veteran officer who said that the 5 suspects represented the cream of Austin's underworld. Because the comment was almost certainly intended as sarcasm, we are left to wonder, did the editors of the Statesman have a capricious streak, or were they just clueless? 5 days later, a raid on a cabin on Lake Travis netted more dope from the drugstore spree. Dilaudid sodium pentobarbital, heroin, white powdered substances, and a large quantity of pills. The stash of narcotics, later confirmed to have been stolen during the burglaries, was found in an armadillo hole in a bluff behind the cabin. The signal to commence the bust was the appearance of Tim Overton's Cadillac. Travis County Sheriff's deputies came storming out of the cedar brakes. Overton was charged with carrying a sawed-off shotgun. Pills and a pistol were found on his passengers, Darrell Overton and Jimmy Von Bieberstein, both recently bailed out of jail, plus a prostitute named Jackie Buck. Also busted were the junkie burglars inside the cabin, John and Vernon Creelia and James Ray Park. On Halloween night, Darrell Overton was arrested in a downtown building complex at 15th and Lavaca Streets called Rocket Square. Several offices had been broken into for a total score of $70. By my count, it was Darrell's fourth arrest on felony charges since July. Bail was finally arranged on November 19th. To celebrate, Darrell and Jimmy Von Bieberstein broke into Hyde Park Pharmacy, looted the place for loose pills, and were in the process of peeling the safe when the cops arrived sometime after midnight. Inside Darrell's Volkswagen bus was enough nimbutyl sodium and Dilaudid to sedate a half-dozen elephants. 2 days later, on November 22nd in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, bullets fired from a Czechoslovakian rifle from a fourth-floor window in the Texas Book Depository building killed President Kennedy, severely wounded Texas Governor John Connally, and threw the nation into shock and mourning. Decades later, many remain unconvinced that Kennedy was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. Many alternate theories implicate the mafia in the assassination plot, including specifically Carlos Marcello, the head man in New Orleans. Two well-known fictional accounts, the Oliver Stone film JFK and James Ellroy's novel The Cold 6000, expound this view, and both of those works were largely adapted from the book Crossfire, The Plot That Killed Kennedy, by assassination conspiracy author Jim Marrs. Such narratives commonly implicate the involvement of Dallas organized crime figures, such as Joseph Campisi, R.D. Matthews, Charles V. Harrelson, and George M. McGann, along with a more complex involvement by Oswald's killer, Jack Ruby, than the official version released by the Warren Commission and other government investigations. As confirmed by FBI reports from 1964, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and Chester Schutz were involved in the same underworld scene in Dallas as those Dallas organized crime figures before and after November 22, 1963. I don't believe it myself, but if you buy the idea that the Dallas mob played a part in the assassination of JFK, it's not much of a leap to believe that Overton and his mugs were also involved. A special essay on that topic has been added as an appendix to this book under the heading, The Overtons in JFK Conspiracy Land. 3. Chicken Shack Cadillacs, 1964. Austin has two other distinctions. A network of 30 towers, 150 feet tall, which bathe the city in fluorescent moonlight, and a house of prostitution in which the hostess, a Negro woman, always seems to be washing collard greens in the sink, and the star attraction has a skunk tattooed on each buttock. Time Magazine, 1964. The sight of Lyndon B. Johnson, a tall, gangly, big-eared Texan taking the oath aboard Air Force One, must have driven the editors of Time Magazine crazy. The fruit of their frenzied efforts hit the stands 8 weeks later. Published on January 17, 1964, Time Magazine's Texas-themed issue sported a cover banner that said, Texas, where myth and reality merge, and a graphic illustration of Governor John B. Connally, looking very LBJ-like with a background of oil rigs, grazing cattle, and Houston high-rises. The red border reinforced the message that Texas, home of our new president, killed his beloved predecessor. Inside was a collection of journalistic essays about LBJ and the Lone Star State. Less than half a page was devoted to Texas's major cities. The single paragraph about Austin began and ended on the seedy side of town. All of the big cities have large slum areas occupied mainly by low-income Latins and Negroes, who sometimes feud furiously with each other. Even Austin, the state capital, has its slums, but is otherwise a clean-looking city of broad streets, nicely integrated architecture in its state offices, and the University of Texas campus. Austin has two other distinctions, a network of 30 towers, 150 feet tall, which bathe the city in fluorescent moonlight, and a house of prostitution in which the hostess, a Negro woman, always seems to be washing collard greens in the sink, and the star attraction has a skunk tattooed on each buttock. It's a shallow, mean-spirited little blurb, but the description in the middle, clean-looking city of broad streets, nicely integrated architecture in its state offices and the University of Texas campus, is a decent verbal postcard view that wisely mentions our moonlight towers. The house of prostitution was M&M Courts, a roadside motel at 8714 South Congress Avenue, repurposed as brothel around 1959. Westill, the African-American cook mentioned in the article, carries a pistol inside her garter. The owner, Hattie Valdez, was a 60-year-old white woman, short and stout. In her 1956 mugshot, her eyes are steely, her gaze nonplussed. Her short hair, a white-streaked pompadour, would look just right on a bank president circa 1929, the year when she was prosperous enough to give her attorney, Emmett Shelton, a suite of furniture for his wedding present, unbeknownst to Shelton's future wife. The star attraction at M&M Courts was Judy Cathy. In the county mug book, she's a pretty girl with big dark hair, a short skirt, and white high heels. The expression on her face doesn't give away much. Physical description details were 5 foot 3 inches, 111 pounds, brown eyes and brown hair. Associates are listed as James T. Overton, Jerry Ray James, Dickie Goldstein, Chester Schutz. Cathy, the girl with the skunk tattoos, was Tim Overton's girlfriend, his number one girl, his own star attraction. Time had just made Overton the most talked-about pimp in town. Making an even better punchline was the rumor that whenever LBJ was in Austin, the hooker he asked for was Judy Cathy, the girl with the skunk tattoos. True or not, Cathy's notoriety undoubtedly inflated Overton's ego, just as the lurid rumor about Cathy and LBJ surely helped sate the JFK Morning East Coast correspondent's need to denigrate the home state of the 37th president. Fortunately, Layli Muslovic, Judy Cathy's only daughter, generously provided details of her mother's life, few of which have ever been published. A slight digression here might help rescue Cathy from being merely a salacious footnote in a history of Austin's most villainous men. She was born Judith Ann Lawler on September 8, 1942. Her father, James William Jim Bill Lawler, a petty criminal, was either directly or indirectly responsible for his daughter's initiation into a life of prostitution. Cathy married Roy Cathy at age 14, gave birth to Muslovic, and obtained a divorce at age 16. Layli Muslovic, born in 1959, was raised by her paternal grandmother in South Austin, but her mother remained a part of her life throughout her childhood years. Judy contributed financial support, bought clothes and gifts, and spent holidays with her. As for the tattoos, the skunk on the left cheek was a boy with the name Ben inked above it, and on the right was a girl skunk with the name Judy. The ink was a gift from Judy's previous pimp, Emory Benjamin Curry. Curry was imprisoned on narcotics charges in 1962. Tim Overton took his place. The daughter of the girl with the skunk tattoos did not like Tim Overton. I remember when he came into the picture, she said. He gave me a bad feeling, and I never liked him. When he came to pick Mom up, he never came to the door. He just honked. Sometimes they took her places. She remembered being in the back seat, pretending to be asleep, and smelling a lot of marijuana smoke. Overton gave Cathy a mink coat. It was so pretty, said Muslovic. She let me touch it. I remember that so well. The memory was underscored by what happened later. They were arguing, and Tim backhanded her. I remember the blood on the mink coat. Muslovic remembered another time when she walked in the bathroom and Cathy was in the bathtub. Grandma was washing the blood from Mama's face. I didn't know what being pistol-whipped meant at the time, she told me. Tim had done that to her. The worst story, there was an emergency phone call. An uncle came to the house to take Grandma somewhere. They wanted to leave me home alone, but I threw a fit, she said. I wouldn't let them. We drove to some apartment. I stayed in the car. When they brought Mama out, she was wrapped in a blanket, crying like a baby. Tim had broken both her ankles. That's because she was going to leave him. He told her, "You're not going to leave me now." After Overton was convicted of conspiracy in 1968 and sent to Leavenworth for 5 years, Cathy finally left. She tried to quit heroin numerous times without success. She got married again and then divorced, and married again. Always, Muslovic said, to another character. Her last marriage was in 1985 to the black sheep of a wealthy family. It was often, Muslevic said, about the availability of drugs. Kathy died of a heroin overdose in 1987. Muslevic got married and raised 2 kids. She says she's come to terms with her mother's legacy and forgiven her failings. With some irony, she says, "Guess what I do for a living? I work for a drug testing company." When Kathy was Overton's favorite, Sue was still his legal wife. Both women worked for him as prostitutes, as did others. But Kathy remained his most frequent companion. Sometimes he lived with her, sometimes he lived with Sue. In the vice world, the girls were known as sister-in-laws. An interview with the 2 daughters of the former Sue Overton, for the sake of privacy and clarity, they will be referred to as daughters of Sue Overton, yielded more horror stories of abuse at the hands of Tim Overton. There were times when he threatened them to keep their mother in line. When he left them at his father and stepmother's house, they were tormented by the stepchildren. When they asked for sweet rolls, Overton took them to a Dairy Queen and smashed the sweet rolls in their faces. They also said that their mother required hospitalization from at least one of his beatings. Prostitution is a dirty business. Stories such as these are sickening reminders of that fact. Tim Overton seems to have been exceptionally abusive, and yet he hid this side of his personality from others. With one exception, his friends told me they never saw any evidence of it. Many, in fact, stressed his positive attributes. They said he was generous and respectful. A number of friends mentioned his desire to protect the weak, which, of course, would seem to be at odds with the characteristic traits of a pimp. Tim Overton was a celebrity in Austin's fringe community of semi-pro boxers, wrestlers, powerlifters, and street fighters. Most were young men who were not lawbreakers, who had excelled in sports in high school, and who simply desired to continue exploring new avenues for physical competition. Men like Jesse Woods, Virgil Runnels, and Joe Bednarski competed in professional wrestling, boxing exhibitions, and circus-like demonstrations of physical strength, such as ripping phone books in half or tearing license plates apart with their teeth. Runnels competed under the name Dusty Rhodes and Bednarski as Ivan Putski, the Polish strongman. Like Tim Overton and his friend Don Jester, many were also street fighters. In this community, bare-knuckle fighting was no more unusual or outre than pick-up basketball games or softball. One measure of respect for such men was the number of policemen required to subdue and arrest them. Jesse Woods, who claimed the title Strongest Man in Austin in 1976 and was a close friend of Overton in the early 60s, admired Overton so much that he named his first son James Timothy. On a rare quiet afternoon in his law office, located in a historic red-brick building at the corner of Guadalupe and Roy Q. Minton Streets, Roy Q. Minton told me about the time Overton gave him a stern lecture for leaving his young female assistant alone at the office with clients in the waiting room, men who were, as Minton described, mostly good guys who'd gotten into trouble, not hardened criminals like the Overtons. Overton came into his office, shut the door, and said, "You've got some of the worst thugs I've ever seen sitting around out there, and you walk off and leave her there? I came in and I saw her there, and so I sat here and waited till you got back. Don't be leaving here again with that child in here like that." Janice Farmer, who met Tim Overton in the summer of 1965 and dated his brother John, said she never saw the horrors other women have described. "I never witnessed Tim being abusive," she said. "He always treated me well. He might have treated other women badly, but not in front of me." What began as a marijuana and burglary investigation became a federal case when the task force learned from an informant's tip that the Overtons had been burglarizing small-town banks. Other informants yielded more information, but the tips only came in after the fact. When it came to bank burglary, these wild, outrageous characters were meticulous professionals who erred on the side of caution. "Luck always seemed to be on their side," said Harvey Gann. "Anything that happened, any good fortune, always seemed to shine on them." Of course, if there was any doubt, if they had any suspicion at all that we were wise to them, all they had to do was blow it off. They seemed to have a knack for that, for knowing that we were watching. "They cased these jobs way ahead of time," said Scholl. "Some of them they cased years in advance, and they were busy. Just like you and I get up and go to work every day, they were out stealing every day. That was their job." Proving a conspiracy in federal court was a matter of collecting admissible evidence of a chain of overt acts committed by the indicted co-conspirators in furtherance of a crime, whereas in this case what amounted to an ongoing criminal enterprise. Evidence of prostitution, meetings between co-conspirators, buying burglary tools or weapons, all these things would have to be documented, linked together, and proven in court. Each element of the case, such as the search warrants under which the incriminating evidence was obtained, would be vigorously challenged in court. As thieves, they were nothing if not voracious. On January 29th, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and Hank Bowen went to Abilene for a 3 a.m. shopping spree at the Caleb Reed menswear shop. The score, according to the Abilene newspaper, included 52 suits and 20 sport coats valued at $6,000. By midweek, a tip pointed the investigation toward Austin. Texas Rangers and city dicks hit the streets, rousting the usual suspects and inspecting their suit labels, particularly if they had ties with the Overton gang. Within 12 days, sufficient evidence had been obtained for warrants to be issued for Overton, James, and Bowen. The threesome was found at Overton's apartment, handcuffed and chauffeured to Abilene by a Texas Ranger. Enter John Webster Webby Flanagan, the Overton's full-service legal representative. So much more than just a criminal defense attorney, Flanagan was from Crystal City, where he made Eagle Scout in the Concho Valley Council in 1939 and served the duration of World War II in the U.S. Marines. He was also an accomplished bush pilot, sued by the state of Texas during the Veterans Land Scandal, and obtained his law degree from UT in 1961. Never much of a trial lawyer, he was exquisitely gifted at deal-making. According to one story, Flanagan once extorted a large sum of money from political operatives over a sex tape starring then-State Attorney General Waggoner Carr, but failed to deliver the tape, which he claimed he never actually possessed, and as far as he knew, did not exist. The Caleb Reed case was resolved after Webby flew to Abilene to meet with the district attorney in Taylor County and negotiated a deal in which the remaining inventory of stolen merchandise was returned in exchange for charges being dismissed. During the same time period, Flanagan stopped by the home of his good friend Billy Brammer, a former aide of LBJ and author of The Gay Place, the book that got him fired from that job because of its unflattering fictional portrayal of a Texas politician with a resemblance to LBJ. Dorothy Brown, who was married to Brammer at the time, remembered that Flanagan came to the door and asked if Brammer wanted a pair of alligator shoes. Billy told Flanagan he would, but he couldn't afford things like that, she said. Flanagan told him, "Don't worry about it. I got a whole carload outside." Today, there's not much to see in the 4700 block of Harmon Avenue, an ugly stretch of pavement running parallel to the west side of I-35. Unless you're on your way to a nude modeling studio, cheap motel, or the spy shop. But in 1964, it was the focus of an intense undercover stakeout. A first-floor unit on the north side of a U-shaped apartment complex at 4719 Harmon Avenue called Harmon House was home to Tim Overton and Hank Bowen. Hank Bowen was a roommate for a while, and Fat Jerry James was a frequent guest. Jerry Ray was always out there shining his red Cadillac, said Harvey Gann. He was so proud of that caddy, I think shining that caddy, that was the only work he ever did. Betty King and Kurt Garrett came down to visit, but not often, she said, because compared to Overton and James, Garrett was a calm and sober Boy Scout. Tim was crazy as a loon, King said. I liked him. He was funny. He was smart. But you just didn't want to be around him all that much. You couldn't mention anything crazy because he would just go and do it. Tim and Jerry were just so funny, said King. They had the craziest personalities, and that was why you would want to be around them. Everybody teased them because they were always together. They even fought like a married couple. Harris Richard Dickey Goldstein, age 25, hung out at Harmon House, but had a place of his own in Austin. Another star athlete in his high school days, Goldstein now subsidized his heroin habit by serving as a jigger or lookout on bank jobs for the gang. Chester Arthur Magoo Schutz, age 36, with slicked-back hair and horn-rimmed glasses, lived in the neighborhood with his girlfriend, Mary Farmer, one of the prettiest of the women who ran with the gang. Schutz met her when she was working at Pop's Pool Hall on South Lamar Boulevard, shortly after her husband was convicted and sentenced to life for the brutal rape of a 15-year-old girl. His accomplice in the crime was Farmer's brother, She had a baby and a toddler to care for. She went to work for Schutz as a prostitute and hung out with the gang. They called her Sam. In the wee hours of the night, Cadillacs would come home to roost at Harmon House, the boys carrying brown paper sacks full of loot and then getting loaded on booze, pot, and pills until dawn. Important details were spoken of in code, but occasionally one of them would let something slip, a telling detail or a clue. In an upstairs apartment in the building directly across from the thugs, other men were listening, hanging on every word. Ernie Scholl was one of the eavesdroppers. His colleagues were DPS or APD. The apartment manager, a retired United States Air Force sergeant, was happy to do his part. "He spread a rumor that we were all gay," said Scholl. No one bothered them. Microphones and transmitters, powered by C-cell batteries, were covertly installed in certain furnishings. The task force also relied on informants, visual surveillance, and an array of quasi-legal tricks. Information gleaned from the bugs was not admissible in court and could only be used for intelligence gathering. Scholl claimed that they didn't even keep written notes. Scholl had a gift for blending in, standing in the shadows. He was the guy hugging the wall at Ernie's Chicken Shack, nursing the same drink all night, as Overton and the boys dug the sounds of Blues Boy and the Jets and threw money around. The shack was at 1167 Weberville Road, deep East Austin, and mojo heavy. It served fried chicken, setups, half pints of whiskey in a brown bag, and after-hours blues. B.B. King, Bobby Blue Bland, Joe Tex, Freddie King, and other big-name recording artists popped up in the corner with the band when they were in town. W.C. Clark played bass for a time. Soaking up the vibes in the crowd were young white guys who later helped establish Austin as a music mecca: Paul Ray, Denny Freeman, Doyle Bramhall, and others. When the owner, Ernest Charles Gilden, changed the name of the bar from Cheryl Ann's to Ernie's Chicken Shack, he was sending a message to the black community, his neighbors. That was 1960 in deep East Austin. In Chicago in the 1930s, Ernie's Chicken Shack was one of the Windy City's most popular, most talked-about night spots. The owner, Ernie Henderson, was one of the most famous black celebrities in the United States. A fleet of red delivery cars with huge roosters on the sides delivered chicken sandwiches all over Chicago's South Side and in white neighborhoods, too. Black Pride, 1930 style. Henderson was a character who had hustled his way to the top and wanted everybody to know it. He rode in a bow-tie Duesenberg, attended by chauffeur and footman. His closet held 100 suits. He was the best-dressed man in America, he said of himself, a line that the press obligingly repeated. Ernest Charlie Gilden of Austin was a pistol-packing, dice-shooting character himself. Gilden's other music club, Charlie's Playhouse, was at 1206 East 11th Street. Unfortunately, Charlie's had a Caucasian problem. White UT students called early to book up all the tables, preventing black residents of the neighborhood from partaking in their own culture. Yet blacks were still barred from such places on the west white side of town. Gilden already owned Cheryl Ann's before 1960. Changing the name and serving fried chicken, just like Ernie's Chicken Shack in Chicago in the 1930s, was Gilden's overture to address the problem. Certain illicit delights were probably common to both venues. The shack wasn't exactly exclusive to African Americans, but the clientele was considerably blacker than Charlie's or the IL Club, the competition catty corner to it on East 11th Street. Gilden made sure that characters like Tim Overton got a good table. It was professional courtesy, said Charles Schatz, from one character to another. One night when the floor was a den of alligator hide and two-toned Stacey Adams shoes, Charles Schatz edged inside looking for a seat that wasn't taken, and Tim Overton waved him over. Overton said to him, "Hey, man, how you doing? You want one of these girls?" Schatz said, "No thanks, Tim. I've got a girlfriend." "You sure? Pick any one you want, even this one next to me." "No thanks, really, I'm fine." "How about some money? You need some money?" Here's $100. You can catch me on the backside." Schatz really liked Tim Overton. He was generous, he said. That was one of his attributes. Ed Wendler often watched the outlaws gather at the Iron Gate Inn, a downtown bar located at 1101 Trinity. "It was fascinating watching them make an entrance," said Wendler. "There'd always be 5 or 6 of them, and several women. They would file in, and you could see a couple of them come in first, scouting the place. Then Tim would come in with the women." Past the midnight hour, the place would fill up with more characters: car dealers, pimps, burglars, fixers, and strong-armers. Overton always sat with his back to the wall, just like in the movies. Either intimidated or offended, some of the regulars would leave. But the Overtons never bothered anybody. They were just as nice and quiet and gentlemanly as you could be. Hattie Valdez would tell you that the Overtons were not always gentlemen. Late on Friday night, April 3rd, she drove home in her pink Cadillac. The weather was nice, so she probably wasn't wearing her mink coat, but she likely had lots of jewelry on as usual. She turned down her driveway at 403 East Riverside Drive, where she lived in a 2-story bungalow on the edge of a high bluff. From her windows, she had a commanding view of Town Lake, downtown, and many of the parts of town where she owned valuable commercial and residential real estate. She parked the caddy in the carport and let herself in. 3 masked men were waiting. 2 wore ski masks. The other had a custom-made leather hood. They had entered from a hole cut into the floor from the bluff. The robbers demanded $25,000. She said she didn't have it. They tied her to a chair and beat her. She told police later that she said, "You can't get blood out of a turnip." The paper cited Hattie's statements to police that the robbers got only $2,000 in cash and $5,500 in jewelry, which was most likely an understatement, for a number of reasons that would be obvious to someone in a similar business. Like others in her position, Hattie had been robbed many times before, but it wasn't always mentioned in the press. According to the Statesman, she told the police she had no idea who the robbers were. But that wasn't true. She knew that Tim and James were the men behind the masks. Why didn't she tell the police? As Betty King explained, the relationship between the Overtons and the vice world in Austin might be too nuanced for an outsider to understand. Tim Overton robbed Hattie so many goddamn times, and he just loved her, she said. Fat Jerry loved her, too, as King observed one night after the robbery, when she happened to be visiting Hattie in the front lobby of M&M Courts. "I was out there at the motel," she said, and Jerry came in, and Hattie said, "I don't know why you had to do that, Jerry. I don't know why you had to beat me up," he said. "Well, it was just business. You know I love you." So that's the kind of person Jerry was. In the early morning hours of Sunday, November 8th, burglars hit Citizens State Bank in Kyle, a small town on I-35, 22 miles south of Austin. After peeling the doorframe off the vault to access the safe, the thieves worked on the safe but failed to get it open. They did get away with $500 in paper currency that had been stored outside the safe, plus an estimated $2,000 in coins. Using a device called a nose puller, the burglars opened all the safe deposit boxes, dumped the contents into a pile on the floor, and sifted out the valuables. Scholl and Gann had suspicions, but no evidence. In 1968, Overton's stepmother, Florine Crane, told a packed courtroom that she was awakened one Sunday morning by Overton and James, who were counting out the loot from the bank job in her living room. Later that day, she found a bank bag labeled Citizen State Bank, Kyle, Texas. She burned the bag and flushed the ashes down the toilet. The modus operandi of the Kyle caper fit the Overton gang to a T. Kyle was a rural town, population 1,000. It was not a county seat, and therefore there was no sheriff's office in town. There was no city police force, only a night watchman. The next bank job on December 10th also fit the pattern. The National Bank of Oglesby was burglarized using the same methods. The safe was not penetrated. Oglesby is about 100 miles northwest of Austin. The population today is 452, and the town covers about 0.5 of a mile. Although the evidence was sketchy, the task force added Oglesby to the list of bank burglaries attributed to the gang. By the time the case went to court, there would be close to 30 banks on the list. Between Kyle and Oglesby came one heist that was completely outside the pattern, and yet in hindsight the task force should have been there waiting. It was perfect. On Thanksgiving Day, November 25, 1964, President Johnson and Lady Bird were at the Johnson Ranch in Stonewall, keeping dinner warm while Lucy and Linda were at Memorial Stadium in a sellout crowd of 65,700, cheering the Longhorns to victory. Ranked number 5 in the nation, Texas was a 14-point favorite to win. A Statesman front-page photo shows Lucy in the stands, her mouth open as wide as the O in Johnson. For Texas football fans, the Texas A&M game was almost as important a part of Thanksgiving Day as a turkey dinner. Scholl and Gann had other concerns. From the tempo of activity at the Harmon Avenue apartment, they could tell that something was planned, but they didn't know what. Unlike Austin in 2015, when almost every weekend sees a marathon race, a music festival, and other gridlock-inducing events, Austin in 1964 braced for a big football game like a little country town before the annual Watermelon Thump or Rodeo Week. The statesman crowed that the Texas A&M game would bring an extra 19,000 automobiles into town, which siphoned off 50 to 60 city policemen to handle traffic. It almost sounded like an open invitation to thieves. Tickets were sold at the UT Co-op, the college bookstore on the drag. The store also cashed checks for students and faculty. By closing time on Wednesday, the safe was stuffed with cash like a Thanksgiving turkey. Campus was deserted, as there were no classes until Monday. Nothing was open. Dormitories had emptied out. The night turned cold and rainy. Detectives Ernie Scholl and Tommy Olson were on surveillance. Overton and James went out early. Following them wasn't practical, and the thugs would have spotted them anyway. The boys came home about 2:30 a.m. "We're listening on one of our makeshift bugs, and we can tell they pulled something," said Scholl. "We hear them start cutting it up. They're counting the money, and we hear them count out over $20-some-odd thousand. I called Harvey, and he called the burglary lieutenant and told him to get his people out on the ground. We had to find out where this money came from." They worked the phones, but didn't find out anything till Friday morning. When the assistant manager of the UT Co-op came to open the store at 8 a.m., he found the place in shambles. Burglars had bypassed the alarm and then jimmied the back door. They entered the walk-in vault by punching the combination lock, which set off the tear gas bomb. The gas apparently temporarily halted the burglars, as evidenced by the puddles of vomit on the floor. Ever resourceful, the burglars commandeered an electric fan from a downstairs window display to clear the fumes. The safe was a steel box, 4 feet wide and 4 feet tall. The burglars used an electric grinder to expose end layers of laminate and then used a short-handled sledge and chisel to peel the layers like an onion, finally producing a gaping hole. Investigators said it was obviously the work of professionals. The Statesman report referred to them as yegs, an archaic term no longer in common use. Co-op management refused to divulge the total amount of the loss. The Statesman cited veteran criminal investigators who could not recall an Austin safe burglary to match the figure mentioned in the Thanksgiving holiday strike. Ernie Scholl and Harvey Gann's team knew that Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Chester Schutz, and Dickie Goldstein had knocked over the Co-op, but there was nothing they could do about it. A week later, Overton, James, and Schutz appeared on the new car lot at the Charles Mond Cadillac dealership. Overton and James paid cash for the new Cadillacs. Schutz got a souped-up late-model T-Bird. The cash came from brown paper sacks. Goldstein, the jigger, had been paid a much smaller split. He bought a '59 Plymouth from the retired DPS Highway Patrol fleet. On Thanksgiving Day 1964, Texas defeated A&M 26-7. But Tim Overton stole a Thanksgiving turkey right off of Darrell Royal's dinner table. 4. Crime Wave, 1965. The Federal Highway Act of 1956 transformed the physical face of the nation. As far-flung points on the national map were linked together, the concept of distance seemed to shrink, creating the kind of connectivity we now associate with the Internet. The interstate highway system was also a boon to traveling criminals. The list of 13 bank burglaries attributed to the Overton gang in 1965 alone shows you that they were heavy users of the I-35 corridor between Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. Event, Texas, January 25th. Cossie, Texas, March 5th. Iredell, Texas, April 3rd. Oxford, Kansas, April 25th. Pflugerville, Texas, June 5th. Emory, Texas, June 17th. Oregon, Missouri, November 4th. Meriden, Kansas, November 7th. Alta Vista, Kansas, November 11th. Roxbury, Kansas, November 23rd. St. Paul, Kansas, December 16th. Lucas, Kansas, December 29th. Coupland, Texas, December 27th. Each of these towns fit the gang's modus operandi. Population fewer than 1,000, not a county seat, and no city police force. Event, Cassie, and Iredell were West Texas towns less than an hour's drive from Waco. From Austin to Waco was a quick trip north on I-35. Another factor was the abundance of Holiday Inns, their preferred motor hotel. In a typical heist scenario, some of the burglars would leave from Austin and rendezvous with the rest of the team in a designated place. They usually took separate cars. Tim Overton and Jerry Ray James were always the team captains, with the inside team usually consisting of one additional man. The fourth, the jigger, remained outside with a walkie-talkie. The bank cases brought down the wrath and resources of the Federal Department of Justice. Title 18 of the United States Criminal Code covers stealing money from a bank insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. Whether through threat of violence or by burglary, each act, breaking in with intent to steal, taking the money with you and taking it across state lines, meant incurring another offense. Under Title 18 of the Federal Criminal Code, a car dealer, a prostitute, or anyone else who met with one of the other conspirators to discuss burglarizing a bank, even if the plan was never executed, or committed any other overt act that assisted the conspiracy, could be charged with being a co-conspirator. Federal conspiracy laws were written in such a way that the prosecutor's side had the advantage over the accused in court. That was fortunate for the government because the way things were going, the boys would never be caught in the act of burglarizing a bank. But those things only mattered once the case had been glued together sufficiently enough to try it in the federal courts. Despite any great home field advantages for the government in the courtroom, Ernie Scholl, Harvey Gann, and their colleagues on the task force still faced enormous problems pulling the case together in a way that could obtain convictions. In many respects, as late as 1964 and 65, the investigation was still out in the weeds. The forensic evidence was painstakingly studied, but in most instances, the burglars had been careful and efficient. Sometimes they left tools behind, but they never left fingerprints. Their lives were crazy and messy, but when they plotted and executed a bank job, they were cautious professionals and took few chances. Informants were being cultivated, but reliability was always a big question. To briefly flash forward to the 1968 conspiracy trial, Richard Hinton was one of many used car dealers and part-time burglars who ran errands for Overton. As a government witness, Hinton testified that Overton often bragged to him about his latest heists. Hinton testified that on June 10, 1965, at Snooks Overton's house on Goodwin Avenue, Overton retrieved a paper sack containing $5,500 in cash from a hidden compartment in the attic and sent him to purchase a Cadillac he had already picked out, giving specific orders on how to fill out the vehicle registration so it couldn't be traced back to him. In the 12 months prior to the trial, Hinton had been convicted on a multitude of felony charges, including bank burglary and conviction as a habitual criminal. Going through my own case files, it's a little hard to find a major burglary in Austin in which Hinton was not involved and did not eventually snitch out his partners. Objects of the conspiracy, object number 13. Throughout March 13, 1964 to about April 20, 1966, the evidence warrants a finding that the Overton Transmission Exchange served as a headquarters for the above operations. Burglary tools such as crowbars, punches, and a magnetic drill, as well as a good deal of black clothing, several pairs of rubber-soled shoes and gloves, were kept there. In addition, the evidence also reveals that a safe, similar to those in which banks kept their currency, was for a period of time also kept there, and various members of the gang utilized the above and other tools in an attempt to learn how to penetrate it. In his opening statement in the 1968 conspiracy trial, United States Attorney Ernest Morgan alleged that the Transmission Exchange had served the gang as, among other things, a crime school. Evidence supporting that claim was referred to in the section of the indictment listing the objects of the conspiracy. The safe referred to in the indictment was a second-hand Mosler cylindrical commonly called a cannonball. The basic design dated to the 1800s, but most cannonball safes found in banks in the 1960s were probably made by Mosler in the early 1900s. They were made of mangalloy, a manganese carbon steel alloy that was non-magnetic and highly resistant to abrasion. Superior lock mechanisms and massive hinges, combined with the absence of right angles, which made attaching hooks and cables nearly impossible, made cannonball safes extremely difficult to open using rudimentary safe-cracking techniques. This was the reason Tim Overton bought one, so he could study and learn its weaknesses. Overton purchased the second-hand cannonball in late 1964 or early 1965 and sent the shop foreman James W. Lloyd to Houston using the wrecker to bring it back to transmission exchange. 3 Overton brothers, Tim, Darrell, and Charles Ray, tried opening it using drills, grinders, and acetylene torches. Lloyd gave it a shot himself. He told the FBI that none of their efforts was successful. Sometime in early 1965, he drove the thing to a cow pasture near Elgin and dumped it. Lloyd had worked for Snooks Overton since 1954, when the shop was located on East 6th Street. In a later era, the building served as part of the punk rock venue Emos. The shop foreman bitterly disapproved of the garage being transformed into a front for an underworld gang, or at least he came off that way when he was in the company of FBI agents and when testifying as a witness for the prosecution regarding his role as an unindicted co-conspirator. Lloyd resented the fact that Overton had given Snooks $15,000 cash from a heist to become half-owner of the business, and afterward profits for the shop declined precipitously. Valuable shop equipment disappeared, including 2 welding rigs in 1965 alone. Under normal use, he said, such equipment could last 10 years or so, and he hated to see $600 spent on a magnetic drill, a heavy-duty portable drill with an electromagnetic armature, a tool that could be quite effective in drilling safes, but had absolutely no use in the shop. Once it was determined that the United States Attorney needed evidence of prostitution activity in conjunction with a conspiracy, laws against sex for hire were rigidly enforced in areas where the law had previously been more conspicuous for having its hand out and eyes averted. Country town bordellos, places that the Overton gang depended on for steady income, were suddenly being raided. One January morning in 1965, Ernie Shaw and Jack Carpenter left Austin around midnight and broke a few speed limits in order to arrive at the Ware Hotel in Plainview around dawn. Shaw and Carpenter entered the lobby, flashed their badges at the desk clerk, and said, "You're going to take us to the room where the whores are and knock out the door without any advance warning." The desk clerk feigned surprise. As Shaw remembered it, the clerk seemed to have attempted to paraphrase Claude Rains in one of the brilliant scenes in the film Casablanca, saying something like, "I'm shocked to hear it suggested that there is prostitution in this hotel." Judy Cathy, Mary Farmer, and Sue Overton were taken into custody, booked, and put on the next Greyhound bus back to Austin. The police captain there was a Sharpie who wore silk shirts and alligator shoes, said Shaw, and the rest of them were a bunch of klutzes. He resigned the next day. And the exact details as Shaw recalled them were slightly different. The basic scenario was as old as time itself. "We went up there and sacked those whores up because as long as those prostitutes are up there sending them money, Tim and them were just laying around," said Shaw. "It was just a little maneuver to get these guys going again. We wanted them to hit the bricks." Plainview was one of more than a dozen stops on the prostitution circuit. Most were country towns. San Antonio was an anomaly. Lubbock was bigger than most. Besides Plainview, there were Abilene, Amarillo, Kilgore, LaGrange, McCamey, Midland, Mineral Wells, Odessa, Pampa, Sweetwater, Tyler, and Waco. And there were places in New Mexico, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Mississippi. When Tim Overton was arrested in 1966, police confiscated 2 address books filled with names, places, and average weekly income. The names of the venues alone sound like the titles of blues albums. The circuit became especially important to Tim Overton after Hattie Valdez banned his girls from her bordello sometime in 1964. The exact reason for the ban isn't clear, but tying her up, beating and robbing her couldn't have helped the relationship. George O. Jackson said that Hattie was never personally fond of Judy Cathy. When I asked Jackson if he could think of any other reason Hattie refused to let Overton's girls work for her, he said, I think Hattie might have done it because Tim was always beating her up," meaning Judy. The ban might have been someone else's idea. The truth was, Hattie enjoyed a mostly friendly relationship with law enforcement, and if Harvey Gann, Ernie Scholl, or Sheriff T.O. Lang told her to embargo women who worked for certain mutually disliked local crime figures, she probably would have been happy to do so. On April 25, 1965, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Benjamin Thomas Tisdale, and Chester Schutz broke into the First State Bank in Oxford, Kansas. An FBI report put the amount stolen at $28,251. On most bank jobs, after breaking into the vault, 2 of the men worked on the safe while the third opened the safety deposit boxes and sacked up any cash and negotiable instruments stored in the vault. The take from the safety deposit boxes often included valuable jewels, coin collections, and traveler's checks. The gang had a mafia connection in Chicago named Joseph Spagnoli, who paid cash for traveler's checks. Ben Tisdale was still driving his '52 Oldsmobile on the Oxford job. On April 28th, Tisdale and Bowen drove to Oklahoma to visit Harley Clough, their friendly Cadillac dealer in Chickasha. Bowen bought a Cadillac. Tisdale paid $5,900 for a 1965 Cadillac with low mileage. The next day, Tisdale and his girlfriend, Elizabeth Agnes Sherman, went back to the dealer and bought another '65 Cadillac just like the first one, but had the title assigned to Sherman. Jerry Ray James bought 2 Cadillacs from Harry Clough, too, and the dealer was happy to pretend that James was a person named Jerome B. Jennings, even though he had sold cars to James before when his name was something else. In the 1968 trial, the government would offer up vehicle purchases such as these, listing each one as a separate act committed in furtherance of the conspiracy. Around May 15, 1965, acting on solid leads, Ernie Shaw and Harvey Gann rolled out of Austin, heading north. At the Big Tex Steakhouse in Amarillo, they met up with several DPS detectives and then continued to their destination, Walsenburg, a town in southeastern Colorado. The agents actually arrived ahead of their surveillance subjects, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Ben Tisdale, Hank Bowen, and Chester Schutz, plus their respective girlfriends. All the men drove new vehicles with big V8 engines. Overton, a '65 Cadillac, James, a '65 Cadillac, Bowen, a '65 Pontiac, Schutz, a '64 Thunderbird, and Tisdale, a '65 Oldsmobile. Elizabeth Sherman drove a '62 Plymouth. The thugs arrived and checked in at a motel. Ernie Shaw, disguised as a desk clerk, assigned the rooms, each of which had already been wired with eavesdropping devices. One of the gang's main connections in town was George Stanford, better known in underworld circles as Joe Swift. Swift had a '64 Cadillac and a '52 Plymouth. For the next 3 days, Overton and the boys cased banks and other targets. They held conferences with Swift and other local gamblers and characters. Texas detectives and Colorado troopers maintained close surveillance. On the 4th day, Overton hurriedly drove Judy Cathy to a hospital in the town of Pueblo. She'd suffered a miscarriage. Following Cathy's release from the hospital, all the Texans, cops and outlaws both, drove home. Debbie Dabbs remembered traveling a lot with her mother and her mother's boyfriend at an early age from Chicago to New Orleans, Houston, Austin, Odessa, Tennessee, Oklahoma City, and so on. It was a strange, fast-moving life. It was fun, she told me. It seemed normal at the time. It was exciting. You know that movie Casino? It was kind of like that. And now when I remember all the FBI men and their big cars pulling up to the house to talk to us, it made me think of Men in Black. All those black cars and men in suits. It's funny when I think about it now. Dabbs had just turned 6 when Jerry Ray James called her mom and said to pack up everything in a U-Haul and meet him in Texas. Dabbs' mother was Betty Joyce Dabbs, 23, a youthful-looking, chameleon-like beauty, a prostitute and sometimes dancer from Savannah, Tennessee. She had more aliases than all the guys in the gang combined. The 1968 conspiracy indictment listed her as Joan Dobbs Taylor. Hattie knew her as Joyce. Most of the detectives and lawyers I interviewed called her Joan or Joni. The name Dobbs, with an O, seemed to have originated as a typo. James called her Joan, but she signed at least half of her correspondence with him as Betty. Let's call her Joan Taylor for now. Joan was living in an apartment in New Orleans in early 1965 with a man named George Romain. She met Jerry James at a party in April. He asked her to dye his hair blonde, which she did. A few days later, he came back and said that he needed to have a talk with Romain. The 2 men left together. When James came back, he moved his stuff into the apartment. Romain never came back because he was dead. Webby Flanagan had a place for James, Taylor, and Dabbs out in Westlake Hills. a community in the hills on the western fringe of Austin. The area was more rural and quiet than the city, and it was close to the Highland Lakes on the Colorado River. The 3-bedroom house on Reveille Road also had ample rooms for storing hot merchandise, everything from collectible guns to antique clocks, menswear, cases of cigarettes, razor blades, and chewing gum. There was a lot going on there all the time, Dab said, and for some reason I was only allowed in the backyard one time, but I remember it was like being out in the woods. Flanagan had leased the house to a couple under the names John and Nan Wolfe, as in Little Red Riding Hood. We had 2 boats, said Dabbs. There was a little speedboat and a big one called Sea Witch. In late April, there was a James family reunion. Everyone went out to Lake Travis for water skiing and picnicking. Flanagan and his wife also accompanied them on boat outings, and at least once, Dabbs said, went with them to Six Flags. 2 weeks before meeting Taylor on the night of March 25, 1965, James and 4 other men had robbed the Red Carpet Club, a gambling casino on the Highway 90 Strip in Biloxi, Mississippi. Heavyweight Dixie Mafia guys owned the club. Harry Bennett and Dewey D'Angelo, the 2 front men, had been indicted by a federal grand jury earlier in the week for running a juice joint, a place where an electromagnetic device had been installed under the roulette table, and the play could be controlled by means of a hidden switch. Bennett was currently underwater in debt and would be gunned down on December 16, 1967, on the Strip near his club. The robbers got away from the casino with $11,000. Later in his defense, James told a judge that it was only $3,600, and the blackjack dealer had unfairly cheated him out of that precise amount on the night of the robbery. By the time James decided to move to Texas with Taylor, the other suspects had been apprehended and arraigned on charges. Jerry Ray James had a number of criminal cases that were overdue for attention. Webby Flanagan made arrangements and started collecting fees. James met with Flanagan in Houston, where he surrendered on the red carpet, charges, posted bond, and after his release, tended to some illegal business opportunities with Tim Overton. Meanwhile, Ernie Shaw was following these developments by eavesdropping on Overton and Bowen's apartment on Harmon Avenue. Tim kept getting these calls from Frenchie DeBrock, said Shaw. DeBrock is one of the red carpet triggermen and a frequent partner in crime with the Overton James group. Frenchie had been following this bookie from New Orleans, who had a lot of money on him, and he followed him all the way to Houston. Overton and James drove down to Houston, where they met up with DeBrock and robbed the bookie of $60,000. Other than the boat trips, the swirl of activity at the house on Reveille Road, and the rooms filling up with swag, Debbie Dabbs has one other powerful memory about Austin. We were driving on the interstate, and I remember when the blue lights came on, said Debbie. It was the last time Mama was arrested and taken to the police station in Austin. We had a standard drill because I remember asking her, Mama, what's my name tonight? I don't remember what it was that night, but it might have been Dee Dee. She said her name was Ann Taylor, and I think that's what they booked her under. Later on it was Joyce, but most people called her Joan. She was Mama to me, so I didn't care. I didn't think anything about it. 5. Bugging Out, 1965. As the 60s reached their midpoint, there was a buzz in the air, and it wasn't just methamphetamine paranoia or the news that the great folk messiah Bob Dylan had gone electric. Young Austinites found common ground over progressive politics, perpetual sunshine, world-class swimming holes, cheap Mexican pot, and music. Almost everybody cool smoked pot, and in Texas, one reefer could get you 10 years in the joint. Most drug lawyers at that time were also part of the progressive community, and thus were the attorneys who called if you got arrested at a peace march or a stand-in at a movie theater or cafe that refused to serve African Americans. One of the brightest of the bunch was Brooks Holman. Holman also represented Tim Overton on civil rights cases. Not every time Overton entered a courtroom was he trying to avoid going to jail. The thugs moved out of Harmon House in May. Hank Bowen rented a new place under the name Clifford B. Linker, but spent most of his time in the gambling joints between Omaha, Nebraska, and Council Bluffs, Iowa, often in conjunction with Kurt Garrett and Ben Tisdale. Overton moved into a duplex at 3314 West Hill Drive just before it terminates at Barton Creek. Flanagan was his landlord. Unbeknownst to either of them, the tenants in the adjoining unit were police informants. A private detective named R.C. Hullum, wearing a utility company uniform, installed a microphone inside Overton's wall heater, connecting it to a battery and transmitter in a closet in the adjoining unit. The task force monitored the bug from a nearby residence and made regular visits to the apartment to replace the battery and check in with the tenants there, Suzanne Eli and Catherine Wilson. Late on Friday night, June 4th, Overton got a call from Jerry James, and Ernie Shaw was listening. The rogue Odessan wanted to do something, but a rainstorm was in progress. The bridge between Westlake Hills and Austin was flooding. Only a fool would risk trying to cross over to Austin. When the going got tough, the thugs somehow got going. The next day, Shaw learned that burglars had hit the First State Bank of Pflugerville. Pflugerville fit the modus operandi, population 450, 15 miles north of Austin, not a county seat, and no police force. Later investigation revealed the identities of the burglars: Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Chester Schutz, Hank Bowen, and Dickie Goldstein. State agents made a report on their methods later that afternoon. The burglars had trouble punching the lock on the vault door. After several attempts to defeat the relocking mechanism, they blew it off and peeled the door frame. Inside, they found 125 fishing tackle boxes secured with padlocks, containers that the bank preferred to call safe deposit boxes. These were quickly opened with bolt cutters and relieved of their contents. A coin collection later netted them $10,000. They worked on the safe a bit, but it was getting late and they blew it off. The next day, a neighbor told police he remembered hearing men laughing and joking. On June 10th, Overton discovered the bug in the wall heater. The timing of arrest, reports, vagrancy, and drunkenness suggests that he raised hell about it. After being released on bail, Overton met with attorney Brooks Holman, who suggested filing a civil rights suit in federal court against Lieutenant Harvey Gann and other police officials. Overton liked the idea. Holman began drawing up papers. Overton moved in with his brother John, the straight and narrow college student. They spent a lot of time together after hours and were regular customers at Austin's coolest new go-go discotheque, Le Lollipop. Le Lollipop was a private club at a swank new apartment complex at 1818 Lakeshore Drive. The club offered mixed drinks, go-go dancers, and a live band on Friday nights, plus access to a putting green, a swimming pool and tennis courts, all this for a nominal membership fee. To get around the state ban on liquor by the drink, establishments like the Club Caravan at the Villa Capri Motor Lodge, one of Austin's most prestigious music rooms of the 60s, operated as private clubs and were thus allowed to serve mixed drinks or setups for membership fees as low as $10 a year. Janice Farmer was 18 years old when she started dancing at the club. During a break, she met Tim and John Overton. She and John started dating. "I was just this cute kid, and John and I were just having fun together," said Janice. "I didn't have a clue who his family was. Then I started reading the newspaper and thinking, holy cow, I'm hanging out with a pretty rough group of people." Hattie Valdez also frequented the club, but Farmer had no idea who she was. Farmer was still living at home with her parents. Her father, Joe Farmer, was a professional musician in a country western band. Neither parent knew that she was go-go dancing. One day, writing in his entertainment column in The Statesman, John Buston touted Janice Farmer as one of the new attractions at Le Lollipop. "Wham! There was my name," she said. "My father told me to quit or move out. I moved out." John was a nice guy, she said, and was serious about college. Farmer never saw Overton being abusive toward women, she said. If anything, he adopted a paternal attitude toward her. One time I was over at Tim's place, and he said, "Janice, you need to stop dating John. You just need to get out of this." I think he knew how innocent I was and didn't want anything to happen to me. "It was fun," she said. "We didn't wait tables, we just danced. And after we danced, we'd go back in the dressing room and just hang out, so we didn't interact with any of the customers, not while we were working." After her shift at Le Lollipop, Farmer would drive over to the brothers' house, and they'd all go out to Ernie's Chicken Shack to eat and then dance some more. "I was just an innocent bystander," she said. "We were having a great time. I didn't understand the danger I was in. One night after work, I was driving Tim's car, and the police were following me on the way to his house. I was so stupid, I said, 'Well, sure, if you want to search the car, go ahead,' not realizing all the stuff that was in the car. I came home one time, and these police are searching my apartment. I can't believe I didn't get arrested. I didn't freak out about it because, well, it just happened. An arsonist set fire to the Go-Go Club in early 1966. The club was destroyed, but the apartment complex at 1818 Lakeshore Drive survives as a gated condominium complex called the Waterfront. Tim Overton's civil rights suit sought a permanent injunction on the use of electronic surveillance and $35,000 in damages against two city detectives, Lieutenant Harvey Gann and Major Knox R. Herbert. Herbert was the Austin Police Department's chief of detectives, and the next-door tenants, Suzanne Ely and Catherine Wilson. The petition accused the defendants of violating Tim Overton's rights to equal protection under the law, citing the 4th, 9th, and 14th Amendments in the Bill of Rights. Overton's anti-bugging suit was not unlike the anti-surveillance cases now common in the post-9/11 world. The technology was more primitive, but the constitutional issues are little changed. The public first heard about the case on Friday, July 16, 1965. Tim Overton was all over the front page. The banner headline looked like a PR victory. U.S. court suit charges his home bugged, as did the subhead above the two-column story on the right side of the page. Tim Overton claims civil rights violated. Overton was identified as a known police character, with 4 paragraphs devoted to his criminal history. Readers were probably more interested in the boxed article in the middle of the front page under the eye-grabbing headline, Gangsterism, Austin Style, One Night at Hattie's. Buried deep in the confidential files of Austin and Travis County law enforcement officers, there is mounting evidence of tough hoodlums and gangsterism, Chicago style. The latest incident was hidden in sheriff's officers' accounts of the arrest last weekend of 6 men and 3 women at the M&M Courts, an outwardly shabby cluster of cabins outside the city limits on South Congress Avenue. In addition to Hattie Valdez, the longtime patroness of Austin prostitution, the key figures involved included 2 men who rank first and third on the Austin Police confidential list of the city's most notorious thugs. The police action described in Gangsterism was not a terribly complicated scenario. In the early morning hours of Saturday, July 10, 1966, Tim Overton and Jerry Ray James showed up at M&M Courts, armed with sawed-off shotguns. It's unclear whether they had friends with them or not, but they probably did. There was no element of surprise. Overton's desire to take over the sex trade in Austin was one of the worst-kept secrets in town. But Hattie Valdez had also been tipped to the fact that Overton and James had planned to make a move on her by someone from the surveillance team. Hattie was therefore protected by her own armed thugs, some of whom had quickly driven up from a bawdy house in San Antonio known as the Pony and Poodle Farm. 5 sheriff's deputies and 2 rangers arrived, and before any shots were fired, the standoff was diffused. Everyone not associated with law enforcement was disarmed. A few arrests were made for vagrancy and firearms investigation, but nothing serious. There was a 6-day news blackout on the coup attempt at M&M Courts. Reporter Jim Berry purported to have ferreted out the story from facts that were buried deep in county files. Unfortunately, Berry's account is riddled with inaccuracies, rumor and propaganda planted by law enforcement. 10 years later, writer-filmmaker Robert A. Burns attempted to offer a fresh, irreverent take on the incident, with a story in his pioneering alternative weekly, Free and Easy. But his version isn't very reliable either. The Statesman account is intriguing for the way it avoids admitting to the paper's collaboration and perpetuating a convenient civic myth. As recently as October 1964, the newspaper had described Hattie Valdez as an almost forgotten Austin woman who had retreated into quiet retirement in 1960, claiming that after 4 decades in the business, she shuttered the last of Hattie's places 4 years ago. The myth was helpful to Hattie and her facilitators, the most important of which was Travis County's chief law enforcement officer, Sheriff T.O. Lang. The ruse began in January 1953 when Lang began his first term in office with a well-publicized raid of Hattie's house at 5906 South Congress Avenue, along with 2 other brothels, one operated by Peggy Stevenson and the other by a woman named Dolores. The headline that time was, Lang closes call houses, says they will stay closed, wink wink. The houses would reopen a week or 2 later. Raids were well-timed, usually with advance notice. When Hattie was jailed in 1955 at age 52, she told a reporter that it was the first time she'd been prosecuted for running a bawdy house in her 20 years in Austin. The statesman dutifully carried her announcement that she was quitting the business because I'm getting too old for this sort of thing. For the next decade, despite highly visible evidence to the contrary, the press continued to pretend that the old madam was living in quiet retirement. Her house on 5906 South Congress was padlocked by the sheriff under an injunction order in 1960 and burned down the following year. Austin reporters who obviously knew better wove those facts into the official story, blind to the pink Cadillac and beehive of activity at her other operation at M.M. Courts, located farther south at 8714 South Congress. She also operated a house in Cuero. Gangsterism not only fails to admit to past obfuscations, but also repeats another whopper, saying that the much-celebrated madam had a policy of not employing local girls, which was given as a reason for her embargo on Tim and Jerry Ray's prostitutes. How could this be believed? Did all the girls commute? Time magazine refuted this in 1964, advertising Judy Cathy, a South Austin native, as Hattie Valdez's star attraction. In mid-July 1965, Hattie spent some time chilling out at a Best Western in San Antonio. A Statesman reporter asked if it was true that she was trying to avoid a summons to appear before the grand jury. "I'm not scared of anything," she replied. The same detectives who'd given the bawdy house owner a ride to San Antonio for her protection had also planted the grand jury rumor in the press. Gangsterism was also the first of many major stories on the gang that did not identify Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and other key gang members by name. Apparently, the local media had been informed that excessive publicity could be an issue in any oncoming criminal prosecutions in Travis County. The story about the M&M Courts fracas refers to Overton and James as two men who rank first and third on the Austin Police Confidential list of the city's most notorious thugs. Number 1, Overton, was described as 24 years old, a convicted forger, arrested on charges of burglary, possession of narcotics, and carrying prohibited weapons, with 3 1965 Cadillacs now registered in his name, despite the fact that he had no visible means of an honest or legitimate means of support. Number 3 gave an unambiguous description of Jerry Ray James. He was number 1's closest companion, a heavyset ex-oil field salesman spawned out of East Texas in 1939, a specialized safe man. The gang was referred to as a Texas-wide assortment of pimps, burglars, drug addicts, and, as police files sometimes sum them up, men with records of everything on the book. The article says that Overton and James had recently threatened Hattie, saying, "We're taking over this town anyway, so we will just take a percentage off the top of what you were taking in." Near the end of the article, and in a more detailed account published on July 17, 1965, we also learn that Overton had already shared his long-range plans with Sheriff Lang. Continuing, the story says that a convicted forger, Tim Overton, had made a brazen approach in the sheriff's office on Friday, July 9th. "He came in here with a lot of illusions about what was going on," Lang said. "He wanted to know what kind of deal I'd make. I didn't want any part of it, and that's when I reached in the desk drawer and took out the pistol." Sheriff Lang claimed that he chased the brazen thug out of his office at the point of his pistol. Why the chief law enforcement officer of the county did not arrest the ambitious pimp on charges of attempting to bribe a law enforcement official was not explained. It's also interesting that no other witnesses to the incident have ever come forward. "Sheriff Lang got greedy," said Charles Schatz, offering a different take on the affair. "He wanted a much bigger cut of all the prostitution, and Tim went down there to straighten him out. Guns were drawn and all that, and then the big confrontation happened at Hattie's. A week later, the story finally breaks, and T.O. tells his bullshit version of events. At long last, the paper got it right. M&M Courts was permanently closed, and Hattie Valdez had actually retired. For many years afterward, however, the capital city's most famous madam could be found holding court at various watering holes, including the Alamo Hotel and the Iron Gate Inn. Extrapolating from the criminal investigation files I've seen, she remained in contact with fringe characters like John Flanagan through the 1970s, by which time Flanagan was regularly flying large loads of marijuana and cocaine across the border in stolen airplanes. On Monday morning, 3 days after the M&M court coup attempt and Tim Overton's bugging suit, a scandal over an illegal eavesdropping system at the county courthouse. The entire courthouse was bugged with a control console in the basement and microphones in the jail and spaces where attorneys met with prisoners under the assumption of confidentiality. Attorney blames sheriff. Courthouse bugged, broke the story about the system, including the $10,000 control center in the basement, which had been installed between 1962 and 1964. Austin attorney Tom Higgins confronted a hearing of members of the Travis County Commissioner's Court with a long list of allegations. The commissioners who were present, several were conspicuously absent, swore they knew nothing about the courthouse and jail being wired. An invoice had been filed for installation of radio equipment in November 1964. Sheriff Lang was asked to explain. Lang replied, not very credibly, that although the equipment existed, no one knew how to use it. Certainly it had not been used to record prisoners' privileged conversations with their lawyers. Lang did admit that 2 booths where prisoners saw visitors were bugged. This is for the security of the jail, he said. Higgins asserted that visiting booths designated for confidential consultations with attorneys were also bugged. Lang denied it. Lang had also ordered equipment for recording conversations in homes, cars, and offices outside the courthouse and jail. These devices, Higgins claimed, could be and were used in that manner with Lang's approval. The sheriff got testy. "Prove it," he demanded, "if you got your proof." Higgins had proof. Tapes of recorded conversations in attorney-client conference rooms, in jail cells, on telephones, and some conversations that had been made outside the jail. Higgins delivered the package to the FBI office in San Antonio, and an official FBI investigation was launched. The courthouse bugging scandal continued through the fall, but eventually died down with an order to have the equipment removed. Full compliance did not come until sometime in the 1970s. "No citizen has any privacy," said Higgins, expressing a sentiment that sounds quite contemporary. "It doesn't matter who you are. You don't have to be a crook." Lang walked away relatively unscathed. After serving 20 years in office, he was finally defeated for re-election by Raymond Frank in 1972. He retired to his South Austin home and 3 years later dropped dead of a heart attack while mowing his lawn. As summer gave way to fall in 1965, reporting on the Austin crime beat without using Tim Overton's name went from tricky to almost impossible. At least 4 follow-up stories on the progress of Overton's civil rights suit and police incidents appeared from September through December 1965. There was more bad press at the end of September, as suggested by the headline, "Gun-toting Overton holds police at bay twice." The same day depositions were being taken in the bugging suit, there were 2 tense armed standoffs between Overton and Austin police. After a patrol car followed Overton's Cadillac to the West Hill duplex, he and Judy Cathy, both armed with pistols, paced around the yard, cursing the patrol officers with impunity. Austin Police Chief Robert A. Miles explained that his police force was currently confused about protocol under the new Code of Criminal Procedures. The officers didn't know if they had the right to set foot on Overton's property without an arrest warrant or not. And the 24-year-old safecracker and pimp cynically exploited that fact, as he knew police business better than the average city patrol officer. Throughout this period, Overton remained rooted in Austin. Bowen, Tisdale, and Garrett were plying their trade in the casinos around Omaha, Nebraska, and Council Bluffs, Iowa. Jerry Ray James and Chester Schutz spent several weeks in Chicago. Their girlfriends did tricks to raise money for legal fees. Joan Taylor parked little Debbie Dabs with family members for the summer. She and James flew to Puerto Vallarta for a few weeks, with George O. Jackson doing the flying. Jackson became longtime friends with director John Huston when he filmed Night of the Iguana in Puerto Vallarta. Jackson also met Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton during the filming, but he probably didn't realize, as the FBI later learned, that Fat Jerry was working on a scheme to rob Richard Burton's house in Mexico. Before James saw the logistics, however, other business called him and his paramour back to the States. Despite the gang's geographic separation, the burglaries, robberies, and other gigs actually increased. Between November 4th and December 29th, there were 5 bank burglaries in Kansas, each occurring in towns that fit the gang's modus operandi. It was during this period that some astute police investigator coined the term traveling criminals. Closer to Austin, Walter Bernard Tuffy Korn Jr. took his skills with a welding rig and a small crew from the East 1st B Team thugs and hit the farm town of Coupland, burglarizing the State Bank and Thompson's Manufacturing Company. A buck-toothed 20-year-old who was 5 feet 9 inches tall and 150 pounds, Korn was a pot-smoking, derby-wearing badass from the Chalmers Court projects, with a killer pomaded ducktail rolling low in a bucket of bolts on retreaded tires. Korn needed money for legal fees and child support, but also he just loved playing cops and robbers. "We were doing shit all the time," Korn told me. "Our attitude was, we're going to do what we're going to do, just see if you can catch us." When the Dallas Times-Herald fired a shot over Austin's bow with an expose about an Austin-headquartered crime wave, there were no pseudonymous references to Tuffy Korn, but his dedication to the outlaw lifestyle was central to its theme. The date was November 16th, 1965, and the headline, "Austin Base for Thugs, Gangs Reported Working Varied Crimes in State." Austin has become home base for a band of traveling hoodlums who strike in cities all over the state on burglary, robbery, and narcotics theft sprees, the Times-Herald has learned. Sources said the capital city is the hottest spot in the state as far as traveling hoodlums are concerned. A dozen police characters are striking at supermarkets, banks, and other businesses in Texas and other states from the Austin base. They specialize in bank burglaries and operate both inside and out of Texas, one source said. As in the post-gangsterism coverage in The Statesman, no individual names were used in the article, and it was packed with details on the gang's methodology and specific crimes. The Austin-based gang, it said, was responsible for bank burglaries and over $1 million in jewel burglaries in North Dallas. Strangely enough, one man seems to be the boss when they travel in Texas on a job, said an unidentified source, and still another man takes over when they leave the state, a statement apparently referencing the difference in leadership. In their Austin-based operations, Tim Overton was in charge. Elsewhere, Jerry Ray James took over. Prostitutes accompanied the gang on their travels. Small businesses in various towns were used as fronts for money laundering and exchanging messages. Additional inside information and allegations were revealed in follow-up stories after Austin officials responded. "What crime center here?" asked Chief R.A. Miles, speaking to an Austin Statesman reporter in one of several flip denials of the Dallas report. "Dallas doesn't need any help from us," Miles said. "They have enough of their own criminals. Dallas has long been known as a home for roving thieves." The Dallas-Austin feud continued through December and January. If they were planted stories, the feudists on either side of the fight played the parts well. Austin Mayor Lester Palmer belatedly weighed in, telling the Statesman that he wanted a report from Miles about the allegations from Dallas in addition to certain incidents in Austin. Palmer came off sounding a little clueless. Palmer also said that he was never given what police department insiders believe is the hardcore truth about an attempted gangland takeover last summer of a then-flourishing prostitution house south of the city. As he had done at other points in his life, under extreme duress, with complications closing in on all sides, Tim Overton went into hyperdrive. During the last weeks of 1965, in between bank burglaries and other heists, he led a series of upscale residential break-ins in which the scores were typically double or triple the amount they usually cleared on a small-town bank job. The jobs were immaculately timed strikes on houses and estates in the best of Austin addresses. In 10 days, November 30th to December 9th, 5 residences on the west side were looted of jewels, furs, and other valuables. In the last 2 weeks of 1965, there were 2 bank burglaries in Kansas and in Austin, 3 more big residential scores. At the Harper residence in Tarrytown, the thieves took paintings valued at $8,500. From Chester Brooks, cash, jewels, and coin collections worth $20,000. And from Hiram and Mabel Reed, jewelry, uncut stones, and other valuables estimated at $60,000. Some of the homeowners were wealthy gamblers, men known to have easily convertible valuables such as jewelry, gems, and other collectibles. Hiram Reed, a member of one of Austin's oldest families and an independent oil operator, was emblematic. Hiram loved whores, whiskey, and gambling, said George O. Jackson, whose then-wife was Hiram Reed's niece. Aside from profit, there was a revenge motive in at least some of the burglaries. In recent weeks, a number of prominent citizens and civic leaders had begun holding meetings discussing ways to combat the crime problem in Austin. On the heels of the publication of the Dallas Times-Herald report labeling Austin a crime center, for example, home of the Overton gang, two local groups formed, both with the primary purpose of paying for legal fees of the defendants in the federal civil rights suit filed by Tim Overton. One of the groups, the Travis County Grand Jury Association, was basically a defunct organization that was reactivated through the persistence of former grand jury foreman Hubert Hub Bechtel. Back in the 1940s, Bechtel was a three-time All-American at UT. He had a brief career in the National Football League with the Baltimore Colts. In the 60s, as a real estate agent and civic leader, Bechtel tried, not always successfully, to promote his extreme agenda through the aegis of various establishment groups like the Chamber of Commerce and, in particular, the National Board of Realtors. In 1968, he vainly tried to torpedo Austin's Fair Housing Ordinance in the hopes that rich white fat cats like himself wouldn't have to live next door to people of color. The Greater Austin Association was a newly minted outfit. Besides petitioning local law enforcement and Mayor Lester Palmer to get tough on crime, the GAA also served as a fundraising group dedicated to paying legal fees for Harvey Gann and K.R. Herbert. On the evening of December 20th, 1965, Hiram and Mabel Reed left their home at 2623 Wooldridge Drive to go out for a light dinner. They were away from home less than an hour, ample time for Timmy and his crew to punch the wall safe and load up all the furs and other baubles, $60,000 worth. Hiram, who had recently signed up with Bechtel's Law and Order posse, must have wondered if that had been a good idea. 6. Hellhounds on Their Trail, 1966. Once upon a time, everyone said that Jerry Wicks Lamond was a brilliant lawyer. If you argued with him about legal issues, even the most obscure, arcane points of law, you were bound to lose. Almost every time Jerry would end up being right, said Ed Wendler. There was something magical about him. He was a genius, but an evil genius. Lamond's expertise also extended to precious metals, rare coins and gems, items that some attorneys and bail bondsmen accepted as barter for services or bought outright for cash. Lamond also mixed with the well-heeled, exotic fringe of the Texas underworld, people like Amon Carter III, one of the wealthiest men in Fort Worth. He and Flanagan were real tight, said George O. Jackson. That's how he got involved with the Overtons, fencing, jewelry, and stuff like that. In December 1965, Jackson and Lamond flew to Guatemala City, where there was a coin collection Lamond intended to buy. His friend had given Jerry $25,000 cash to buy the collection outright, said Jackson. But he liked dickering with the guy, so he'd go see him and buy a few pieces every morning. This went on for about a month. Afternoons were spent buying silver dollars from the locals over gin and tonics at the Pan American Hotel. Every night there were toga parties at the Pension Carmen, staffed with girls from a bordello called Pinkies. Then we came back, and the shit hit the fan, said Jackson. You see, Hiram Reed was my wife's, Lolly, uncle. That was her mother's brother. Now, I didn't know much about that, and I didn't want to get involved in it, because those people, the Reed family, were real good friends of mine. But I do know that it had something to do with Tim. That something was the general assumption that Jackson's friend, Tim Overton, had masterminded the $60,000 burglary at Uncle Hiram's home. But if Jackson was having a rotten New Year with the in-laws, he was nowhere near as miserable as Jerry Lamond. Lamond's part of the something was going with Overton to Los Angeles, Houston, and San Antonio to fence the booty from the Reed and Brooks burglaries. Jerry was supposed to have all these connections, said Jackson, but Overton was disappointed in the amounts paid by Lamond's connections. Jerry was really in the shit about that, said Jackson. Tim wanted to kill him. Around midnight on January 13th, the argument between Lamond and Overton got put on temporary hold. The surveillance microphone in the apartment at 4209 Speedway Avenue picked up a knock at the door, followed by what sounded like a cap pistol and other frantic noises. A patrol car materialized in record time, followed by an ambulance ride to Brackenridge ER, side benefits of the surveillance state circa 1966. Pete Johnson drove down from San Antonio after hearing the news on the radio. 2 Austin police officers stood guard outside Overton's hospital room. "They wouldn't let me in," said Johnson. "Tim heard me out there arguing with the cops, and he said, 'Hey, is that Cottontail?' And they let me in. I asked him, 'Why don't you get out of all this shit?' He said, 'Pete, they won't let me out.' Just like that. 'They won't let me,' I said. 'Who? Who won't let you out?' He wouldn't tell me. The shooter, a mentally disturbed 22-year-old man named Robin Turner, had recently been discharged from Austin State Hospital. The explanation he offered to homicide investigators suggested that he intended to kill Tim Overton as a sort of public service. The bullet, fired from a .22 caliber rifle, a little squirrel hunting piece, had entered low on the rear shoulder, nicked the left lung, and narrowly missed the spine. Overton made jokes about it. Unaccustomed to being the victim, he refused to give police any information about the crime. He walked to the ambulance under heavy guard, but unaided, claiming that he'd accidentally shot himself in the back while cleaning his gun. At Brackenridge, X-rays showed the bullet to be so close to the spine that removing it would put Austin's #1 badass at risk of permanent paralysis. If there was a snappy comeback for that, it's been lost to history. 1 week later, Overton was welcomed home from the hospital with a federal warrant, and at the Lamond family home at 6303 Mountain Climb Drive, an evil genius lawyer was taken into custody on the same charges. The charges were transporting stolen property, for example, 40 items of jewelry valued in excess of $4,000, from Austin to Beverly Hills, California, with the knowledge that the same had been stolen, a violation of the Federal Interstate Commerce Act. Lamond and Overton were released on bond and appeared for arraignment in federal court in San Antonio on January 26th. Both pleaded not guilty. On February 23, 1966, Lamond agreed to meet FBI Special Agent Morton P. Childs, Jr. at the Nighthawk Diner on Congress Avenue. The Nighthawk was known for its lush, red leather booths, grilled steaks, and Texas toast. But on this night, plea bargain was on the menu. It was only one of countless attempts by the government to exploit the ugly rift that had developed between Lamond and Overton. After the preliminaries, Childs informed Lamond that if he didn't cooperate and testify against Tim Overton and his gang, he and Overton would be tried as co-defendants for conspiracy in the interstate jewelry case, which would come to trial in January 1968. Lamond said no dice. In this excerpt from a 2-page FBI memo, Childs summarizes Lamond's response. He explained that on January 19, 1966, after he had been released on bond, Tim Overton came to his home with 2 of his associates and took him for a ride. He was told by these men not to talk. He said because of this incident, he had been placed in fear of his own safety, and particularly the safety of his wife and his children. For this reason, Lamond advised that he could not furnish any information. He further indicated that he would like to furnish the FBI all the facts involved in this matter, but he felt that under the circumstances he could not do so. On the morning of January 20th, 1966, Lamond had been admitted to Brackenridge, having suffered multiple contusions, abrasions, and bruises over the extremities of the body and 2 rib fractures. An alcoholic who had survived a prior bout with hepatitis, he was also advised to stop drinking immediately. But there were things that scared Jerry Lamond more than the federal government or death. He died of liver cancer on Valentine's Day, 1970. He never talked. The year 1966 was still in diapers when the Austin crime beat gave up trying to avoid mentioning the name Overton in the news. On January 3rd, burglars struck Farmers State Bank in Bertram, a town 50 miles from Austin, scoring about $14,000 from the vault. As the FBI well knew, Overton was in Beverly Hills partying on liquidated Brooks and Reed booty. Bertram was the work of Tuffy Korn and his East First Street B-team, who partied on Galveston Island for a few days after burying a portion of the loot in a chicken coop. A week later, they were all in Travis County Jail trying to hustle up bail. On January 31st, Chester Schutz, Ben Tisdale, and Dale Hall broke into the First State Bank in Pond Creek, Oklahoma, and sacked up the contents of the vault and 21 safety deposit boxes. Leaving the bank under shotgun fire from the police, Mary Farmer drove the getaway car. They slipped through the city dragnet and turnpike roadblocks, returning safely to their hideout on 4538 South Fern Street in Wichita, Kansas. On February 4th, a swarm of police cars descended on Fern Street and arrested the whole party. The FBI was involved, as was the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, KBI, and city police from Wichita and Oklahoma City. Ernie Shaw was on the Fern Street stakeout, taking surveillance photos for just under 2 weeks. After the arrests, Shaw meticulously examined Chester Schutz's burglary kit, tools that Shaw had surreptitiously marked during a drug raid at Schutz's home in Austin the previous August. Chisels and punches were vital tools for peeling and punching vaults, locks, and safes, and they left unique microscopic fingerprints at the point of impact. The confiscated tools were found to match indentations left at several different bank burglaries. Scholl's expert testimony on such forensic evidence in the 1968 conspiracy trial would prove to be crucial in making the case for the prosecution. The government's case against Tim Overton was still fraught with difficulty. The federal case against him in the interstate jewelry trial was instructive. When the case was tried in San Antonio in January 1968, none of the buyers that Overton and Lamont met with, in Beverly Hills, San Antonio, and Houston, was willing to testify that Overton had uttered a word during the transactions for the loot. If they were to be believed, Overton just came along for the ride, and it was all Lamont's deal. Overton retained Fred Seaman of San Antonio, one of the top criminal attorneys in the state. With no witnesses willing to state that his client did anything but hang out during the transactions, Seaman devised a simple strategy and refrain: mere presence is not proof of guilt. The jury voted to acquit. Just when it seemed that the Overtons would get through the month of February without another major headline, Darrell Overton shot a Dallas pimp named Curtis Eugene Newsom. On Friday night, February 26th, Newsom cruised into town behind the wheel of a white 60.
I think this is the perfect moment for you to treat yourself with a little kindness. Here is a soothing track to heal the soul. Let all your worries drift away, keeping only peace and lightness in every breath before we return.
One Chrysler Imperial, the kind with tail fins like an albatross. Sharing the front seat were Newsom's brother Winan and his wife Charlotte. They sloshed through the bars in East and South Austin searching for a short, skinny coffee shop waiter named Jimmy Taylor, and for Marcy, a prostitute formerly in Newsom's employ who had defected from him for Taylor. Marcy used the last name Newsom, even though she was legally married to a man named Cadillac Perkins. The other prize sought by the Newsoms was a 1962 T-Bird that Marcy had driven to Austin when she left. Curtis wanted it back, even though the car wasn't in his name, and she was the one making payments on it. Meanwhile, little Jimmy Taylor was way up north at 5325 Burnett Road, working the night shift at the Tottle House. His South Austin landlord, William O. McCluskey, phoned to say that the Dallas threesome had come by Taylor's garage apartment looking for him. The T-Bird and Marcy. The men were big, drunk, armed, and mean. Jimmy, McCluskey told him, "Those people are not here to give you a Valentine." Taylor called Darrell Overton, and they met up at his apartment at 2304 South 1st Street. Overton's girlfriend, Mildred Ross, waited outside in his Volkswagen bus. The trio returned about 4:30 a.m. Winan, a Korean Army veteran, retreated after being shot in the arm. Newsom went inside and got a kneecap blown out by a slug from Overton's .38. Taylor had a 12-gauge shotgun loaded with double-aught buckshot. As Newsom lay crippled on the floor, Jimmy Taylor stuck the muzzle of the shotgun in the pimp's face and pulled the trigger. According to descriptions in the legal case files, the blast all but severed Newsom's head from his body. On Friday, March 4th, the A-Team, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Hank Bowen, and an ex-con from Chickasha, Oklahoma named William Robert Lucky Brown, hit a bank in Strawn, Texas, population 800, in Palo Pinto County, 260 miles north of Austin. Over the weekend, Overton drove back to Austin and bought for $1,125 a '61 Cadillac with low mileage, formerly owned by a doctor. He put the title in the name of Star Steel Erection Company, Texas registration number BFB 711. On Saturday night, Tim Overton joined his father and stepmother at Ernie's Chicken Shack for dinner, and the Jets' soulful renditions of the weekly top 10 songs. Meanwhile, Bowen and James robbed a pharmacy called Crank's Drugstore in Wichita, Kansas, and then drove to Midland. There, Bowen traded in his '66 Buick for a bronze '64 Cadillac DeVille sedan. The party moved on to Amarillo, the ranching and energy industry hub of the Panhandle, famously mentioned in Route 66, the great song about old US 66, America's fabled Mother Road. 2 rooms were booked at the Holiday Inn using fake names. Lucky Brown checked in at the Palo Duro Motel. James rented a new drill at Sears on March 11th. On Sunday, March 13th, the quartet slinked into Grefford, another dinky town in Palo Pinto County. It was a busy night. They knocked over 1 bank and 2 grocery stores. After midnight on March 16th, in Mobeetie, population 200, they broke into the First State Bank, but they were just getting started on the vault door when they heard gunfire outside. A half-mile away, the road to the town dump cut across a snow and ice-crusted field. A deputy from Wheeler County had sped to town after being alerted by the night watchman, who had called the county dispatcher from inside the beauty shop after watching the thieves pull up at the bank in the Cadillac. Now the deputy was shooting out the tires. He missed a few times, so there were quite a few shots. The thieves erupted from the bank's back door and scattered across the dark, empty plains, writing a new chapter in the outlaw history of the Texas Panhandle. I traveled to the scrawny little town of Mobeetie in 2010. From its forlorn, ragged appearance, I was not surprised to find that the population number had not budged since 1966. The land seems so plain and empty it takes your breath away and almost feels like an insult. Then the horizon fills up 180 degrees all around with the dark fury of a thunderstorm. Standing in the middle of the road next to First State Bank of Mobeetie, with no fear of being hit by a passing vehicle, looking out at the knife-edge horizon, I kept thinking, out there is a whole lot of nowhere to run. The Panhandle comprises over 25,000 square miles, nearly 10% of the state's total land area. Despite its sparse population, the area has a wild and violent history, having been the crossroads of Spanish conquistadors, Plains Indians, bison hunters, cattle drives, oil boom towns, and infamous Western lawmen and outlaws. This is where the gang met its Waterloo. Police had been on alert for over a week in New Mexico, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Arkansas. Within an hour of the deputies' rash gunshots, a hurricane of activity descended on Mobeetie, Wheeler County, and hundreds of miles all around. By dawn, a massive manhunt was underway. There were mounted deputies and rangers and volunteers on foot, in airplanes and in helicopters. Bloodhounds and deer-tracking dogs came in from as far away as Magnum, Oklahoma. Less than 24 hours earlier, Ernie Scholl himself had been working the area. He had left Amarillo on Tuesday morning, spending the next 10 hours driving back to Austin, where he had a home in the Brentwood subdivision just off Burnett Road. He ate dinner with Jeanette, the wife who rarely saw him anymore. About 5 a.m., he got one of those calls a detective expects in the middle of the night. But this one was good news. "We got him," said the voice of Doyle Ramsey, a Wheeler County deputy. Scholl woke up Harvey Gann, called the director, requisitioned a pilot and airplane, and touched down on a little strip in Wheeler just after sunrise. Before going into the jail, he muddied his boots in pant legs. He wanted the fugitives to think he'd never left. One of those mind games, he called it. James and Bowen had been in custody since just before dawn, pulled out of a stolen pickup truck with a .30 caliber carbine and $3,400 in cash. 12 hours later, Freddie Hedges was arrested near the oil ghost town of Magic City. He'd made it 10 miles south of Mobeetie, a run even more impressive than in the fall of '56, when, with Midland down 12-0 against the Arlington Heights Yellow Jackets, Freddie fired up the Bulldogs' comeback by scoring on an 89-yard kickoff return. Newspapers all over the state carried the news. Bloodhounds searching for bank burglars. 3 held, 2 hunted in bank burglary. Bank robbery attempt fails. Austin man captured as bank burglary suspect, 4 of 5 now in custody. And on Friday, the 3rd day after the break-in, Tim Overton held in bank burglary. Sadly, the press was unaware of all the ways that the manhunt had been bungled, including how the hapless Amarillo Police Department's stakeout turned slapstick at the Holiday Inn. Space limitations also preclude a fuller account here. By Friday morning, Overton and Lucky Brown had covered 30 miles on foot. At Leela, they stole a dump truck and sped west on Route 66, heading for Amarillo, maybe all the way to New Mexico. 60 miles later, near the Panhandle, they crashed through a roadblock, veered off the highway, and crashed into a butane tank. In a Hollywood film, the tank would have blown sky high and the villains would have escaped. But the tank did not blow up. The wrecked dump truck was abandoned, and the burglars, now on foot, split up. About 1:30 p.m., bloodhounds tracked Overton to a vacant house. Cold, dirty, and unarmed, he surrendered peacefully. Brown continued on foot to Pantex, a company town that produced nuclear and chemical weapons. If this was a movie or a video game, the cops would have closed in with lots of shooting and chasing through a hellish rat's maze of pipes and machinery up to the very top of the most explosive thing in the complex. In a fever dream final exchange of taunts with police on fuzzy megaphones, Lucky Brown would fire his gun, igniting a nuclear holocaust. And just as the mushroom cloud enveloped him, he would shout maniacally, "Goodbye, suckers, top of the world, Ma." But this was not a movie or a video game. Brown knocked at a door and a nice man answered. A security guard at the plant, he gave Brown a ride to Amarillo, a distance of 30 miles. After dropping him off, the security guard thought about Brown's story about getting drunk and his car breaking down and then falling in the ditch and getting all muddy. The guard had heard about the bank burglars. He decided to call the police. If Brown had simply picked up his car and left Amarillo, he might have earned his nickname. But he stopped at the Holiday Inn and got his car, a red '65 Impala, and drove it to the Palo Duro Motel, where he took a shower, then went to Denny's and ordered breakfast. Before he had time to finish, he was interrupted by lawmen wanting to know if he was the owner of the Impala in the parking lot and would he mind showing them his registration papers. He was escorted outside, and when he opened the glove compartment, the sun glinted off a pistol inside, and the jig was up for William Brown. By Friday evening, 5 alleged bank burglars had been arraigned before the Wheeler County Justice of the Peace. A vast amount of evidence was seized from the bank: 4 motel rooms, 4 vehicles, and the suspects' clothing. There were safe-cracking tools, locksmith equipment, gaming paraphernalia, weapons, ammunition, hoods, ski masks, and gas masks. Reading material included In Cold Blood by Truman Capote, an Aldous Huxley novel, rare coin price guides, and the 1965 edition of Southwest Bank Directory. They had enough pills to medicate an army, 30 cartons of cigarettes, pilfered chewing gum, condoms, aspirin, sunglasses, and more than enough quality menswear to open a clothing store. After arraignment on federal charges in Amarillo, Jerry Ray James was transferred to Gulfport, Mississippi, where he would be tried for armed robbery of the Red Carpet Club. After a good deal of wrangling, bonds were set and eventually secured for the other 4. Back in Austin for less than a week, Tim Overton pulled up at 3502 Goodwin Avenue on the morning of April 11th to find an inquest in progress. His father had overdosed on pills and whiskey during the night. A cameraman for KHFI-TV followed him inside. Overton warned Travis County Justice of the Peace Jerry DeLana against allowing cameras in the house. Dissatisfied with DeLana's response, he punched the cameraman, called the police a bunch of dogs, and according to DeLana, threatened his life. Overton was subdued and taken into custody. Florine Crane, no big fan of Overton, blamed it all on the police. They had talked her into calling him and promised to keep cool, but as soon as he walked in, the Austin police jumped on him. They had a big fight, at which time the Austin police drew their guns and created a great disturbance. Finis Overton's death was ruled a suicide. Tim pleaded guilty to a charge of simple assault and paid a fine of $200. Tim Overton's anti-bugging suit against APD came to trial. The jury found APD at fault, but the judge reduced the damages to $1. To Harvey Gann, it was a big joke. "I think one of my friends pitched in and paid the $1 for me," he said. It was a year for strange crime. In January, James Cross, Jr. was convicted and sentenced to life for killing 2 University of Texas co-eds, Susan Rigsby and Shirley Stark. Rigsby and Stark, both Chi Omega sisters, had disappeared on Sunday, July 18, 1965. The same weekend, Austinites belatedly learned of the attempted takeover at M&M Courts. Stark's yellow Corvair was found on the north side of town. A frantic search made headlines. The police searched the area near the car, but somehow missed the body. A psychic said some spooky things. On the 12th day, on return to the weedy lot where the Corvair had been dumped, the wind changed, bringing the smell of death. The bodies were found fairly close to the location the psychic had predicted. Now, on July 16, 1966, almost exactly a year later, an even worse story gripped the nation. Richard B. Speck, a 24-year-old former meat truck driver, ex-con and petty thief, had systematically tortured, raped, and murdered 8 student nurses in Chicago. Media coverage, using headlines like 8 student nurses butchered in dorm, freely mixed puerile fascination with disgust in reportage of the 150-minute horror orgy. A sunnier mood prevailed on Sunday, July 31st, the first day of the Austin Aqua Festival, an earlier era's Chamber of Commerce version of South by Southwest, SXSW, and Austin City Limits Festival, but with powerboat races and water follies mixed in. The list of big celebrities started with cast members from the new Batman film, not the Dark Knight vision of the superhero, but the campy, comic mid-'60s version. Comic actor Adam West, as Batman, fought cute, hapless villains in fights that were cartoonish and bloodless, the screen peppered with sound effect balloons like pow, zap, and kabloom. The carefully orchestrated Batmania mob scene at the airport was followed by a parade down Congress Avenue and a premiere at the Paramount Theater. The euphoria faded the next day, Monday, August 1st, the day of the Tower Massacre at UT by Charles J. Whitman, who died in a hail of bullets and shotgun blasts, still owing Tim Overton that $200 poker bet. It would be fascinating to know what Overton said when he learned the identity of the tower sniper. One more piece of 60s synchronicity is worth mentioning. Since the beginning of the year and even going back to December, Austin's most notorious burglars and a popular rock band have been crossing paths with a regularity that seems almost eerie. The 13th floor elevators are recognized today as the iconic band that invented psychedelic rock. The singer was the remarkable 19-year-old Rocky Erickson of South Austin. Offstage, Erickson was sweet and soft-spoken, but on stage he was a force of nature. He had Mick Jagger Little Richard charisma and grit, and an uncanny ability for composing perfectly formed rockers and ballads. Erickson's previous band, the Spades, started in early 1965, was a prototypical 60s garage rock outfit, and a strong draw at clubs like the Jade Room and La Lollipop. The last gig the Spades played was on December 2nd. The new band played its first gig on December 8th. Erickson was the frontman for drummer John Ike Walton, bassist Benny Thurman, and guitarist Stacy Sutherland, all from the Lingsmen, another fairly typical 60s rock band. The elevators also featured an acid guru named Tommy Hall on electric jug. With their first gig at the Jade Room on December 8, 1965, the band attracted a fervent cult following and made music history. Not everyone following the band was a fan. As it was later revealed, the band was under constant police surveillance since its inception. In Austin, the effort was led by city detectives Harvey Gann and Burt Girding, and their counterparts elsewhere in Texas hounded the elevators everywhere they played. More than once, the band had to play gigs on borrowed equipment after the police, in a vain search for drugs, had dismantled theirs. The Elevators' first single, You're Gonna Miss Me, was a local hit until it was banned from No, the local AM radio station. The ban was announced just prior to the band being busted for marijuana possession on January 27, 1966. Decades later, Girding and Gann articulated the rationale for their vendetta against the band. In the Rocky Erickson documentary, You're Gonna Miss Me, 2005, Gann reiterated his support for harsh penalties for young first-time drug offenders. I always felt like if they'd have sacrificed a few kids, giving them a 5-year lick or two, it would give them the idea. Hey, don't fool with it. In 2006, Girding offered an almost identical explanation for using police state tactics against Thorne Dreyer, publisher of the 60s underground paper The Rag. You started the cultural revolution, he told Dreyer, and I felt strongly about my culture. The Elevators continued to grow in popularity in Texas and nationally, and on March 16th, the day that Austin's best-known thugs were being chased by bloodhounds across the frozen Panhandle, Erickson and the Elevators were playing a packed room at the popular New Orleans club, the show being broadcast live on a hip Austin station, KAZZ-FM. The band's day in court, originally slated for September 9th, 1966, was moved up to August 8th of that year. Austin's psychedelic trailblazers should have anticipated a swift conviction and stiff sentences, but due to a combination of clever lawyering, judicial inexperience, and police screw-ups, the case fell apart. Charges against 2 members were suspended, and charges against drummer Ike Walton and Rocky Erickson were dropped. Both the Spades and the 13th Floor Elevators played weekly residency gigs at Le Lollipop, one of the Overtons' favorite Austin joints. It seems inevitable that Overton and the boys would catch Erickson's act, probably a number of times. Perhaps they interacted. Overton could have slipped Erickson a joint or a handful of Benzedrine. Erickson might have turned them on to a few hits of LSD. No one's been able to say if it happened or not, but it might explain some of the crazy things that happened around 1966. 7. They Didn't Care, 1967. Even before the Summer of Love in 1967, you only had to drive down the drag to see Austin's old square corners melting into new, cooler shapes. And it wasn't just the long hair and beads or the protests. The drag was where you went to pick up The Rag, the first underground newspaper published in the South. The Rag not only served as a voice for left-wing politics, but it also helped lay the foundation for a new, hip community in the capital city. Music was a big part of that, as were features like Gilbert Shelton's underground comic strip, The Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers. Peace signs outnumbered American flags down there. To question authority was almost the default position. But Austin was still part of Texas, and it wasn't all peace, love, and understanding. There were still, for example, places like the Conoco gas station at 34th and Guadalupe Streets, where black customers and longhairs were frequently verbally harassed and beaten. The owner, Don Whedon, a highly vocal UT alumnus, had played tackle for Texas back in 1939. Don Whedon was the quintessential redneck bully, our generation's nightmare, said Eddie Wilson. Whedon carried a rubber hose in his pickup and bragged about running longhairs off the road. There were stories about both longhairs and blacks who had their windows smashed at the gas station. Some were pulled from their cars and slapped around. Others had gasoline pumped into the car window. Nor was Austin in the 60s a place of enlightened police interrogation techniques, a fact that was impressed on Tuffy Corn on numerous occasions. Roy Q. Minton told me about the time 2 lawmen drove Corn out to a creek just north of town and waterboarded him. The lawmen, Texas Ranger Bill Wilson and Sheriff Bobby Kinser of Hayes County, tied Corn to a rope and repeatedly dunked him in the creek to get him to talk. It was standard Texas Ranger stuff for those days, said Minton, who told me this particular story and swore it was the damn truth. The sheriff was a good guy, Roy said, while the Texas Rangers were just terrible in those days. But Bobby and Bill had Tuffy on that rope, and they would pull him up out of the creek and bring him around and say, "Are you ready to talk?" Although I'd recently spoken to Tuffy Corn, so I knew he hadn't died during this crude version of waterboarding, it was still a little excruciating to hear about. But one time they pulled him up and he didn't come around, said Minton. They kept on slapping him and shaking him, and he ultimately came around. But before he did, Bobby said to Bill, "God damn, Bill, if he's dead, we're going to be in a peck of trouble. What in the hell are we going to do?" "What are we going to do?" Bill said. "I know what we're going to do with him. I haven't made up my mind what I'm going to do with you." The lawyer's ornate hand-tooled cowboy boots perched on the corner of his desk as he told the story. At the end, he laughed, and I laughed too. "Bobby Kinzer told me that story," he said. "Once I told it to a group of 50 or 60 law enforcement officers, and you'd think they'd be sensitive about something like that, but they laughed until they were crying." That day I asked Minton about several other former clients and received more insightful anecdotes. In exchange, I was often able to answer his inquiries. He was glad to hear that Corn was still around. "Tell Tuffy to come by and see me sometime," he said. And then there was Harrison County, Mississippi, whose chief law enforcement officer was Sheriff Eddie McDonald, a caricature of a fat, corrupt redneck Southern sheriff. McDonald wore expensive tailored suits and gaudy colors and bragged about the size of his bribes and his diamonds. Besides protecting the casinos in his county, he befriended the worst crooks, pimps, and killers in his domain. The only surprise about Fat Jerry James's escape from Harrison County Jail in Gulfport, Mississippi, was that the sheriff hadn't given him a county vehicle and a full tank of gas. James had turned up missing on December 28, 1966, one day before federal marshals were to take custody. During his 8 months of incarceration in Harrison County, James had been given a wide array of privileges and responsibilities. After James was convicted for the armed robbery of the Red Carpet Casino in Biloxi, Sheriff McDonald made him a trustee at the jail. In addition to his official duties, James was given the use of a county vehicle to commit burglaries. When James went before District Judge Dan Russell in November to plead for bail while his case was waiting to be heard by the Mississippi State Supreme Court, the sheriff appeared as a character witness, vouching for James that he would be a good risk for bail, has been given many liberties including running errands in town, traveling alone, and going to the barber shop. The request was denied. Joan Taylor had moved to Gulfport to be with her man. She got an apartment and did tricks, dated a NASA engineer who wanted to marry her, worked with a pimp named Dick Head, and danced in a strip club. Sheriff McDonald checked in on her regularly in case she needed anything. On December 29, 1966, federal marshals were scheduled to take custody of James, but apparently someone called ahead of time. The day before the marshals came, James disappeared. For the next 13 months, he lived the life of a desperado. It was a wild, nomadic life, punctuated with periods of semi-domesticity, caring for their little dogs, going to the races, and visiting with James. They lived for several months at a time in Gretna, Louisiana, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Tucson and Phoenix, Arizona, and then Tucson again. The feds finally caught up with the couple in Tucson in late January 1968, whereas Mr. and Mrs. Jerome Jennings, they shared a house on the edge of the desert with another outlaw couple, Wayne and Cam Paget of Tulsa, Oklahoma. During those 13 months as a federal fugitive, Jerry Ray James committed countless burglaries and robberies, including brutal home invasions. Car dealers in Oklahoma were particularly helpful in trading one late-model muscle car for another. James never lacked for friends and enablers. James started wearing a cowboy hat and boots and spent lots of time with horses. Sadly, it wasn't until his 8th month on the lam that he achieved his oft-stated ambition of making the FBI's most wanted list. The accession was announced in the Brownsville Herald, printed just down the coast from Corpus Christi, the town of his birth, with a catty shrug. Corpus Christi slick, makes it to top 10. In July 1966, when Overton's calendar was dotted with dates in federal court, he and his brother Darrell went shopping for walkie-talkies and another acetylene rig. They were not the quitting type. The Mobile bus not only put an end to the gang's small-town bank burglaries, but also yielded volumes of intelligence about the logistics, tactics, and habits of traveling criminals. For example, on the morning of March 16, 1966, only hours after Hank and Fat Jerry were captured, Webby Flanagan flew in to arrange for their bonds and release. Then he sped over to the Holiday Inn, where he was arrested after packing up all the belongings. Not just suitcases, but also weapons, burglary tools, gambling paraphernalia, and stolen merchandise. These were truly the actions of a full-service criminal defense attorney, a thrilling film noir scenario. Flanagan was determined to take possession of the 4 automobiles and all the valuables, weapons, gambling gear, and even the fake gems. Although his right to seize the vehicles was challenged in court, he successfully asserted legal claim, a task made comically complex because the chain of title ownership was murky by design. Sometimes the cars they drove were registered to Star Steel Erection Company, a sham corporation, or Overton Motors, or in the name of one of their friendly junkie car dealer friends. Flanagan had long attracted special attention from law enforcement. He was suspected of setting up heists, making introductions, fencing stolen goods, and innumerable other nefarious deeds. That such a relationship was a trademark of what came to be known as the Dixie Mafia was already well known to the FBI as well as regional law enforcement. Outside Texas, 2 of the most important agencies involved were the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, KBI, and the Mississippi State Highway Safety Patrol, MSHP. Someone, possibly Rex Armistead of the MSHP, began using the term Dixie Mafia during the late 1960s heyday of the Overton James Group and their counterparts who were operating on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. In contrast to the Italian Mafia, this organized crime network appeared to have no godfathers or established system of leadership. As with Fat Jerry James and Tim Overton, it was often a case of 2 or more thugs who would reach out to some other thugs whenever they planned to pull a heist. If there was a job in Iowa where a special kind of person was needed, safecracker, strong-arm, bail bondsman, lawyer, or crooked deputy, they would call other members of the group for recommendations. The Dixie Mafia was like a guild, a network of villains, an analog Craigslist of crime. Seen from an airplane window, the outline of Lake Travis resembles a dragon, with the bulbous southeastern portion being the head. Harvey Gann lived on one of the spikes of its lower back. When I pulled up in the drive, he came out, smiling like an old uncle. He wore a baseball cap, a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, dark socks, and loafers. The house was a split level, the bottom part hugging a slope down to the rocky inlet below, the dragon's spine. After talking for an hour or so, we took a break. He seemed anxious to show me his houseboat, which was docked just below the house on a rocky inlet, the Dragon Spike. Inside the little cabin, he bent down to open a hatch. The water's surface was soon roiling with big hungry catfish. Harvey tossed food pellets at them. "That's really cool," I said. "Those are big catfish." "You like catfish?" he asked. "Sure I do." Harvey motioned at a long-handled gigging hook on the wall. "Want to gig a couple? Take some home for dinner?" I had already accepted a beer. On another trip, Ernie Scholl joined us for a lunch of grilled steaks and baked potatoes. I declined. It didn't feel right. Ernie Scholl told me that Captain John Tuffy Crumow, who worked out of Waco and McClellan County, was one of the few Texas Rangers respected by the task force in Austin. Since so many banks hit by the Overtons were within 2 hours' drive of Waco, that was a good thing. Ernie's esteem for Tuffy Crumow was not shared by Tuffy Corn. "He arrested me up in a little town in McClellan County," Corn told me. "He cuffed me and took me to this jail that wasn't open yet. Nobody was there. It was a cold, cold morning, so he put me against the wall outside there and parked his car so that the front grill had me pinned against the building. He said, 'Look here, boy, I'm the only Tuffy in this county. You best remember that, boy.' I said, 'Shit, I don't want to be in your county.'" Even after he became a girlfriend-beating pimp, Overton never lost his sense of being a good old boy. There's a picture of him on the steps of the federal courthouse in Austin, flanked by a pair of Texas Rangers. He looks damn good, shoulders like an Iberian bull with an open shirt collar beneath a dark suit and wearing expensive shoes. He's laughing, head cocked to his right, answering some wisecracking reporter with a joke of his own. The Rangers are laughing. Everybody's having a great time. "Tim didn't care. And Jerry didn't care," Betty King said, trying to explain how crazy they were. "I remember one time we were living in Dallas, and they showed up at our apartment. They were giggling and laughing, and they said, 'Come out here.' They had a big old Cadillac. They opened the trunk, and it was full of men's socks. Hundreds and hundreds of socks. They told Kurt, 'You want some socks?' I don't know who would want so many socks. It was like they'd stolen them out of a train car or something. There were so many of them. Kurt took all the socks he wanted, and they giggled and laughed and hee-hawed all night long. I'm sure they were just loaded to the gills. The photo of Overton and the Laughing Rangers was taken on Monday, May 15, 1967. It's not a stretch to say that he's imagining himself as a reincarnation of Al Capone. A few weeks before the photo was taken, a plea bargain in federal court in Amarillo had resolved the Mobidi case. The components of the deal were a plea of guilty, a 4-year sentence, and a promise by the United States attorney that no conspiracy charges would be filed for the bank burglary. Freddie Hedges and Hank Bowen also pleaded guilty. In an attempt to solicit empathy from federal judge Emmett Choate, who presided over the sentencing, attorney Vern Knickerbocker claimed that his client Freddie Hedges had been on his way to becoming an All-American halfback at UT at one time. H.J. Doc Blanchard, speaking on behalf of Tim Overton, hit the same notes, stating that his client had lettered as a guard at UT. The judge's retort, they would have done better to stick with football. An interesting historical note, the federal judge presiding during some court dates on the Mobidi charges was Sarah T. Hughes, who had administered the presidential oath to LBJ on Air Force One on November 22, 1963. In other business in Austin on May 15, 1966, the day the photo was taken, Tim's elder brother Charles was being tried for burglarizing the First State Bank of Jarrell. It was a knucklehead job, 5 hours hard work for $575 in nickels and dimes, exchanged at a grocery store for 80 cents on the dollar, amounting to roughly $100 each in a 4-way split. A week or so later, Richard Hinton, one of the 4 burglars, ratted out the other 3. Rounding out this team were Travis Roy Irwin and Louis Del Branton. Irwin, 28, buck-toothed and fat, drove a green Ford Edsel, plate number BBS 492, and was considered a proficient gambler by Las Vegans with deep pockets. In 1979, Nevada-based gamblers funded Irwin's pinochle and gin rummy games with cellmate Jimmy Chagra, bilking the unsuspecting drug kingpin of tens of thousands of dollars. Branton, aged 33, was one of 10 guys whose North Austin chop shop had been shut down by an FBI raid in April. Everybody who wasn't in jail already was headed there soon. Charles Overton was in prison on a life sentence as a habitual criminal. Tim's other junkie brother Darrell was in Huntsville after a multiplicity of recent convictions. His final arrest came during a safe-cracking at North Loop Pharmacy the night before trial for the pimp murder. So why was he at the federal courthouse on May 15, 1967? And why was he laughing? On this day, Tim Overton was called to appear in court on a charge of obstructing justice. The government complaint was based on statements by Betty Hinton, wife of Richard Hinton, in which she alleged that Overton came by the Hinton residence in South Austin and had told her to tell Richard that if he testified against Charles in the Gerald trial, he would not be able to walk the street or live in the city of Austin. The guilty verdict, which came as no surprise, carried a 5-year term. Overton already owed 4 years for Mobidi. The Interstate Jewel trial was set for January and the big conspiracy trial after that. And yet there he was, stepping out to smile at the reporter's camera flashes in the glare of the sun, which he wouldn't be seeing much of for a few years. Tim didn't care, Betty said. Jerry didn't care. Why should they? They were the stars of their own private gangster movies. 8. The Big Circus, 1968. Through the spring and early summer of 1968, revelations about the Gulf of Tonkin and the North Vietnamese overrunning Saigon were proving that America had stumbled into a tragic foreign policy blunder. An assassin in Memphis felled Martin Luther King Jr. Riots and fire consumed United States cities in righteous outrage. Senator Robert F. Kennedy, the last great hope to forestall a Nixon presidency, was shot to death in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. In retrospect, the excesses and oddities of the Overton James conspiracy trial seem of a piece with the druggy absurdity of the late 60s. The trial went out on the road like a rock festival or old-school circus. The indictment accused Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and a total of 20 other individuals of running an interstate prostitution and bank burglary ring. Returned by the grand jury in the last week of 1967, the indictment named 14 men and 6 women set to be tried in the little border town of Del Rio. Arraignments resumed shortly after the FBI arrests of Joan Taylor, January 24, 1968, and James, January 25, 1968. But the big show began collapsing under its own weight less than halfway through the opening act. On April 1st, the venue was moved, for various reasons, upriver to El Paso. The biggest and most expensive trial in the history of both cities, it finally ground to a halt on June 26, 1968. Almost 50 years later, the thing people really remember about it had nothing at all to do with the main event. I heard the story from Vern Knickerbocker first, and 100 times after that. Nick, as most people called him, was the defense attorney for 3 of the accused conspirators, Freddie Hedges, Ben Tisdale, and Elizabeth Sherman. Nick's clients were all free on bond, but 8 others, including Overton and James, were held over for the duration of the trial. And during those long months, they regaled their lawyers with enough tales about their escapades in crime and vice to write pulp fiction versions of the Iliad and Odyssey. Nick did offer a caveat, saying, "I don't know if they were all true or not, but what he saw with his own eyes was good enough." Tim would screw Judy, Kathy, between the bars of his jail cell, he said, and we jiggered for him. Nick laughed and banged his fist on his dining room table as he described the scene. One of the lawyers would bring Judy down there together for a visit, and then he'd jigger for them, as we used to say. We'd keep an eye out for the jailer while they did it. Perhaps such things helped relieve the tedium for the legal eagles. The defense team numbered 15 at the beginning, but even at a slimmed-down team of 7, as various defendants were dismissed from the indictment, it was a tough job. Most of them were court-appointed and had no money coming in during the trial. "We got caught one time," Nick said, "but it was Chester Schutz and Mary who got caught, not Tim and Judy. Oh, yeah, man, I tell you, that trial was a kick." Jerry Ray James' brief tenure on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list must have made him seem a natural choice for first position on the indictment, as revealed next. The placement helped perpetuate the erroneous impression that he was the leader of the outfit. The grand jury charges on or about March 13, 1964, and continuing until on or about April 30, 1966, within the Western District of Texas, Jerry Ray James, Chester Arthur Schutz, Clifford Henry Bowen, James Timothy Overton, Darrell Wayne Overton, Benjamin Thomas Tisdale, Walter Bernard Korn, Travis Roy Irwin, Harbin Leonard Stanley, Dale Norwood Hall, Curtis Glenn Garrett, William Robert Brown, Mary Farmer, Elizabeth Agnes Sherman, Joan Dobbs Taylor, Sue Overton, Judith Ann Cathy, Mildred Ross, Fred Clinton Hedges, Jerry Wicks Lamond, conspired together and with each other to commit offenses against the United States, and performed various overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy, in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 371. James' gang has a catchy ring to it. But the prosecution clearly believed that Tim Overton was the leader at least some of the time, that the conspiracy began in Austin, that the Overton transmission shop was an operational headquarters and crime school, and that the Overton residence on Goodwin Avenue was also an important meeting place. The subpoena for Ernie Schulp commanded him to bring to court all records pertaining to the Overton crowd. Jerry Ray James was not mentioned. The entire indictment is a little surreal, with its dense listing of separate charges and often mundane-sounding lists of overt acts presented as proof of the conspiracy, but federal law allows a great leeway to the prosecution, including the use of circumstantial evidence. Most of the men on trial were already serving prison terms for the Mobetti bank job and other cases listed in the indictment. Jurors might have wondered why the government would waste the time and money trying them again. In his opening statement and closing argument, Prosecutor Ernest Morgan labored to explain concepts such as the substantive charge of burglarizing a bank and the instant charge of conspiring to do it. From the opening statement to the bitter end, Morgan also stressed the government position that prostitutes had subsidized the gang between jobs and were thus just as guilty as the men who broke into the banks, peeled the vaults, and drilled the safes. Sometimes Morgan's oratory went into overdrive. In his closing statement, he said of the defendants that they were guilty of the wildest orgy of crime, the likes of which I don't know if it has ever occurred before. His personal vision of the United States system of justice verged on the harsh and unforgiving side. Ladies and gentlemen, the last thing in the world I would want anything whatever to do with would be to convict an innocent man or woman. But I say to you, next to that, the thing that I would hate to see worse would be for guilty people like these to go free. The first major witness for the prosecution was Florine Crane, the much-married former stepmother of the Overton brothers, who had been a party to so much felonious activity that she earned a place on the government's separate list of unindicted co-conspirators. Morgan relied on Crane to help make the case for the existence of a conspiracy, if not an organized criminal gang. He frequently cited Crane's testimony that Overton and James had argued in her presence about which one of them was the leader of the gang. Actually, the subject of discussion on that occasion was an Austin American Statesman article that referred to Overton as being ranked first on the Austin Police Confidential list of the city's most notorious thugs. James objected, testified Crane, and a heated discussion ensued. On cross-examination, Fred Seaman, attorney for Tim Overton, asked the witness how many times she'd been married and divorced, and she got mixed up. She also admitted that she had a terrible memory for dates and that during the past few years she had been a user of barbiturates. More effective, perhaps, were her claims that Tim and Charles Overton had threatened and physically abused her. "That's how I got some of these teeth knocked out," she told the court, later stating that she had, believe it or not, become real attached to the boys, even if on one occasion she had been compelled to shoot Charles in the leg. Out on the flat scrubland 270 miles from Austin, Del Rio had a population of 30,000 people and about 6 times that many goats and sheep. The county jail was small and insecure, though suitable for quickies, as Overton and Kathy proved daily. The courthouse was cramped and ill-furnished. New tables had to be built to display more than 500 evidentiary exhibits, not counting the 4-foot-tall cannonball safe. 30 marshals were brought in for security. In the United States District Court system, Texas is divided into 4 divisions: northern, southern, eastern, and western. The cities of Austin, San Antonio, Del Rio, and El Paso are all located within the Western District. A number of the crimes in the indictment had occurred within the district as well, which figured into the choice of Del Rio as the original venue. Del Rio was free of the taint of pretrial publicity, but only briefly. On February 19th, as the handcuffed defendants were being led from the courthouse, several of them spit, kicked, and shoved the television cameraman and a newspaper reporter. Headlines were juicy. Gang members menace media. Newsmen cursed at criminal hearing. And they concisely stated, prisoners spit-kick reporters. The defense filed a flurry of motions pleading for change of venue. Judge Suttle denied them all. The FBI heard that thugs were converging on the border region in preparation for a mass jailbreak and escape to Mexico. A search of the jail turned up hacksaws and other contraband in the defendant's cells. On March 18th, Ernest Morgan filed a motion for a change of venue. The motion was granted, and everyone packed their bags for El Paso. "These burglars and cannonball safes, we didn't know anything about that," said Haygood Gully, an attorney from Eagle Pass who was appointed to represent Dale Hall. "They are professional. That was their life," said Gully. During the trial, Tisdale, who was out on bail, got caught inside a building over the weekend doing a burglary. At another point, Dale Hall became angry at Gully, jumped up, took a swing at him, missed, and was wrestled to the floor by federal marshals. After that, Gully explained, they found out that when the girls bought them soda water during the morning break, they were also putting something in the soda water. So that's why after the break, they were pretty rambunctious. George Thurman, whose father was a district judge in Del Rio, represented Jerry Ray James and Joan Taylor. "They were fascinating, and they were all different," he said. "Jerry Ray James was not dumb at all. I had the feeling that anything he wanted to do, he could be a success." Tim Overton never made it to the FBI top 10, but he scored his own public relations victories. On February 15th, in a federal courtroom in San Antonio, a jury returned a verdict of not guilty in the interstate jewelry case. Jerry Lamond had been severed from the case but remained a co-conspirator. As the Del Rio El Paso trial commenced, Lamond's attorney, former Travis County District Attorney Les Proctor, requested a continuance, again citing illness as the reason. District Judge Darwin S. Suttle dismissed the charges against William Brown on the grounds that he had already been convicted of conspiracy in the Grafford case, and that the current case would expose him to double jeopardy. The 4 other defendants convicted in the Mobidi case, Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Hank Bowen, and Freddie Hedges, remained on the indictment. The defense filed motions citing the same doctrine used by Brown's attorney, the legal term being res judicata, as in the matter has been decided, but such motions were repeatedly denied. Suttle also granted Jerry Lamont's request for continuance, recognizing the inevitable reality that the attorney would never appear in a courtroom next to Tim Overton, whether that court was in Del Rio, in Austin, or on the Moon. A herd of charging rhinos could not have convinced Ernest Morgan otherwise, but Tuffy Corn should not have been on this indictment. The same was true of Sonny Stanley, Travis Irwin, Darrell Overton, and Kurt Garrett. While it was true that each had been involved in criminal escapades with Tim Overton and certain others in the group, the evidence against them was, in the most charitable interpretation, insufficient for conviction. Some of it was so laughably incorrect that it put the whole case in a bad light. Possibly this explains Judge Sutton's repeated admonishments to Overton to cease making those barking dog noises whenever Morgan was near. Walter Bernard Tuffy Corn, Jr. was a professional burglar and safecracker in his own right. As committed an outlaw as any of the bunch, Corn hated authority, and authority hated him back. On January 30th, 1965, he was arrested for vagrancy while leaving an Austin lounge called Migran Lounge. A joint was found in his pocket. He was tried and convicted on the drug charge, which at that time meant about 10 years in Huntsville. The summary of the appellate court's ruling, Roy Q. Minton handled the appeal, reads like a 1950s film noir. The main issue was the legality of the vagrancy charge, which led to the arresting officer finding the joint. Under the Austin vagrancy statute, Tuffy Corn did fit the profile. He was able to work, but told the arresting officer that he had no job and no plans to get one. The summary also states that the officer knew that Tim Overton and several other individuals with criminal records were inside the bar at the time Corn was inside. 4 days earlier, the Overton gang had hit the First National Bank of Evant. The police knew that the Overtons had done the job, but they couldn't prove it. Roy Q. Minton labored heroically for 2 years on Corn's appeal and his other legal entanglements. Corn was equally relentless in breaking into small-town banks and drugstores. Me and Dickie Goldstein must have hit every drugstore in town, Corn told me. Dickie went for the dope, I did it for the cash. We were having fun. Later on, it got more serious. Some of the bank scores were substantial, but it was a fast life and not always a brilliant one. The loot from the Bertram Bank, mostly in coins, weighed down the trunk of his Ford so much that on the ride back, Corn had to strain to see over the hood. Corn lived in a little rural pocket of town on Tillery Street with a barn and patch of grazing land. Sometime after New Year's Eve, when Corn was in Galveston partying, his friend Chuck Bowser came by to feed the livestock. The chickens had scratched up the ground in the chicken coop where Corn had stashed the money bags from Bertram. Bowser started talking to the FBI. Corn, Sonny Stanley, and Travis Irwin were fantastically persistent burglars. Within 2 weeks of the Bertram Bank job, they got arrested for it, made bail, and were out on East 6th Street in Austin with a tubular lock key in a bag, filling it with coins from parking meters. Busted again. The conspiracy charges against Tuffy Corn were dropped around the end of February. Sonny Stanley and Travis Irwin were removed from the case later. Each was remanded to prison. Reading the transcript of the trial and the motions, briefs, notes, and other documents in the case file summoned comparisons to Kafka, Looney Tunes, and the trial of the Chicago Seven, which occurred 1 year later. The judge was testy, irritable, and persnickety about decorum and protocol. Attorneys had to raise their hands before going to the restroom. The defense asked for a mistrial dozens of times. Seaman, who made dozens of objections a day, clearly got on Suttle's nerves. Freddie was tough, says Nick. He would start off making objections to every little thing, no matter how insignificant, again and again and again, pounding the table. Finally, after 2 or 3 hours, he'd make a good one, and the judge would sustain him, and the jury would smile. I mean, God could be up there, and Freddie would argue with him. A page of transcript during a pretrial hearing in Del Rio helps illustrate how the large number of defendants affected the pace of things. John Flanagan was called to testify about the admissibility of items seized from James's car in Amarillo, and after direct examination by George Thurmond, Morgan cross-examined, asking about the items one by one. There was some inherent humor involved, since everyone knew that Flanagan had hurriedly cleaned out the motel room, unaware that the police had it staked out. Flanagan feigned ignorance, and Morgan became sarcastic. With every new item introduced, each defense attorney was impelled to object on behalf of his client or clients. Morgan: "Well, look here, in this box there are some work gloves. Do you see those?" Flanagan: "I see those." Morgan: "And were your clients, so far as you know, in the kind of work that they needed to wear work gloves, men's work gloves?" Mr. Seaman: "I object to the question. It is inflammatory and prejudicial insofar as my 4 clients are concerned." The Court: "Overruled." Mr. Seaman: "And for the further reason that they are not bound by anything that Mr. James may have had in his possession or in any car or the motel room." The Court: "Overruled." Mr. Thurmond: "I further object, Your Honor. It is not shown whose gloves these are in any manner." The Court: "Overruled." Mr. Knickerbocker: "I adopt the same objection, Your Honor." The Court: "Overruled." Mr. Rhodes: "We adopt the objection just made, Your Honor." The Court: "All right, overruled." Morgan: "And then there's some highway maps in here. Do you see those?" Flanagan: "If you say so." Morgan: "Do you see them?" Flanagan: "I guess they are highway maps. I would have to look at them. There are 3 of them here." Morgan: "And there's a 50-state road atlas in here, is there not, indicating?" Flanagan: "Yes, sir." Morgan: "And there is another pair of gloves, is there not?" Flanagan: "Yes, sir." Morgan: "And there's another pair of gloves, is there not?" Flanagan: "Yes, sir." Morgan: "And your clients were not engaged in manual labor, were they?" Mr. Knickerbocker: "I object. That calls for a conclusion." The Court: "If he knows, he can answer." Mr. Seaman: "On behalf of my clients who weren't even there, I object." The Court: "All right, overruled." Objections to the gloves continue for another page and a half. Little wonder that the transcript runs almost 9,000 pages. Reading the transcript in the comfort of my office, I found myself becoming addicted to the minutiae, the strange, dry humor. Later, Morgan introduced a bottle of pills. After the usual number of objections, all overruled, Morgan asked, "None of your clients is a practicing physician?" "As far as you know, they are not druggists or anything like that?" The next item was a key-cutting machine. Flanagan had no idea what it was, he said. He'd never seen one before. "What about the little book, the one titled Southwestern Bank Directory, with the First State Bank of Mobeetie circled?" "Looks like a book about banks," Flanagan said. "Didn't he know what these things were before he loaded them into the car trunk?" "He didn't," he said. "He just gathered everything up and stuck it in the trunk." Unlike criminal trials and movies, the most dramatic moments in the courtroom aren't always the ones that determine the course of the trial. One of the most devastating blows to the defense came during the first week of testimony when Ernie Scholl took the stand to identify burglary tools that he had secretly marked during a drug raid at Chester Schutz's residence in Austin on August 30th, 1965. The tools Scholl had marked also left telltale indentations at various bank jobs. The defense team objected and argued against the admissibility of the burglary tools. One of the more interesting points raised during the arguments was Schutz's version of the drug raid, which was quite different from Ernie Scholl's. Schutz's account of the raid had been chronicled in the wording of a lawsuit filed in district court after his arrest. The suit accused the 6 arresting officers, Lieutenant Harvey Gann and Detective Tommy Olson of the City Vice Squad, and Ernie Scholl, E.J. Stutz, and Darrell R. Moore, all of the State Narcotics Unit, of serious violations of his civil rights. According to the petition filed by attorney Brooks Holman, the cops kicked in his door, then as he entered, they jumped on him and viciously attacked and beat him on the face, head, skull, chest, back, kidneys, and legs. The complaint further alleged that Schutz was forced to state that the injuries had been incurred elsewhere, and was told that if he told anyone otherwise, there'd be another beating. He also said the drugs were planted. Ernie Scholl, testifying under oath in Del Rio, claimed that there was no beating of the prisoner. Scholl also assured me that the beating never happened, even though he was in the shed marking Schutz's tools when the alleged beating took place, so he would not have seen it personally. After all the challenges were filed, debated, and considered by Judge Suttle, the tools were admitted. The Mobidi case reaped literally a truckload of evidence. There were numerous grounds for legal challenges. The most interesting challenge, and in some way the most climactic debate of the trial, centered on the plea agreement in the Mobidi case in federal court in Amarillo in April 1967. In that trial, United States Attorney Pat Malloy agreed that in exchange for the defendant's guilty pleas, no conspiracy charges would be filed. Now, during the third week of May 1968, Attorney Fred Seaman argued on behalf of a defense motion that all the Mobidi evidence be disallowed and that the conspiracy charges be thrown out. Seaman restated the promise made by the United States Attorney in Amarillo. Failing to honor that promise, he said, would represent a serious breach of faith and fairness. Two witnesses had been subpoenaed to testify, United States Attorney Robert Travis of Fort Worth and Pat Malloy, United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Both government attorneys agreed that the promise had been made. When Malloy took the stand, however, he made one important clarification. The promise that no further charges would be filed related to that case applied only to the Northern District of Texas. This trial, he pointed out, was in the Western District of Texas. The motion was denied. In the last month of the trial, the defection of a gang mole took center stage in the drama. From her motel room in Del Rio, Joan Taylor faithfully wrote love notes to James, sometimes several times a day, asking if he received the toothpaste she'd sent, giving updates on their dogs, Shalimar and Gigi, and pledging her undying loyalty. Over the weekend break in the third week of March, she had a heart-to-heart talk with the FBI and the United States Attorney. By the time the trial convened in El Paso in April, her case had been severed. She was now a government informer and witness. During the first 2 months of the trial, she had insisted that as James's common-law wife, she should be addressed as Joan Taylor James. Now, she said her name was Betty Joyce Dabbs. When Betty, Joan, took the witness stand in El Paso, she admitted that she was a prostitute and that James was a professional bank burglar. That's all he ever did, she said. She also told how the boys fenced travelers' checks and other financial instruments through Joseph Spagnoli, a convicted forger and mafia character in Chicago. It appears that the FBI suspected that the Overton James gang had been laundering travelers' checks and other hot paper through Spagnoli since 1962. The transactions with Spagnoli were number 16 on the government's list of separate offenses committed by the conspiracy, and another brief named Spagnoli as an unindicted co-conspirator. In the beginning, he was also on the list of government witnesses, but he did not appear, and it's too bad because his involvement with the Texans suggests an additional layer of organized crime activities. Even, believe it or not, possible links to Kennedy assassination conspiracies. For a summary of other tenuous links to the JFK assassination, refer to Appendix 1. A native Chicagoan and professional gambler, Spagnoli would have cut an interesting figure in the El Paso courtroom had he appeared. At the time, he was serving a 15-year sentence on a 1965 conviction for counterfeiting United States savings bonds. A Secret Service agent named Abraham Bolden had been convicted of bribery in the same case. Bolden, the first African-American on the White House detail, claimed that he was a victim of racism because he had offered to tell the Warren Commission about drunkenness and negligence in the White House detail prior to the Kennedy assassination. Although Spagnoli turned government witness in the bribery case, he claimed that he'd been pressured to commit perjury and that he was innocent of the counterfeiting charges. Or as Spagnoli put it, "I'm innocent to them charges. I didn't conspire with nobody. I don't have to have a deal. I don't need no deal. I am innocent of them charges. I didn't do none of them things." Betty Jones' defection provided the prosecution with a much-needed boost, even though her testimony was later contradicted on several points, and even helped gain an acquittal for one, possibly two other defendants. The media played up the sexual content of her testimony, with salacious quotes about a ménage à trois in Chicago and other aspects of her profession. Compared to modern-day sitcom dialogue, rappers and shock jocks, it was all pretty tame stuff. And today, the thing people remember best is Overton and Kathy shagging each other in the jail cell in Del Rio. Maybe it's because it basically sums up the thug's attitude toward the big circus. As Betty King said, they just didn't care. In El Paso on June 13th, The defense rested without calling a single witness. The case had been fought and lost on motions. The defense counsel, down to 7 lawyers, was burned out. Judge Suttle urged Morgan to cut his losses. 4 more acquittals were announced. Travis Irwin and Darrell Overton were finally cut loose, as were Judy Cathy and Elizabeth Sherman, the first woman to be shown mercy in the case. On the afternoon of May 13th, Mildred Green had a seizure in court. Mildred, or Dee Dee as she was known, the girlfriend of Darrell Overton, worked at Tana Wallace's bordello outside San Antonio, which was adjacent to a breeder of Shetland horses and poodles, hence the name Pony and Poodle Farm, and the alternate Texas cowboy dog kennels. On Saturdays, Freddie Seaman drove out to collect Green's earnings, applying them to Darrell's legal bills. According to medical records, when Green was a child, her grandmother subjected her to bizarre taunts, such as, "You're only half a woman," and "Pretty is as pretty does." She began dating boys in 7th grade, after which her grades tanked. At age 14, she married an Army private and took a job in a beauty shop. 4 years later, she was admitted to a hospital in hysterics. "They threw my babies in the trash can," she screamed. Now 18, she'd been hospitalized for 3 tubal pregnancies, the first one in the 8th grade, a miscarriage, and a complete hysterectomy. After a brief stay at Austin State Hospital, Darrell Overton caught her on the rebound and turned her out. Despite having files pertaining to all of this, Ernest Morgan suspected that Green's breakdown might be a clever bit of play acting. Preferring to err on the side of caution, if not humanity, Judge Suttle issued an order that Green's case be temporarily set aside. 10 defendants remained: Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Hank Bowen, Chester Schutz, Freddie Hedges, Kurt Garrett, Ben Tisdale, Dale Hall, Sue Overton, and Mary Farmer. Fewer defendants, however, did not necessarily mean smooth sailing. Their moods varied from day to day, depending on what drugs they'd been able to obtain. During the first week in June, the men staged a sit-out, jamming a bench behind the cell door so it couldn't be opened. Tear gas canisters brought about their surrender. Later, Tim Overton got into an argument with Dale Hall, and a melee ensued in the tight quarters of the cell. 15 police officers were dispatched to quell what the newspapers called a riot. When the judge asked Hall how his leg came to be broken, he said he'd fallen from a bench. Morgan argued strenuously against acquitting any of the women. The government, he believed, could not and should not let go of the prostitution part of the conspiracy indictment. Week after week, jurors and spectators saw the women in court, often looking haggard from working overtime to help pay legal expenses for their men. A week after Green's seizure, Cathy experienced a recurrence of an excruciatingly painful female disorder. During a hearing outside the presence of the jury, attorney Max Flush asked the judge to excuse Cathy from the day's proceedings because of illness. Judge Suttle was a hard sell, saying, "In other words, she wants some dope. I've sat here with severe sinus headaches and managed to stay going." He finally relented, and the trial was recessed for 5 days. Betty King told me she worked at the chicken ranch in LaGrange for the duration of the trial. The lawyer was expensive, she said, but I was happy to be far away from there because they were trying to send everybody they could to prison. When the case went to the jury during the 3rd week of June, the jurors rejected the prostitution charge. Sue Overton and Mary Farmer were acquitted. Never mind that Farmer drove the getaway car in Pond Creek, and Overton had been associated with Tim Overton over the course of scores of felonious adventures. After the adjournment, charges against Mildred Green were dropped. Despite stubborn arguments against it from Ernest Morgan, Suttle wasn't having any. Maybe his head cold cleared up. Kurt Garrett and Fred Hedges were acquitted. Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, Chester Schutz, Dale Hall, and Ben Tisdale were convicted on all bank burglary-related counts and sentenced to 5 years in prison, the maximum. After 4 months of being under a gag order from the court, Fred Seaman was free to blow off steam with reporters, many of whom had chafed under Suttle's restrictions on press coverage. Seaman told reporters that the government had spent roughly $1.5 million on the case, and that 6 convictions out of 20 in the original indictment was a poor return on the investment. For his part, Judge Suttle confined his comments to the size of the trial, stating that it was the longest in Texas history. By most measures, the Overton James trial even eclipsed the 1963 swindling trial, which was held in the same courtroom, of LBJ crony and con man Bill Sol Estes. That one lasted only 2 days, and the conviction was overturned on appeal, but Estes got the cover of Time. 9. The Big Freeze-Out, 1972. One day when we were kids, 11 or 12 I guess, I was walking home from school and I walked past this house that used to be downtown, the whorehouse. Tim was standing there in the doorway. I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I'm the straw boss. I'm the big man here." Pete Johnson. Starting over can be difficult, especially when you've been away, but Tim Overton had a plan. In the spring of 1971, in his final sentencing hearing, delayed because of a judicial error, Overton told Judge Suttle that his uncle, an ironworker in Anchorage, Alaska, had a job waiting for him. Anchorage is a long way from Austin, but that was the idea. "I intend to leave Texas," he said, "because I feel that my reputation and what have you wouldn't allow me to live here." At Leavenworth, Overton was busy with track, handball, baseball, and college courses. Activities, he said, helped keep his negative energies in check. He was sorry for his behavior in Del Rio and El Paso. "In the past, I've had a bad temper, and I let it get the best of me," he said. "I feel like now, possibly, I may have been able to overcome this problem." Once he got himself established, he hoped to get into the computer field. Suttle congratulated Overton on his rehabilitation. "The court has always been aware of your intelligence and potential," said the judge. "It's just unfortunate that you got off in a bad area." Wherever Overton went after he left Leavenworth, it wouldn't be with the former Mrs. Sue Overton. She was in San Antonio now, married to Jack L. Odom. An ex-football player for Ole Miss, 1947-48, and former Air Force Staff Sergeant during the Korean War, Odom owned several topless clubs that catered to the Alamo City's large population of military personnel. Probably the best known of these was at the Sidewinder Agogo on Highway 90, across from Lackland Air Force Base. Odom was well fixed in San Antonio, and with his protection, Sue wasn't as fearful about Overton being released from prison. Sue Odom wasn't the only one looking over her shoulder these days. By 1970, involvement in the Dixie Mafia meant stepping over a lot of blood puddles, a fact that was underscored repeatedly in the Dixie Mafia Intelligence Report, compiled by the Kansas Attorney General's Office in 1974. At least 5 and probably several more characters who were close to Tim Overton were murdered between 1969 and 70. Carl Douglas White, Donald Lester James, Sonny Stanley, George Albert McGann, and Betty Joyce Askins. Judy Cathy wasn't going to Alaska either. She married a man named Harper and moved to Houston, but not necessarily with him. Although Cathy and Overton were no longer together, Overton still maintained a relationship with members of Cathy's extended family. As Lely Mislovsky put it, they looked after Tim's business while he was gone. At the time, Mislovsky was too young to fully comprehend what her uncles and cousins were up to. Years later, she started asking questions. Her cousin told her that after Tim came back from Leavenworth, he brought over a huge bag of money as payment for taking care of things. After the conspiracy trial, the woman formerly known as Joan Dobbs Taylor moved to Oklahoma City, where, through marriage, her legal name became Betty Joyce Askins. Her new husband, Jess Bartlett Askins, was handsome, 30 years old, and as a co-owner in his father's bail bonds company, real estate business, and oil investments, quite wealthy. In an Austin motel room on April 16, 1969, Betty shot Jess during a marital spat. He survived and declined to press charges. On November 4, 1970, in the family home in Oklahoma City, another argument ended with gunfire. Jess was drunk, waving a .38 pistol around the bedroom. Betty was on her knees begging, "Don't do it. It's cocked." He called the housekeeper and said, "Get her out of here." The housekeeper was helping Betty to her feet when Jess shot Betty in the face, and she fell dead, as if she had fainted. Askins pleaded guilty to manslaughter. Reporting in the Oklahoman was laced with terse irony. When Askins languished in jail until his trial in January, the headline was, "Bond Denied Professional Bailmaker." When during his 3rd year in prison he petitioned for permission to marry his lawyer, Joanne Fisher Corrigan, "Wife killer asks to marry lawyer," said it all. Tim Overton was discharged from federal custody on October 8, 1972, after serving a total of 5 years and 4 months. He didn't go to Alaska. He had a girlfriend in East Dallas, an apartment at Fort Worth, and in Austin he rented space at a place called Rocket Square. The south-facing end of the block at 15th and Lavaca Streets was home to apartments, restaurants, Eli the tailor, who ran a little policy operation on the side, a travel agency, and other entities. Charles Craig and his brother Gary had gone to high school with Overton. After graduation, the brothers attended UT and became lawyers. One day we were walking down 15th Street, and this voice called out, "Hey, Gary!" And it was Timmy, said Charles. He'd just gotten out of Leavenworth. He's all smiles, and he says, "I just rented an office in this building." We asked him what he was doing, what kind of business was he in. He said, "I'm going to take over this town, man. I'm taking over." He looked real good after he got out, said Betty King. He had slimmed down, and he had new clothes and stuff. King was living in Fort Worth and working as a nurse's aide in Dallas. "My roommate brought him home one night to see me," said King. "We used to hang out at this dive in East Dallas. We knew the couple who owned the place, but I can't remember their names. Tim ended up giving me all these family photos and stuff. He just had this crazed feeling about family photographs. They were just very, very important to him." Back in high school a lifetime ago, Overton had given a bundle of photos and other memorabilia to his girlfriend, Kay Beasley. She didn't think about it again until 2009, when she unpacked a box of high school yearbooks from her mother's attic. The photos, turned over to King, were lost in a fire. On Friday night, December 9th, an Arctic front blasted through Texas. The statesman called it an icy shroud. Betty King had planned to meet up with Overton and their friends at the bar, but she ended up working. Sometime after midnight, Overton went to see his girlfriend, Wanda Jewel Long. She lived in an apartment in East Dallas next to a sprawling greenbelt called Fair Oaks Park. Long was 28 years old, with a record for prostitution. At 3:05 a.m., a park ranger found Overton face down in the apartment parking lot. He'd been shot twice in the back and twice in the back of the head with a .45 automatic. His boots were gone, but $300 in cash and a little black book were inside his overcoat. A hitman leaves cash on the victim to send a message that it wasn't about the money. Around sunrise, a passing motorist saw Wanda Long's crumpled form in the snow behind some trees about a mile from where Overton was killed. She'd been shot in the back of the head. Knots of frosted hair and skull fragments marked the path between the body and the road. 5 neatly folded 20s were in her coat. According to the murder file, both victims were shot inside a car in the apartment parking lot. Apparently, the killing started out clever but turned messy. Witnesses reported seeing someone before dawn at a nearby car wash hosing out a silver-gray 1973 Pontiac, an odd sight on the night of an ice storm. The Dallas Police Department was stingy with information. The murders appeared to be connected, they said. Robbery was probably not the motive. After the initial big scoop in the Statesman, local 1960s crime figure shot dead, most of the media seemed to lose interest. Time passed, no breaks in the case were announced. Even Austin underworld of the 60s Overton gang recalled, written 4 years later, seemed to suggest that the crime remained unsolved. Police believed Overton had gone back to his old habit of robbing dice and poker games, as he reportedly had done in Austin in the 1960s. He tried to take over vice operations, headed by others on various occasions. What the article suggests is that Overton had gone out sticking up gamblers, lone wolf style. Somebody got mad and plugged him. While true that robbing games used to be part of the gang's portfolio of mischief, they did it as a crew, with coordination and planning. Nat Henderson, who wrote the piece, certainly knew better. And Overton's attempts to take over vice operations headed by others was something Henderson knew about and could have elaborated on. Too bad he didn't. Overton had said, "I'm taking over" so many times, it could have been carved on his grave marker. Instead, the marker bears the generic sentiment, "Gone but not forgotten." I was reminded of Pete Johnson's story of when they were a couple of adolescent kids, 11 or 12 years old. One day Johnson was surprised to see Overton standing in the entrance to a bordello. "I'm the straw boss here," Overton said. "I'm the big man in this place." Similarly, "I'm taking over this town" could have been a reflexive joke or a quote from a dozen gangster films. Or not. A lot of people in Austin had theories about why Tim Overton was killed. For a while I kept a list of them, but the whole thing never felt right to me. So I went to a reliable authority, Eddie Wilson. "Little Larry did it," said Wilson. "Little Larry was mean, rotten, a little guy with a little guy complex." Wilson knew people who knew people. He'd heard the usual theories, including one that the Dallas crime lords ordered the hit and Dallas police said nice work, but he suggested we ask Ed Windler. We went to see Windler in Lockhart, where he was living around the corner from my favorite barbecue joint. "It was a paid hit," Windler said, sounding almost bitter about it. "It wasn't over some game that got robbed. The people that will kill you are the people who have a drug ring or a poker syndicate or whores. That's an ongoing business for them, and they're sheltered back from it. They wanted him out of there. Tim was beginning to be big enough that he was a thorn in their side, so they killed him." Windler might have known who they were, but didn't say. He'd been a fixture in Austin's back rooms and smoky corridors for decades. He died in March 2004 before I got another chance to ask. On a careful rereading of Dirty Dealing, I found a few references to Larry Culbreth and Tim Overton and a few false notes in an otherwise superb book. Author Gary Cartwright writes that Little Larry Culbreth was a San Antonio tough who used to run with the infamous Overton Gang of Austin, until he was convicted of the contract killing of Timmy Overton. Larry Culbreth was from Austin, a contemporary of Tim Overton, and had known him at least as far back as junior high school. They were in the same class at Stephen F. Austin High School until Little Larry dropped out. But I've never seen any reliable information about Little Larry being part of Overton's crews of burglars and car dealers prior to 1972. Maybe it happened, but I doubt it. Little Larry Culbreth was well connected in the gambling world, as in Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, and Las Vegas. According to Dixie Mafia Intelligence Report commissioned by the Kansas State Attorney General and published in 1974, Little Larry was one of the more efficient up-and-coming Dixie Mafia hitmen, jockeying for a leadership role. On April 27, 1973, Little Larry was pulled over in Decatur, Georgia, while driving with expired plates. Dallas County filed extradition papers, and he was returned to Texas to face charges on the double slaying. No court-appointed attorney was good enough for this deal. Charles W. Tesmer was hired to steer the defense team. A profile of Tesmer in the Dallas Observer referred to him as the Don of Dallas criminal attorneys. Maybe Little Larry really did have up-and-coming Dixie Mafia hitmen credentials. Assisting Tesmer were Dallas attorneys Frank S. Wright and Ronald L. Goranson and Bob Hendricks of McKinney, a recently elected member of the Texas legislature. D.J. Driscoll, a prosecutor under Dallas County District Attorney Henry Wade, handled the prosecution. Judge Thomas B. Thorpe, appointed to the 203rd Criminal District Court in 1973, tried the case. The file is 3/4 of an inch thick. At Lake Ray Hubbard, an impoundment on the East Fork of the Trinity River, a short drive from East Dallas, eyewitnesses spotted the 1973 Pontiac, which was registered to Little Larry's mother, Cleo Culbreth. Forensic evidence was abundant. Bloody floor mats, cigarette butts, shell casings, guns, and unburned items from a pile of ashes at Lake Ray Hubbard. Overton's boots and Long's hairbrush, driver's license, and purse. But for all the legal tricks pulled by Tesmer and his team, you'd think they expected a complete exoneration and a letter of apology from Dallas. After numerous delays and continuances, a trial date was set for November 8, 1974. But at the 11th hour, the defense cut a deal. Little Larry confessed to the 2 murders, pleaded guilty, and received conviction on both counts, and Judge Thorpe gave him 10 years of probation. I went back through the file to see if I'd missed something, but there was no explanation for it. 2 people, shot in the back of the head, 10 years probation. Charles Craig told me that Overton had another scheme for getting revenge on Darrell Royal and UT, and that Little Larry was his partner on the deal. They were going to break into the 40 Acres Club and steal all the art, he said. A 60s modern structure at 25th and Guadalupe Streets, the 40 Acres Club was founded by a Fat Cat alumni as an all-white preserve in 1962. In August 1972, just before Overton made parole, the club was sold. There was talk of a faculty club taking it over, but the details are up in the air. Before they pulled the heist, Larry went to Fort Worth and talked to the people there, said Craig. Larry told them, "I can do the job without Tim. Just Cut him out of the deal, and you can deal with me directly. The Fort Worth cats liked that idea, but they wanted one more thing. They wanted Larry to kill Timmy, too, said Craig. The pimps up there had it in for the Overtons, ever since Darrell killed that pimp up there, Curtis Newsom, and he had friends there. So Larry killed him. No mention of a burglary at the location was found in the Statesman or Daily Texan between late 1972 and early 1973. Apparently, it didn't happen. Today, the building is known as Walter Webb Hall. The one remaining piece of original art is the Paul Hatgill mosaic mural of the university's main building, as the original Victorian Gothic structure looked in 1899. The artwork is mortared to the wall in a reception area, and although it probably wouldn't be much tougher than peeling a vault or drilling a cannonball safe, there it remains today. Between 1970 and 73, several dynamics in the Dallas-Fort Worth area came together to cause the FBI special concern, including a new incoming mafia boss, Joseph Campisi, replacing Joe Civello, who died in 1970. The first new Dallas County sheriff since the Bonnie and Clyde era, Clarence Jones, after the 1970 death of James Eric Bill Decker, and possible new moves by the New Orleans mafia boss, Carlos Marcello. In the flurry of FBI reports from that era, I found this half-page memo from Special Agent Ronald K. Jannings in Fort Worth. On June 5, 1973, Rita Fisher, Tarrant County Organized Crime Unit, advised that telephone number 731-3035, listen to W.R. Patterson, 6503 Plaza Parkway, apartment number 204, had been used in the bookmaking operation of Sam Benson and Freddie Clinton Hedges from November 15, 1972 through December 4, 1972. Fisher advised that there is an indication that Larry Culbreth and Freddie Clinton Hedges attempted to take over or would take over Sam Benson's book sometime in December 1972. Culbreth has since been arrested for the murder of Tim Overton and Overton's girlfriend and a gangland-type slaying in Dallas, Texas. Various sources told me that the FBI questioned Freddie Hedges about the murders of December 9, 1972. This paragraph offers an explanation. Sam Lightning Benson was a well-known Dallas bookie. His name appears in other FBI reports I've seen concerning another Dallas playmate of Tim Overton and the guys, the seemingly indestructible R.D. Matthews. It turns out that Judge Thomas B. Thorpe wasn't the only party who heard little Larry Culbreth's confession to the Overton Long murders. Sometime after December 9, 1972, little Larry came by to visit Sue and Jack Odom at the Sidewinder A-Go-Go. He bragged to my mom, said the youngest daughter of Sue Overton. He told her, he said, "Sue, you should have seen that motherfucker. I scattered his brains all over the place." Sue Odom wasn't the only person who heard the story from little Larry himself. An anonymous gambler we'll call Jack Wild, not a person who is easily shocked, remembered breaking out in goosebumps when little Larry gave his account at an Austin bar. Larry just started telling us what happened. He said that Tim and the girl begged for their lives. Tim was crying, the girl asked for a chance to make her peace with the Lord, and Larry let her and then shot her. He related the story very coldly, very unemotionally, and it chilled everybody when they heard it. The brain splatter confession was also unspooled at a church gathering. Whether the killer was seeking forgiveness or trying to impress certain unnamed deities was not clear. Tim and Fat Jerry had just run crazy all over the country for years, said Betty King. Tim had been in for 5 years, and other people had already stepped into his shoes, and they weren't going to allow him to come to take over again. So they just decided to kill him. She told me she believes that the hit was a joint venture involving some of their mutual friends at the dive bar in East Dallas. Later on, she went back to the bar and asked questions. I said, "Had I been there, would you have killed me?" they said. "Well, we don't know." She didn't have much to say about Larry Culbreth. I met him at the bar, but I never knew him. I was curious about that bar and the people who owned it, but I didn't have much to go on. I bugged King, but she said she just couldn't remember. One day I was looking through a folder labeled Dead Overtons and found the answer. I emailed King and asked, "Was it Dale and Winnie Hall?" She wrote back, "Yes." The headline in the Dallas Morning News, "Police Seek Connection in Death, Visit to DA," told most of the story. Dale Norwood Hall, 51, was found shot through the head in the front seat of his wife's automobile parked in his driveway at 6140 Richmond early Friday. Hall had visited Dallas County District Attorney Henry Wade hours before his death on March 2, 1973. Dallas police said that a pistol was found in his lap and a note on the car seat. Handwriting analysis and other tests were pending. The article mentioned Hall's connection with Tim Overton, identified as an underworld figure, a member of a gang with ties to the Fort Worth underworld. Police said Hall had been with Overton the night before the Overton Long murders. Homicide detectives interviewed Hall 2 days later, but reportedly learned nothing significant. Then, not quite 2 months later, Dale Hall went to see the district attorney. That night, someone shot him in the head. The death certificate filed on March 5, 1973, gives Hall's occupation as lounge operator and the cause of death as self-inflicted gunshot wound. Overton was murdered exactly 2 months after his parole, less than 2 years after appearing at the final sentencing, where he spoke with such apparent sincerity about rehabilitation, getting a degree, and maybe going into the computer field. As George Pfiffer, the first cop I spoke with about this book, told me, Tim was a likable fellow, but he was always trying to con you. He had no conscience. He was a sociopath. He didn't go to Alaska. The big freeze came to him. 10. Austin Weird. Hattie Valdez died on February 19, 1976, at the age of 72. Her last will bequeathed large sums to various charities, a nephew, former employees, and her yard man, but the bulk of her considerable estate was left to her adopted daughter, Betty Jean Valdez, a Sister of the Holy Cross in South Bend, Indiana. Her friends, bankers, and lawyers had long known of her generosity, and her last testament proved that she was more than just a whorehouse madam and soft target for thieves and cops. The death of Hattie Valdez must have seemed like the end of an era, but many of the old anachronisms from the Austin underworld refused to stay dead or go quietly. This was evidenced, of course, by the gangland slaying of Tim Overton's former cohort, Travis Schnautz, on August 12, 1976. This killing served as a catalyst for some of the events that happened later, such as the Statesman's expose on massage parlors in Austin. But some resurrections of 60s thug culture probably would have surfaced anyway. In May 1976, for example, a headline in the San Antonio Express-News, "Massive Dope Ring Back in Action," chronicled the latest chapter in the outlaw career of John W. Webby Flanagan, who had been convicted of tax evasion and disbarred in 1972, was now utilizing his skills as a bush pilot with a drug smuggling ring. He achieved almost mythic status during the cocaine cowboy era of the dope racket in Texas. After several convictions on federal charges and short sentences, he finished a 15-year sentence around the year 2000. Now in his 80s, he appears to have given up the outlaw life. About 2 weeks after the gangland killings of August 1976, Charles Ray Overton came rolling into town, not in a Dixie Mafia Cadillac, but in a Woodstock-era caravan. He was shaggy-haired and bearded, with a wife called Boom Boom, and a total of 5 children and stepchildren. Released from federal prison in 1974, his habitual criminal conviction had been overturned. He was driving a psychedelicized 1959 GM school bus with "Fundamental Church for the Study of Absolute Reality" painted on the sides, and a big drooping crucifix on the front grille. Here's a flashback of my own. I remember seeing that bus parked at the corner of East Riverside and Menlove Streets, in front of some old frame houses. That's where they lived. Charles Ray Overton's arrival was heralded with the Statesman article, "Overton Gang Member Gives Up Life of Crime for Religion." A startling photo and a caption studded with cosmic names. Reddy Overton, Boom Boom, an infant named Magic Mark, a daughter named O'Joy, etc. Their livelihood came from sign painting and odd jobs. For many years, he also had a used tire store on East 1st Street called O'Joy. It's a tight family when the father names a tire store after his daughter. The former Magic Mark contacted me and shared information. But his father, he said, regretted his outlaw past and did not want to talk to me. Mark, who has a different last name now, has a successful career in the technology industry. His father died in 2007. On his release from prison, Darrell Overton married and adopted 2 children. He worked as a construction surveyor and later ran a junk store. He continued to struggle with addiction and died in 2003. William John Overton graduated UT with a degree in engineering and became a successful civil engineer. Finis Ewell Overton Jr. is apparently still living. We had one brief contact. One of the gaudiest flashbacks to Overton gang craziness took place from the fall of 1976 through early 1977. A feud between ex-Overton associate Frank H. Smith and Isaac Rabb over control of the Austin auto salvage business broke into the open after an armed robbery attempt at Rabb's salvage yard, masterminded by Smith, failed miserably, resulting in the death of one monster mask-wearing nearsighted gunman. The investigation and subsequent criminal trial laid bare other incidents of vice, sleaze, and mayhem. Walk-on roles in the parade of pulp nonfiction featured Chester Schutz, Curtis Garrett, and other veterans of the Overton era. Junkyard wars are probably too lowbrow even for Quentin Tarantino to spin into cinematic gold, but it remains a mystery why the director of Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, and Kill Bill hasn't purchased an option on a version of the Jerry Ray James story, especially given the filmmaker's fondness for the 70s period. Perhaps it's because some aspects of Fat Jerry's crime career would require too great a suspension of belief, even for viewers who may have migrated to crime cinema via Grand Theft Auto. Let's begin, for example, on October 18, 1976, with the highly unusual judicial decision to parole James to the custody of A.B. Munson, a former New Mexico State Police major who was now a civilian. Exactly 1 week later, James and some friends pulled a brutal home invasion robbery that scored $240,000 in jewelry. This crime set the pattern for some 15 other armed robberies committed during the next few months. James may or may not have been involved in all of them. Convicted the following June, James was slapped with 2 life sentences and transferred to New Mexico State Penitentiary, a facility that burned down in February 1980 during one of the worst prison riots in United States history. 32 inmates were killed, many of them raped with axe handles and blowtorched to death for being informants. Jerry Ray James bragged about being one of the ringleaders of the riot and killings. Strangely enough, some bright minds at the United States Department of Justice conceived a plan to offer James a pardon, a place in the Witness Protection Program, and a payment of $250,000. Our government wanted this violent serial offender's assistance in obtaining a conviction in what the FBI called the crime of the century, the assassination of Federal District Judge John H. Wood, Jr. The judge, who had acquired the nicknamed Maximum John for his habit of handing down harsh sentences for drug offenders, was killed with a single shot by a powerful rifle as he left his home in San Antonio on May 29, 1979. It was the first murder of a federal judge in 100 years and the biggest federal investigation since the Kennedy assassination. The alleged purchaser of the hit was Jimmy Chagra, a major drug smuggler from El Paso. Chagra was originally scheduled to be tried before Judge Wood's court on May 29, 1979. After an inside source informed Chagra that the judge intended to sentence him to life without parole, he offered a hitman $250,000 to kill the judge. Charles V. Harrelson, a contract killer, gambler, and the father of actor Woody Harrelson, was arrested and convicted of killing Wood and sentenced to life. 2 others were also convicted for their roles in the plot: Jimmy Chagra's wife Elizabeth and his brother Joe. Convicting Jimmy Chagra of hiring Charles Harrelson proved problematic for various reasons, however, and in desperation the feds turned to Jerry Ray James. To claim his prize package, James was expected to get close to Chagra, get him on tape, admitting that he hired Charles Harrelson to kill Judge Wood, and then testify about it in court. James was transferred to Leavenworth, where he became Chagra's cellmate, gained his trust, and got him to talk about hiring Charles Harrelson to kill Judge Wood for $250,000 on tape. In February 1983, in a federal courtroom in Florida, James took the stand and repeated what Chagra had told him. Unfortunately for the prosecution, the jury panel wasn't impressed with the late Tim Overton's running buddy. Chagra's attorney, Oscar Goodman, prior to being elected mayor of Las Vegas for 3 terms, 1999 to 2011, blasted holes in portions of James's testimony and shamed the government for making such a cynical deal for his testimony. Goodman possessed a keen ability to sniff out cynical deals. having earned the appellation mob lawyer by representing men such as Meyer Lansky, Nicky Scarfo, Frank Lefty Rosenthal, and Anthony Tony the Ant Spilotro. The Florida jury panel rejected the murder charge, but voted to convict Chagre on 3 lesser charges, which added another 15 years to his sentence. Later in a plea bargain, Chagre admitted that he had hired Harrelson and also confessed to the attempted murder of a United States attorney. It's unknown whether Jerry Ray James got the full $250,000 or not, but he did get his freedom. Debbie Dabbs told me that when she saw him in 1983, she almost didn't recognize him. His hair and beard had turned white, she said. He seemed to have shrunk, too. He looked like a little old Santa Claus. Speaking of merry little elves, little Larry Culbreth also emerged from the crime of the century in reasonably good condition. He even had good luck with his probation judge. Back in April 21st, 1976, the terms of his probation had been modified to allow travel between Atascosa County, the location of the Culbreth family farm, and Austin while caring for the needs of his mother. Maybe she wanted her car back. On May 20th, little Larry was charged with violating the Federal Firearms Act and convicted in September with no apparent infringement on his freedom. On October 13th, 1978, according to Atascosa County Sheriff Tommy Williams, little Larry reported finding a downed Cessna 310 aircraft on a ranch where he was working. A total of 700 pounds of marijuana was recovered from the plane. Williams praised little Larry in a letter to Judge Thorpe, also enclosing a clipping from the Pleasanton Express about the discovery of the dope smuggler's aircraft by an excited West Atascosa rancher. Seeking respite from their civic duties, no doubt, on January 11, 1979, little Larry, a male companion, and 2 Las Vegas women rented a cabin at a coastal resort in Rockport, Texas, called the Sea Gun. Another man joined the group later. According to one hotel employee, one of little Larry's companions looked a lot like Charles Harrelson. The party did some high-stakes gambling and made 94 long-distance calls, many of them to gambling casinos in Las Vegas. With the Super Bowl about a week away, it was a busy time for bookmakers. On January 17th, after getting word that a sheriff's raiding party was on its way, they disappeared, leaving behind a sex toy, a dog cage, gambling paraphernalia, gambling slips, some with figures as high as $500,000 written on them, a battery-powered TV set, and all the clothes they weren't wearing when they split. Later, during the investigation of the killing of Judge John Wood, the FBI noted that the judge and his family were staying at their place on Key Allegro, just across the bay, simultaneous with the Culbreth party's Sea Gun stay. The latter had also rented a boat to take them over to Key Allegro on 3 successive days. Did little Larry and friends go to the coast to gamble and hook some redfish? Or to keep tabs on Judge Wood, study his movements, and case the kill? The full facts have never been made public, but little Larry had already been questioned by G-men. The interview took place the day after the murder, when it so happened little Larry was driving Harrelson's car. Later at a poker game, little Larry bragged that he knew who killed Wood. In several of the FBI's recorded conversations about the killing of Judge Wood, Jimmy Chagre says, "Maybe little Larry did it. It's not clear if it was supposed to be a joke or not, and if so, why would that be funny?" On May 8, 1979, less than 4 months after the stakeout party at the Sea Gun, Judge Thomas B. Thorpe of Dallas reduced little Larry's term of probation for killing Tim Overton and Wanda Long from 10 years to 4.5. The verdict was set aside, the indictment dismissed, and little Larry was free to go. What the hell, he's probably done worse things. Appendix 1. The Overtons in JFK Conspiracy Land. Dallas, forever infamous as the place that killed Kennedy, and its adjacent Cowtown cousin, the equally mobbed-up Fort Worth, were regular playgrounds for Tim Overton until he got killed there. I think it's a testament to the vitality of the Dallas-Fort Worth underworld that so many theories have also circulated to explain the contract killing of Tim Overton. What was a haven for gamblers, pimps, thieves, and killers in the 60s and 70s continues to be a rich mine of material for conspiracy buffs and true crime aficionados today. The Cold 6000 by James Elroy is one of many fictional treatments of the notion that rogue government agents and organized crime figures conspired to kill JFK. Although fictional, the novel is richly informed by historical research. Elroy sifted through many of the same FBI files cited in this book. Other well-known variations of the government mob theory include Crossfire, the plot that killed Kennedy by Jim Marrs, and the fictional political thriller JFK, whose screenplay was largely adapted from Crossfire by filmmaker Oliver Stone. FBI files on various members of the Overton James gang are voluminous, running to hundreds of pages. One particular document, which happens to be included in the President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records collection, helps chronicle the involvement of the Overton crowd in the Dallas and Fort Worth underworld during the period before and after the assassination. Crime Conditions in the Dallas Division, dated September 15, 1964, originally ran over 60 pages, of which only 22 redacted pages have been made public. The cover memo offers excuses for the agency's slack attention to organized crime in the area, citing the drain on FBI resources and manpower due to the Kennedy assassination. The good news, more or less, was that 6 new investigations had been opened since March 1, 1964. A list of 14 names, gamblers and bookmakers still known to operate in Fort Worth, includes 3 Austinites, James Timothy Overton, Chester Arthur Schutz, Jr., and Clifford Henry Bowen. They're identified as bookmakers and gamblers who specialize in dice hustling, dice switching, and as card sharps. This confirms that the Overtons were around and active at the same time as Jack Ruby, R.D. Matthews, Carlos Marcello, Joseph Frank Savello, Joseph Campisi, and other individuals frequently mentioned in government mob conspiracy theories. The description of the protocols pertaining to 4 of the 14 fits protocols that have elsewhere been ascribed to members of the Overton group. It has been ascertained that any of this latter group will go any place in the United States where a sucker has been set up, and in some instances they have been called in by hometown gamblers to chill some person who has gotten lucky and is beating the house. Each man is considered an expert in his individual field, either being a dice hustler or a card sharp, or an organizer who can stay in the background and out of direct contact with the sucker. Under the heading 4, Notorious Places of Amusement and Criminal Hangouts, number 1 on the list is the Egyptian Lounge in Dallas, a restaurant founded by Joseph Campisi after World War II that was a magnet for gamblers, bookies, and characters. Campisi's son Joseph was prominent in the Dallas Mafia and a friend of Jack Ruby. The House Select Committee on Assassinations, HSCA, which released the report on its investigation of the JFK assassination in 1979, waded into the tangle of relationships between Jack Ruby, a weird bird mafia associate who had ties to Santo Trafficante and Sam Giancana, to name a few, and Joseph Savello, who had been the head of the Dallas Mafia since 1956, the year before he attended the infamous Appalachian meeting, and Carlos Marcello, the head of the New Orleans Mafia, whose hatred of the Kennedys was well documented. The HSCA was intrigued by the idea of some sort of mafia-involved conspiracy, but in the end they couldn't put all the pieces together. Oswald and Ruby showed a variety of relationships that may have matured into an assassination conspiracy, but the committee was unable firmly to identify the other gunmen or the nature and extent of a conspiracy involving organized crime. But let us return to the FBI file with its list of notorious places of amusement and criminal hangouts, which reads like the lyrics to a decadent jazz tune. Saul's Turf Bar, Club Montmartre, Apollo Club, George's Cafe, Best Cafe, and The Flame were all owned by gamblers and were frequented by gamblers and other suspect individuals. Known queer hangouts included Le Pigalle, Jean's Music Bar, Rubaiyat, Players Lounge, and Villa Fontana. The report claimed that no known houses of prostitution were known to be in operation, but prostitutes were working out of a half dozen or more clubs and restaurants, including the Carousel Coffee House, the former location of Ruby's Carousel Club. Another was the Colony Club, located next door and owned by Abe Weinstein. One of the dancers at the Colony Club was Beverly Oliver, the former mob mall who nominated Tim Overton and Jerry Ray James to the JFK Conspiracy Club. and by so doing enriched the assassination gumbo with a combo of sex, Jesus, heroin, Elvis, murder, Vegas, and a vast maze of Dixie Mafia connections. Even in the alternate universe of JFK conspiracy buffs, Oliver, who now goes by the name Beverly Oliver Massagee, might strike some as a quirky, almost tragicomic figure. Others, notably JFK conspiracy author Jim Marrs and filmmaker Oliver Stone, appear to have found her stories quite credible. Beverly Oliver plays a prominent role in Stone's JFK. The actress Lolita Davidovich plays her in the film. According to Beverly Oliver's bio, she won her first talent show at the age of 9, made her nightclub debut at 13, moved on to the Cowtown Hoedown, Big D Jamboree and Grand Ole Opry, and from there to traveling worldwide on the Playboy and Supper Club circuits. In 1963, at the age of 17, she was a dancer at the Colony Club. Although she was friends with Jack Ruby and other gangsters, and even married one, she didn't testify before the Warren Commission, wasn't as well known as carousel dancers like Candy Bar and Jada Conforto, and didn't come forward with her story until 1970. Oliver volunteered 2 roles for herself in the assassination drama. First, she claimed that she was in Dealey Plaza on November 22, 1963, wearing a trifold scarf on her head, filming the presidential motorcade with a Super 8 Yashica home movie camera. The identity of the woman with the scarf, the mysterious babushka lady, for the style of scarf, had previously been unknown to assassination researchers. Oliver claimed that an FBI agent had confiscated the camera and never returned it. For Oliver's second role, she described a dinner conversation with Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and several organized crime figures in Dallas, whose reaction to hearing of her experience in Dealey Plaza on November 22, 1963, made her feel threatened. One of those other crime figures was Oliver's husband, George Albert McGann. They had married in 1966. McGann was a gambler from Big Spring, Texas, a heister and Dixie Mafia contract killer. McGann was killed during a poker game in Lubbock on September 30, 1970. Heroin wasn't working out for Oliver, so she sought solace in religion. A preacher introduced her to JFK conspiracy author J. Gary Shaw, who co-authored a book with Larry L. Harris titled Cover Up: The Government Conspiracy to Conceal the Facts About the Public Execution of John Kennedy, published in 1976. Shaw subsequently interviewed Oliver and announced that the babushka lady had at last been found. In a videotaped interview in 1993, Beverly provided the following story, mentioning Timmy Overton and Jerry Ray James, among others. My first husband, George Albert McGann, was one of the alleged leaders of the Dixie Mafia. He was a hitman. One night after a cozy little meeting at the Egyptian Lounge, an Italian restaurant here in Dallas with a bunch of people such as Charles Harrelson, Russell Douglas Matthews, Joe and Sam Campisi, Timmy Overton, and Jerry Ray James, I know for sure, were there at that meeting. And I don't know how, so I can't put it all together for you, but the subject came up that I was there when it happened, and I started to tell them what I saw. Yeah, they were friends of my husband. As a matter of fact, R.D. Matthews was the best man at our wedding. Everybody gets this hushed attitude, and they get angry, and my husband just politely takes me by the arm. We are leaving, and we go home, and at which time he tells me I'm not to mention the subject of the assassination of President Kennedy again. And at the same time, I had those little buttons, campaign buttons, and I had a bumper sticker, and just a bunch of little pictures and stuff, and handout bills. And he burnt them, every one of them in the fireplace. At this point, the videographer asked Oliver if her life had been threatened. They just told me I wouldn't see the sunrise again, she said. Asked if she took the threat seriously, she answered, well, at that time, he had been filed on. For the murder of Johnny Gennaro, he had been filed on for the murder of Jack Kelly. I had reason to believe he was serious. Were they serious or were they joking? According to the FBI, George McGann, a gambler, a con man, and a contract killer, always carried a Thompson's submachine gun in his trunk. Sheriff Buford Pusser of Walking Tall fame claimed that McGann was one of the 4 gunmen who ambushed his patrol car on New Hope Road in 1967. Pusser survived the attack, but his wife Pauline was killed. Charles V. Harrelson is probably best known as the father of actor Woody Harrelson and was convicted of killing federal judge John H. Wood, Jr. for a fee of $250,000, paid by El Paso drug smuggling kingpin Jimmy Chagra. When he was arrested for the murder, not his first murder-for-hire charge either, Harrelson admitted to killing the judge and also confessed that he had killed JFK. Harrelson later denied that he had committed either killing, saying that he was out of his mind on cocaine at the time, which was, in its own way, a great piece of black comedy. Fringe conspiracy buffs have also suggested that Harrelson might have been one of the mysterious 3 tramps suspected of being CIA operatives in Dallas on November 22, 1963. R.D. Matthews was a decorated veteran of World War II, also a major figure in the Dallas underworld going back to Benny Binion's reign as kingpin of the rackets there. Matthews was the best man at Beverly and George's wedding. Joe and Sam Campisi, as mentioned previously, owned the Egyptian Lounge, a noted character hangout. Jack Ruby was tight with the Campisis. Ruby ate a steak there the night before Kennedy was assassinated, and within a week after Ruby shot Oswald, Joe came to visit him in jail. After the death of Joseph Ianni in 1973, Joe Campisi took over as head of the Dallas Mafia. This brings us to Oliver's other big claim, that Tim Overton, Jerry Ray James, and other underworld characters threatened her life after hearing her JFK story. But according to a series of FBI reports from 1967 to 68, on the night in question at the Egyptian Lounge, Oliver herself might have been the most lethal person in the room. Even McGann was scared of her. The reports are part of an interstate theft investigation. Several trucks carrying a total of 126 Magnavox TV sets have been hijacked. George McGann, R.D. Matthews, and a lot of other hoods in Dallas were selling them or giving them to their stripper girlfriends, admonishing the recipients, if it breaks, don't take it to no repair shop. One of the government witnesses in the case was McGann's girlfriend, a dancer named Carolyn Gallagher. Gallagher danced at a place called the Jet Strip, where they knew her as Carrie Castle. In mid-1968, Special Agent William B. Holloman wrote to Director J. Edgar Hoover that Gallagher seemed to be losing her nerve about testifying. Chief among her concerns, it seems, were things McGann said about his wife, namely that Beverly is crazy and that if Gallagher testifies against McGann, Beverly will kill her. McGann also told Gallagher that at one point he had to commit his wife Beverly to Parkland Hospital and that she was crazy. Again, Agent Holloman repeated McGann's claim that Oliver would kill Gallagher if she testified. Unless McGann was brazenly exaggerating his wife's eccentricities to scare his mistress into silence, his concerns about Oliver's mental stability appear to have been well-founded. Recently, Gallagher said Oliver had taken McGann's Tommy gun and was running up and down the street where they live, shooting into houses. The year 1970, in which McGann was murdered, was a bizarre but pivotal time for Oliver. The chronology in her memoir is a little hard to follow, but she says that she was mainlining heroin 4 times a day, and with the help of prayer, she quit by going cold turkey. By the end of the year, she'd made a religious conversion and married a traveling evangelist named Charles Massigi. According to Massigi's website, he specializes in harvest revivals, spiritual renewals, end-time revivals, crusades, and Revelation Bible conferences. A recent glance at Oliver's Facebook page showed that in 2014, she's still in the entertainment business, traveling the circuit from the Bible Belt to Vegas, taking bows as the JFK conspiracy queen, Babushka Lady, and the ex-Mob Mall, singing and dancing, praising God, and performing with the most obese Elvis tribute artists I've ever seen. Appendix 2. Other sources of the Dixie Mafia. Mississippi Mud, Southern Justice, and the Dixie Mafia by Edward Humes is an excellent account of murder, gambling, and corruption involving the Dixie Mafia in Biloxi, Mississippi in the 1980s. Although there's not a lot of crossover with the Overton James gang of the 60s, it's a great primer on the Dixie Mafia of later years. One of the biggest Dixie Mafia stories of all was the assassination of Federal District Judge John H. Wood on May 29, 1979. Wood had acquired the nickname Maximum John because of his record of handing down harsh sentences to drug offenders. The FBI referred to the killing as the crime of the century, launching the largest investigation since the Kennedy assassination at a cost of over $5 million. Tim Overton was dead by 1979, but several members of his circle, including Fat Jerry, Travis Irwin, and others, had roles in the assassination of Judge John H. Wood in the federal investigation or the trials. The best book about the case is Dirty Dealing, Drug Smuggling on the Mexican Border and the Assassination of a Federal Judge by Gary Cartwright. Probably the best film about the Dixie Mafia is Walking Tall, 1973, which was loosely based on the saga of Sheriff Buford Pusser of McNairy County, Tennessee, and his one-man war against the state line mob. Several of Pusser's antagonists had working relationships with Tim Overton and others mentioned here. This concludes 1960's Austin Gangsters by Jesse Sublett, narrated by George Newbern. Copyright 2015 by Jesse Sublett. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Arcadia Publishing, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.